We will now begin with the most awaited 2 days of the tax conference, that is the Taxathon. And before going ahead, I request the Chairman of Thane Branch, CA Mangesh Hanikar, to kindly escort the Central Council members, Piyush Chajit, CA Preeti Savla, CA Mangesh Kinare, and our Regional Council member and the branch nominee, CA Murtuza Kachwala, on the dais. So ladies and gentlemen, this is the 5th edition of the National Conference, that is a Taxathon, the unique event that was initiated by the Thane branch, where we mainly concentrate only on the direct tax and the indirect tax. Without any further ado, and without being a stoppage in you and the knowledge that we are going to share today, I now request all the dignitaries to kindly step forward for the lamp lighting ceremony.
गणदैवताय गणाध्यक्षाय धीमहि गुणशरीराय गुणमण्डिताय गुणेशानाय धीमहि गुणातीताय गुणाधीशाय गुणप्रविष्टाय धीमहि एकदन्ताय वक्रतुण्डाय गौरीतनयाय धीमहि गजेशानाय भालचन्द्राय श्रीगणेशाय धीमहि एकदन्ताय वक्रतुण्डाय गौरीतनयाय धीमहि गजेशानाय भालचन्द्राय श्रीगणेशाय धीमहि
सुप्तेषु जागृति यैष सुप्तेषु जागृति कामं 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 कामुषो पुरुषो निर्विमानः तदेव शुभ्रं
Thank you so much, Chairmen of ICAI and also the committee members who are the host for today's event. Without any further ado, I request the person who is responsible for
in and around Thane. Also, we wanted young chartered accountants and people who are interested in litigation also to get inspiration and get into litigation practice, new avenues of practice. And therefore, we decided to have topics like, you must have seen the program brochure, where we are having mock GST search, mock IT80. We have a very interesting session on PMLA. And apart from that, we also have a session on interplay of income tax and GST. And then the conference will end with a panel discussion on GST. So we are in these 2 days, these are going to be marathon 2 days in terms of availability of knowledge that we'll be getting from stalwart speakers. So I request all of you to take advantage of this knowledge that the speakers will be providing us. As far as the Thane branch is concerned, we have been doing many things in unique ways. We started with a huge conference attended by almost 300 chartered accountants on real estate, which was a grand success. Apart from the real estate conference, we this year we did a lot of different programs. After many years, we had a CA Women Conference, which is Falcon under the leadership of CA Preeti Savla. After many years, we had an articleship placement drive at the Thane branch, where more than 200 articles got placed in more than 32 CA firms. So it is really heartening to know that the CA firms in Thane participated with enthusiasm and got good quality articles. That is what the feedback I received from the CA firms. We did a cricket tournament for CA members, and for the first time we had 55 teams participating. So that was again a grand cricket tournament, and we will continue to have such unique programs throughout the year and years to come. And I am really very thankful for all of you to support the Thane branch every time whenever these programs happen. In fact, I was wondering, there was a debate going on in our committee as to whether people will turn up, because right now it is a very hot tax audit season, and whether people will turn up. But then we decided, no, we'll give good topics, and our Thaneites will definitely turn up for the type of sessions that we are keeping. And I can see a very good turnout today, and I'm really thankful for that. In the coming I'll just close with two announcements. We are actually launching, in a day or two, we are launching a new program in Thane branch, which is a CA Practice Incubation Center. So what we are doing, sir, is for all those CA pass outs who have cleared in the past 2 years, 3 years, for them we are going to make seniors as mentors available for those who want to enter into practice. And right now it is very difficult for a newbie chartered accountant, for a fresher chartered accountant to set up his own practice. So we are going to get in touch with seniors who wish to be mentors, and will be able to help these chartered accountants to get into their own practice and handhold them. So that is a new program that we are launching. The branch will be acting as facilitators, as incubation centers for these chartered accountants. Apart from this, after the month of September, we'll be having a GST knowledge series, because then again, December, there will be annual filing season for GST as well. So we'll be having a knowledge series on GST in October. So I'm looking up to all of you to participate in large numbers. With this, I'll end my opening remarks, and over to you, Swapnil. Let's start the conference. Thank you.
This is an epic thing to see, that no matter how much darkness is there, a voice of a chartered accountant will always be heard. So let me call upon next on stage CA Murtuza Kachwala, the branch nominee and the past WIRC chairperson, to share his thoughts.
Good afternoon to everyone. Good afternoon. Thank you. Let me first recognize the presence of Central Council members, CA Mangesh Kinare, CA Preeti Saula, CA Piyush Chade, Chairman of the branch, really dynamic chairman, I would say, Mangesh Gadekar, Vice Chairman Omkar, past Chairman Swapnil, Vikasa Chairman Palak, and Atharva, Secretary. If I'm missing anyone, OP Singh also I saw, all the past chairmen and all of you friends, seniors and friends, and my regional council colleague, Rudesh Pankania. I'm sure I'm not missing anyone. Okay. Direct tax, indirect tax has always been a loved subject. I said this Taxathon is again becoming a brand associated with Thane branch. If Taxathon does not happen, then I think the year is incomplete. And if it happens, people come in such huge number, which means there is some good delivery and people learn something. So which is very good. Thanks to all the chairmen who created this brand and this seminar, 2 days. I was thinking, what will I speak? But I think in this 2 minutes, let me go back to the basics. As we sit here, something which is bothering us, which is the back of the mind, right? That is the top priority of your mind today, tax audit. It is not an easy business. It is getting risky. I would request you with folded hands that please be very careful before you put your signature on this tax audit report. study, read, update your knowledge and do a decent job. ट्रायल बैलेंस से बैलेंस शीट बना के फॉर्म भर के कोई बच्चा लेके आया थप्पा मारने वाला काम नहीं है. Those days are gone now. Okay. The regulators, the revenue officers look at our tax audit report to see what has been disallowed, so that they can add back into the financial sphere, into the computation of income and collect tax. They are relying on us. I hope we realize that. And now there is more and more focus. If anything goes wrong on our side, it may not be negligence, it may be a simple error. Still, at the drop of the hat, people don't wait and they go and complain to ICAI and the matter goes to disciplinary committee. It is not very easy. And hence it is important that we focus. I'm sure engagement letter is important and everyone takes the engagement letter, right? For each and every tax audit, engagement letter is required. An engagement letter is required to be in a detailed thing, not that we appoint you for carrying out audit under Income Tax Act for the year ended so and so for a fees of rupees so and so. Now, one sentence is not allowed. Okay. Lot more is required to be mentioned in the engagement letter. Formats are available, multiple of them. When I talk about a simple thing like TDS, scrutinize all the expenses and see whether TDS is deducted or not. If not deducted, report under 40 small a. If deducted, then give a detailed table, like how many days delay. And it is true and correct. It is not true and fair. You just cannot do a sample there. You have to ensure that everything what you give in the table is correct. I am sure every one of us know that the financial statement and notes are management's, not mine. The 3CD, management is required to give the 3CD to me. In the representation letter, it is to write that I am giving you the 3CD report. So what is mine is only the 3CB. If the client is tough, if he is knowledgeable, and he tells you not to make any changes in the annexure or in the form 3CD, then you don't have any other option. You have to qualify under your 3CB and give all the references. Sometimes when I speak to people say, "Jab 3CB में करने का रहता है कुछ, कोई ऑप्शन नहीं तो उधर ही लिखना पड़ेगा ना. अगर वो बरोबर नहीं कर रहा है तो कोई चीज, अगर डिले है उसने नहीं बताया कि उसने नहीं काटा है या 48(2B में कोई पार्टी नहीं रिफ्लेक्ट किया है तो आपको उधर लिखना पड़ेगा. अगर वो लिखने नहीं देगा तो टेबल में ना, वो रिपोर्ट के अंदर करने का स्टैंडर्ड फॉर्मेट नहीं है, उसमें जाके ऐड करने का है. So whether I talk about TDS, I am sure you can talk about PF and ESIC, you can talk about 48(2B. Now what is to be taken in a representation letter? I don't know who are related parties. So at least in the representation letter, let them certify that this is my related party. Then in the table you will write what is the relationship, what is the nature of transaction, what is the amount. And I'm sure before making the table, reviewing the table, you will see whether it is arm's length or not. And you will satisfy yourself, right? But writing in a representation letter that all debtors and creditors have been certified by the management, is it okay? Is it okay? The answer is no. There is a standard on auditing essay on third party external confirmation. As an auditor, we are supposed to send confirmation to debtors, creditors. Get the confirmation, see whether it is tallying or not. By writing one sentence, it does not resolve you of your duties. So I am sure each one of you and the guidance note is thorough. And I know I am exceeding, I don't want to exceed my time, I am just reaching my time limit. But the worst one, this one, the draconian one this time, 43BH. Who are the vendors, whether they are MSME or not, whether they are more than 45 days or not. If you don't write, then they need to be disallowed, right? The whole expense. What will you check? What will you do? Are we aligned? Do we know? Do we have a checklist? Have we read the institute's guidance note? It is detailed. And the guidance note even tells us what to write as a disclaimer where. So friends, I thought I'll use my 2-3 minutes not to scare you, but to again bring you to ground. Essays are applicable to standard the tax audit. I think we should read through the essays, we should look through the guidance note, we should take a proper engagement letter, and we should write only that which is required in the representation letter and not anything which is not required to be written. And of course, from a loan taken to a loan given to whatever, every clause has got so much of technicalities involved. With that, I again wish you all a happy learning. Thank you very much for inviting me, your chairman and the team. Thank you. Thanks a lot.
Thank you so much, Murtuza sir. May I now call upon on stage the young and dynamic Central Council member from Thane, Preeti Saudama. Preeti Saudama, please.
Thank you, Swapnil, very young and dynamic past chairman of Thane branch, and he has always catered a lot, and now he has become national level speaker also on GST, and I think in this conference also he is speaking. And first of all, let me congratulate Thane branch for organizing this Taxathon series 5 and contributing and disseminating knowledge, which is the latest knowledge on direct tax, indirect tax, which is by the Direct Tax and GST Committee and Direct Tax Committee, which is headed by Piyush Hajarji. So welcome Piyush bhai over here, and I'm sure your session will serve the best to everyone. And I recollect the days in 17 rather, when Vinod Navre and we have done together all the preparation for Taxathon. We were actually thinking what should be the name of this program, and at that time we have designed this series of Taxathon and came out with the name Taxathon, which is going like marathon since last so many years. And I also recollect the days when we were together at Thane branch, Mahesh Madkulkar, Madhukar Chavanji, and we have worked a lot and organized this kinds of program for the benefit of members and students. And Lele sir, in his tenure, when he was 30 days series in December, what he has done, contributed. So this is the foundation which has been laid by all the past managing committee members, past chairmen, and now this has been taken further by the current chairman Mangesh Ghanikar, who is very young, dynamic, and doing a lot anytime. Like when anything is there, Madam ye kaise karna hai, and now infrastructure also we are doing. I have been appointed as a vice chairperson of infrastructure committee of Thane branch, and in very short time we will ensure that our Thane branch has institute's own building over here, and that is the most priority agenda. Again, when Mangesh bhai is there in Thane and chairing this infra committee also, and heading PD committee, Professional Development Committee at ICAI, and we have worked together a lot since 2013 when he was a chairman of WIRC and I was treasurer during that period, that year. So at that time at Thane as well as at region as a whole, we have worked together. And now Chairman Mangesh Ghanikar, very young and dynamic, taking along with the Omkar Atharva and Vikasa Chairperson, Leena, Palak and OP. So I think this all, and with the support of each and every member, I can see senior members who are regularly supporting the activities of Thane branch and contributing a lot, all the senior members and the junior members, so all together. I really compliment to everyone. At present, I am heading this Women Members Excellence Committee, and we had very excellent program and with good response very recently on 10th of August. I was also heading Sustainability Reporting Standard Board, and at that time we have ensured that the sustainability area is open to our members, chartered accountants. There are huge opportunities in this sustainability, whether as a business responsibility and sustainability report. Drafting the assurance which has come first time in India, where it is there at across world, and also we have come out with the social stock exchange listing of NPOs and also the social audits which is there, which are the very huge opportunity, and we have also formed Institute of Social Auditors of India, which is 100% subsidiary of ICAI, and there are 600 members who have passed this social auditor exam and registered with ISAI. So one can dwell into this opportunity and become the social auditor or open the area of this sustainability. Again, I was discussing with immediate past chairman of State Bank of India, Mr. Khara, and what he was saying, we are a technology company as SBI. We are a technology company and we do banking. And when I discussed with Ashish Chauhanji, who is a CMD, MD of National Stock Exchange, so he also says it is all about the technology. Now, if a transaction is delayed by at least 1 second, so it is very difficult to report, and lot of reports are being asked by SEBI. So it is very difficult. So technology is taking a shape. So we also have to upgrade with the technology, And Murtuza today has taken a little different topic on tax, but he always speaks about technology. And during his time in COVID, he has converted all the seminars into webinars as a secretary of WIRC. So technology is very important, so we have to also see how best we can use the technology in our CA profession also and change our profession. If we do this at right time, we are doing a lot of activities as artificial intelligence in ICAI also, right? So if we have to shape our practice with the technology, if we do adopt the technology, next 10 years are very good to go. With the new Income Tax Act coming in, which our finance minister is saying, we don't know whether the tax audits will be there or not. In next PD committee, if we ask to Mangesh bhai, like we are interacting with the RBI, and RBI is saying whether the statutory bank branch audit, why it is required, because all the foreign banks are having only one audit, centralized audit. So we have to upgrade with the technology and lot of new things. If we are upgrading, we are diversifying from the routine work, then the future is very bright. No doubt, the tax is always there, but tax with technology is the best combination to practice with. So with these words, I wish you a very happy learning, and I am sure with two days interaction in technology and tax, all the members and the participants of this conference will have a great value add in this conference. Thank you very much. Wish you all the best.
Thank you so much, Preeti ma'am. I also acknowledge the presence of the President of the Maharashtra Tax Practitioner, CA Mahesh Markulkar sir. May I now call upon on stage CA Mangesh Kinari sir to kindly share his thoughts.
Good afternoon, everyone. Dignitaries on the dais. Names have been taken, but I will again take. Chairman of Direct Tax Committee, CA Piyush Chhajed. Central Council Member, Preeti Savla. Chairman Thane Branch, Mangesh Ghanikar. Past Chairman WIRC, CA Murtuza Kachwala. Secretary, Atharva, Vice Chairman Omkar. Immediate past Chairman Swapnil. Past Chairman of Thane Branch sitting in the audience, Pramod Lele, Madhukar Chavan sir, Shiv Bhagwan Asavaji, Vinod Navre, and past Chairman and President of GSTPM, Mahesh Markulkar, Committee Member Palak ji, and Regional Council Member Ridesh, other seniors, friends, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to this latest edition of Taxathon. I distinctly remember, and I would give credit for this word to our past Chairman Shiv Bhagwan ji, who has coined this word of Taxathon when we were first discussing about this program is to be done. And this has become a brand now for Thane branch. So, being a chartered accountant, we are also learning some things for branding and how we have to brand our programs. And this program perhaps has become a brand, and every year people in Thane wait for this program. Of course, most of the years it is done in December. Now we are doing it in August for obvious reason. Some people might be wondering that why in August suddenly there are so many programs going on every Friday, Saturday, Sunday. Some people very well know why it is being organized and why suddenly there is a crowd in these programs in the month of August. So every 3 years now, coming forward, every 4 years it will happen. But yes, we have to go with that, because next 3 months or so we won't find much programs, and therefore whatever your needs as far as knowledge updation as well as CP updation, you have to complete it today or before this date. Now friends, I'm not a tax person in that sense, although I practice GST very much. But today we are going to learn about direct tax mainly, and Piyush is here. And one thing I think somebody pointed out, what I have seen is that many times tax audit, or rather any such thing which we go, we are not regarding, or we are not taking into consideration the publications or the material which is issued by institute or the guidance which is issued by institute. Let me tell you, and I have seen Piyush and entire direct tax committee, I am also a member, but I was not participating, taking a lot of efforts in updating this guidance note on tax audit. And it is actually for members rather than themselves. And a lot of efforts have been taken by all the faculties or people who are expert in direct tax in that regard. In fact, comma and full stop and word by word it is seen that how interpretations can be given. And therefore, it is a ready-made guide for us. And let me tell you, the guidance notes has its own importance also whenever the issue comes up. Piyush, myself, Priti, all we sit on the disciplinary committee in different capacities. So we have also seen that whenever these ticklish issue comes, these kind of a guidance note and these provisions in guidance note become very important. Interestingly, Piyush bhai, I was just reading it, I just noticed one sentence in that. And I realized, initially I used to wonder why it is like that. But then, having recently presided over a disciplinary bench in that case, I realized the importance. The sentence is, when you are appointed as an auditor of a tax auditor, you have to get an appointment letter, right? But in that appointment letter, it has to be mentioned that you are the only tax auditor who has been appointed. Now, it seems that it is weird. Why it is like that? There's no e-filing or there's no electronic filing like company audits. So these are very important things because we have recently found in disciplinary case that there were 2 tax auditors appointed and the cases were filed by the department against both of them. Right, that they have copied or they have not done the job correctly. So each thing has been well thought in this guidance note, and let us take benefit of these publications, these resources which is being published by the institute, which will be very much important and path showing for us. Just one quick word regarding the Professional Development Committee which I am heading, because officially I am not able to communicate as such, being election code of conduct coming up. But your MEF form is going to be uploaded very soon. In fact, it was to be uploaded on 23rd. It has got postponed for a week or 10 days or so for some reasons. I'm just telling you one thing, that you may find that this time's MEF is a little bit lengthy. So many information is asked from that, but please don't get irritated because of that. Various government agencies ask different panels from the institute. And at that point of time, it is very difficult to collect the information. In fact, we don't have the information at all. And therefore, this time we have thought out that maximum things can be extracted from the members and gathered by the institute. So that whatever, recently the High Court, Madras High Court has asked for the panel of forensic auditors in southern India. It's very difficult to give it. It's not possible to give, right? And therefore, you may find it a little bit lengthy. I am sounding it right now only because, as I said, officially we will not be able to communicate by the time these forms become live. So please do apply for this MEF. And मुझे bank audit क्या मिलने वाला नहीं तो मैं क्यों करूँ? It is not only for bank audit. Remember, it is for multi-purpose empanelment form. And various panels are extracted from this and given to different authorities. So please apply for this MEF application, MEF form. Even though you may find it to be a little bit lengthy or giving huge kind of information, but it is very much necessary even for our own development. So with this, I don't want to take much of your time. We are here to learn direct tax and indirect tax and GST tomorrow. And I'm pretty sure that this, not only the brand, but the contents are also become very much thought out in this. And we are looking forward that I wish you happy learning. We will meet during the course of this conference. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mangesh sir. Going forward, we now welcome on the dais CA Piyush Chhajed, the chairman of the Direct Tax Committee and the Central Council member.
Thank you very much, Swapnil. A very good afternoon to all of you. Central Council member, CA Mangesh Kinnarai ji, CA Preeti Savla, chairman of Thane branch, Mangesh, who is doing wonderful. Of course, just now I came to know that this is the 5th batch of Taxathon. But I believe DTC has joined hands for the first time in the 5th batch. So,
it's a different committee.
Yeah, it's a different committee. So always Central Council committee is there, that much. Okay. Regional Council member and past chairman Murtuza, Omkir over there, Athura. Series, I can't see, the flowers are coming in. But without taking names, the senior past chairmen over here, Regional Council member Hridesh, past Regional Council member Mahesh Bhai, past chairmen, seniors in the profession, esteemed members of the Thane branch, ladies and gentlemen. Once again, very good afternoon. It's my pleasure to be amongst over here, especially as the chairman of Direct Tax Committee, because I know that Taxathon has been organized this time under Direct Tax Committee for the first time. And I remember this was almost planned 1 month earlier when Mangesh when I say now I am referring to Mangesh Ghanekar, because there are two Mangesh Bhai who are doing very wonderful for the Thane branch, and including Prithiben I know very well. So I'm sure a great combination which is working for the Thane branch. So when Mangesh Bhai called me that we are arranging to do a Taxathon, would Direct Tax Committee support us, be a joint, can you host it or something like that. And I remember Taxathon because I was a speaker in Taxathon 4 last time, and I was speaking on 44 AD and 44 ADM. And when I saw the audience, instead of running the presentation, I thought there is a lot of questions coming from the audience, and it was a very wonderful experience, which generally a speaker feels, because there was too much engagement from the audience coming up, and that always motivates a speaker. So I thought if I am a chairman, possibly I will get a chance to become a speaker also. And therefore I accepted it. And it was a wonderful experience, and of course I don't have a limitation of time because the next session is mine only. So up to 5 o'clock I would be speaking. But I would not take much time on the inaugural because obviously a lot of my council members also have to go to other programs, and therefore I will not take much time on the inaugural, but 2 or 3 very small things. Of course I will cover detail when I take my technical session. Of course, Mangesh Bhai has touched upon guidance note is the Bible, I would say. It's like a Bible, it's like a Bhagavad Gita. The process with which this guidance note is prepared is we form up subgroups who actually draft it, then it goes to a Direct Tax Committee, then it goes to the council, then there is an exposure draft. This exposure draft is released in the public for the 30 days to get the comments from the public, and invariably from the certain regulatory bodies we take the positive comments also that they should actually respond to it. Those are again incorporated, and then the guidance note is prepared. Similarly, the guidance note 2023 was released last year. This year we have not done guidance note of 2024, revision has not been done. Because generally we revise the guidance note when we try to incorporate whatever changes has been made in Form 3CD as well as in the budget. And as we knew that budget would be not coming before July end, and August it would be passed, so the guidance note we would have not time to release it before 30th September, that is the due date of tax audit. So what we decided at the committee level, that we will come with an implementation guide. Obviously, when I talk of difference between implementation guide and guidance note, somebody would say what it is. So obviously guidance note it is at higher pedestal. All the publications like accounting standards, auditing standards bear some authority behind it. Authority in the sense whether they are mandatory or recommendatory. So guidance note, though it talks about recommendatory, but they are mandatory in nature. And it is expected from the members, if you are not complying with the guidance note, then you need to document the reasons why you have not done it and what is the alternate audit procedures which were followed. And therefore guidance note is at higher pedestal compared to implementation guide. But what we did for this implementation guide, because very important issue was to be covered in regard to subclause H 43 capital B, which I think so very briefly Murtuza Bhai touched that there is a lot of issue in that. And it's nice that at least even Murtuza Bhai has learned direct tax because of 43B. I'm very happy for that. So 43B is in the, everybody is bound to what 43B subclause H will happen. I'm sure when I discuss it, you will find it more easier. In the implementation guide, when we were sitting with the experts, the first issue came up that how to restrict and how to water down the responsibility of the chartered accountants, because there are a lot of ifs and buts involved in this. And if chartered accountant is going to certify, and if somebody is going to ask him a question tomorrow, person sitting in a disciplinary committee or maybe the tax authorities, what will be the answers available to him? And therefore, we keeping that thing in the mind, this implementation guide was drafted. If you look into it, which I will cover in my presentation also, it will help you, I am sure. And you will be quite sure after this session also that 43B subclause is not much a problem, I think so. It can be dealt with it by the auditors, keeping their hands safe, and also the client should not be impacted thereof. But we'll discuss it anyways. Coming to other issues, this time after taking over as the chairman of the Direct Tax Committee, we tried to engage more with the CBDT. That was an idea. So that we made 2 or 3 important things. Of course, we were the first time we got an opportunity to present pre-budget memorandum in the person. Generally, institute gives a pre-budget memorandum, but this time we got an opportunity in the person individually. Otherwise, you are jointly representing along with different associations. Institute gave a 90 minutes presentation covering 99 significant amendments on 24th of April 2024. That is before the new government was formed. And it was discussed in the length, and I'm happy to note that certain recommendations were accepted also, like one of being BSV, changes in the capital gain tax regime. Somebody would say, what is capital gain tax regime, why it was changed? And somebody also told, I would be very upfront on it, that I was aware that these changes is going to come. And in fact, you should have been also aware if somebody would have actually gone through economic survey report, which came on one day before the budget, wherein it was very clearly mentioned that investments cannot be further protected. And it's a worldwide IMF report which is saying that share market, a secondary market cannot be further protected. It's not good because it is leading into decapitalization of economy. Monies are not going to the industries. Monies are changing hands between the secondary market investors, which is not good. In fact, 4 days before the budget, there was a statement from RBI governor also on this, that deposits are not growing, and that is affecting the lending capacity, which is not good for economy. And therefore, we expected that some changes would be coming as far as tax rates are coming. It has to go up. That was our understanding as far as capital market is concerned. But obviously, indexation was not known. But kind enough, a little option given, though half-hearted. They accepted our post-budget memorandum, which was discussed on the next day when the CBDT chairman was invited by ICAI in a program in Delhi on 24th of July. And obviously, the questions were raised directly from the members sitting in the audience that why indexation was removed. Because indexation is not basically, whatever may be the tax rate, it's a prerogative of government. I cannot say you tax me 20%, 25, 12.5. It has to be decided based on what their coffers permit, not what I feel. It's not really important. But if you are giving an indexation, the idea behind it was that for loss in the value of the money which is happening. So it is not really, I would say, not really going too hard when you are actually changing indexation. But obviously, they have given us some relief up to 23rd July, any assets acquired. But what I am trying to say is, this year, last 4 months have been good. We have made more than 14 representations. Today, when I am talking to you, one more representation is going. I know there is some issue going on with the default tax regime. The return filed under the old scheme is not been able to revise. It automatically goes under the default tax regime. So there are so many issues, pretty much just upon the technology. And if I speak on technology, I know my members will shout at me because the direct tax issues are basically technology driven. It's 143.1, you talk about CPC, all issues are technology driven, which technically are today's time technology, and that's the major representations which have been made. Without going into much detail in this inaugural speech, it's again, thank you very much for all the members for joining here. I will be here. Just give me another 5 minutes and we'll start with our topic. Thank you very much for being over here. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Piyush. Ladies and gentlemen, none of these events would ever be possible mainly because and without our sponsors. And for this, and not only for this year, but for all the past years, we have one of our members who have always been helping us out. So our main sponsors who have always has been the TGSB Bank. And this year too, TGSB Bank was kind enough to sponsor us for the event. I'll be always grateful to Arvind Joshi sir and CA Vaibhav Singhvi sir. And now please welcome CA Vaibhav Singhvi sir on the dais, and may I request CA Mangesh Ghanekar to kindly present him with a memento of gratitude. Sir. Thank you so much, Vaibhav sir. And thank you so much, Arvind sir, always to ensure that TJSB is blessing the Thane branch always. May I now request the Vice Chairman of Thane branch, CA Omkar Karkil, to kindly present with a vote of thanks for the inaugural session.
Thank you, Swapnil. Very good afternoon, all of you. On behalf of Thane branch and to immediately kickstart with our Taxathon season 2024, without taking much of your time, firstly I would like to really thank all of you, all the participants. And one fact that I wanted to really share in this particular address was that when we take out the list for reaching out to you for letting you know about the conference, and from the last 3 years, the best part was that all the members from the last Taxathon and the earlier Taxathon have already registered for this year's event also. So either that means that our branch is really doing something good, and the one important aspect is that before planning this Taxathon, a very deep discussion meeting happens, and we ensure that the feedback taken in the previous Taxathon and all the seminars are always we are trying to incorporate them in the upcoming sessions and the seminars. Considering that the topics have been designed. So at the outset, thank you all for being there, all the dignitaries on the dais, all the dignitaries of the dais, and all my members, committee members in the committee, colleagues. I thank you all for joining in the inaugural session, and in a moments of time, we will initiate with the first session. Thank you so much. Jai Hind.
Ladies and gentlemen, kindly bear with us for next 2 minutes before we start our first session for the day. Thank you so much.
Should not be too honest. Straight trees are cut first, and honest people are screwed first. This may resonate with many taxpayers who, despite their best efforts, find themselves caught into the tax compliances, where even a small oversight can lead to significant consequences. As we all know, one of the consequences is tax audit. With the recent amendment in Budget 2024, our finance minister is now known for making bold moves. Rumors suggest that tax audit itself might be removed in coming years. Tax audit is one of the major sources of income for a practicing chartered accountant. Keeping all of these things aside, they had introduced a new provision under Section 44 ADA by introducing a limit of rupees 75 lakhs along with a percentage criteria on cash receipts and payments. However, failing to amend the section 44 AB, which still states that limit of rupees 50 lakhs. This opens up the challenge whether the client is applicable for tax audit or not. Now this against a potential need for litigation. So answering all such questions and many other questions, we have our esteemed speaker on the dais, CA Piyush Chhajed sir. Now I would like to request CA Pramod Lele sir, past chairman Thane branch, to escort our speaker for the session. Please give a huge round of applause for this. Piyush sir is a Central Council member and also the chairman of Direct Tax Committee, been in practice for last 24 years, senior partner at Messrs. Chhajed and Doshi. He is also the member of Working Committee of Asian Federation of Accountants and also the member of External Committee of RBI's Asset Reconstruction Committee. Now I would request sir to carry forward with the session. Now I would request CA Pramod Lele sir to present a memento to our speaker.
Thank you, sir. Hello, am I audible? So once again, very good afternoon, and it's my pleasure to be amongst you, especially to discuss tax audit. Thank you very much, B, for introduction and also raising certain questions regarding tax audit. And I don't know about rumors, and being the Direct Tax Committee Chairman, I am the closest to that rumor. So I thought I will address the first thing. Somebody said that there is a rumor that the new Finance Act will come. I'll just give you an example. It takes me back to the demonetization. When the demonetization came in, so somebody said that if you deposit the cash in the bank account and you offer it for tax, you pay 30%, why you are worried about it? Am I right? This was been discussed by the Chartered Accountants Fraternity itself. This was discussed about the legal advisors itself. And suddenly a section came, 115 BBE, applying a tax rate of 60% for such. So even if you are offering an income which you are not able to explain it may be taxed at 60%. So it's really not a rumor, it is a discussion which happens in the professional circles between the advisors, those have been picked up, and then they are being discussed at the board level that whether any amendments need to be made. To my knowledge, there is no such report. That I don't see such any action coming up. I will be very clear the way I am been discussing today. Whether the new Income Tax Act will come on or not, I have my own doubts. Really, very, very well. I am talking on a personal level with my experience, with our interaction when this announcement came in the budget on the next day with the CBDT Chairman, Joint Secretary Policy. Obviously, government may have something in mind, but the acts are being drafted by bureaucrats with the help of their legal cell. It's very difficult to come something with a new act in 9 months. We have seen how direct tax code got failed. Act came in, we discussed it, we had so many seminars, but ultimately it never saw the day of light. So the question is whether Income Tax Act will come, which will be new, or it may be simplified in the existing provisions. I would agree to a situation where the Income Tax Act may be simplified in the sense having so many sections, which only looks less, but many sub-clauses, subsections, items, provisions, that may be reduced. And one of the suggestions which was accepted this time was the merger of 1023C and section 11, because 23 provisions in 1023C was only complicating it, which government accepted it, and they also started that idea and they made certain amendments in the budget also to that extent. So my take on it would be that yes, it seems there would be some changes happening, would be more of a simplification. You just see what she said in the budget and post-budget also. That 75% of the returns have been filed under the default scheme. So she is trying to make a point that there is no point in keeping two options, doing two calculations, which ultimately we are only shouting and leading that it's in fact workload is increasing. So there may be certain simplification. In fact, our pre-budget memorandum said this time itself that you remove one scheme, irrespective. Please do not keep two schemes. It's very difficult even for a chartered accountant to track which tax rate is applicable for which year with the frequent changes. Forget about the assesses which is happening. Thanks to softwares, if you put an assessment here, they give you a calculation. Otherwise, if I'm supposed to ask you a tax slab for 21, 22, 22, 23, 24, 25, you will get lost, I am that sure. It's very difficult to remember because there are a lot of frequent changes which have happened. So it's only software which actually calculates and therefore you are relying upon that to that extent. So my take on it would be, there would be some simplification steps coming in, which may look like as if Income Tax Act has been revamped, but not, I don't think so. Something like Companies Act 1956 will be replaced by Companies Act 2013, or Income Tax Act 1961 will replace like Income Tax Act 2024. That's what my, as of now, keeping my fingers crossed on it. Number one. Number two, on the rumor of tax audit going, I don't know from where this is coming. Because somebody says if you are drafting a new law, then possibly they may omit section 44AB, or maybe any new section which may come in if the new Income Tax Act comes in for time, let's presume it. But I don't think so, that's very ill-founded today. And as I said, if somebody is discussing about it, that may give a thought process or thought idea, then it may be something different, but I do not see. Why I do not see? It's a big reason behind it. Let us see, whenever we see, if you see this particular budget also, history is repeating. There have been pitfalls of the amendment made and they had to go back. The first example was search assessment. Block assessment up to 2003, they had to go back. Reopening of assessments increased from 6 years to 10 years in a specific circumstances, they had to go back and come back to 5 years. So there is an history wherein they are reverting to the older provisions level. And if I go into the history of why tax audit was introduced, I am sure seniors would know over here, it was introduced somewhere in 1986 or 87. And the reason what I understand is, and of course seniors can correct me, was that before tax audit came in, 100% of the returns were scrutinized. The members sitting over here, seniors would recollect, हमने जितना रिटर्न फाइल किया 100% स्क्रूटिनी, सुबह 9 बजे डिपार्टमेंट जाओ, शाम को 6 बजे वापस घर आते थे और फिर वापस नेक्स्ट डे इसकी फाइल जमा करो तो गो बैक अगेन. So it was a 100% scrutiny of all the tax returns filed. So obviously, if you want to reduce tax scrutiny, the only way is to accept the income tax return, what assessor is filing completely, or you rely upon certain third-party certification. And the best alternate, a professional alternate, a person capable of was chartered accountant, and therefore tax audit was introduced. And obviously, when tax audit was introduced, obviously a lot of chambers would have opposed also. I'm sure at that time, I do not know. But whenever something is introduced and the cost of business is going up, they generally make a representations. But obviously, they would have been calmed down by stating that my scrutiny cases would come down. And they have promised, I believe, and government has done also that. I am sure today not more than 1% of the cases are scrutinized, even 1% would be high. Even in the tax audit cases, forget individuals. Individuals, I don't know, salary returns are at all been selected at all, unless and until there is some other income and some disclosures or some mismatches which are happening based on here some risk management strategy. So that's, I thought I will just brief because a lot has been spoken in the inaugural also about it. So I thought I'll share my experience as a direct tax committee chairman. Coming to a topic on issues in tax audit, again 1986-87, why there should be issues in tax audit? Technically it should be more or less settled now. And therefore when I was preparing for this topic, and today is my third day in row when I am delivering this lecture today. I was in Nanded, I was in Parbani, then I am in Latur, and today I am in Thane, and tomorrow in Pune. So I was wondering, so of course the presentation is same, I can't change it on a daily basis. So I was just sitting down 15 days back and tried to jot down what could be the issues in tax audit. So I tried to make certain issues on what I feel there could be a two views possible. So I tried to take up those issues. But there could be certain issues which really is in your mind, which I would have not picked it up. And if I am able to resolve that, I think so the idea behind this session will be achieved. So if you have any questions at any point of time, please feel free to anytime keep in. You need not stop me, you can just raise a question. So I'm okay with that. It's very comfortable for me and I enjoy that also. So again going to a backward, when it came to a tax audit, obviously there's a more responsibility of a tax auditor when compared to a statutory auditor, I would say. Because along with the form 3CA and 3CB, of course 3CA you have already done a statutory audit, maybe you or some other auditor. But 3CB are also certifying the financial statements. Am I right? So when you are certifying financial statements, you are expected to follow the accounting standards, auditing standards. And then when it comes to a certification of tax audit, you are expected to know Income Tax Act number 1. You have to look into your guidance note issued on tax audit under section 44AB and any other implementation guide like one which has been placed in your hands. So obviously you have to look into all those papers. It's just not, my request would be, it's just not that last year ke papers liye, challan change kiye, date of payments change ki, amounts change ki, it should not happen. You need to review it, you need to document it, it is expected. Ultimately, the objective of the tax audit was to determine the correct income. Neither income tax department should suffer, neither the assessee should suffer. Nobody should pay higher taxes which is otherwise not payable by him under the provisions of the law. Similarly, government should not be deprived of the legitimate taxes. Legitimate when I say as per the Income Tax Act. That's another issue whether the provisions are legitimate or not. We'll not go into that. But if the act has been passed by the parliament, by the democratic leaders, we respect that. That's a legitimate tax which, and that's why we have been appointed as a chartered accountant to certify that, and that's the trust being placed on us. When chartered accountant relies upon the audited accounts, we have seen the instances also that of course there are cases somewhere the audited accounts have been rejected by the income tax officer. Maybe in certain cases, but at the judiciary level, more or less, wherever the rejection has been done, it has been upheld in the favor of assessee, specifically when audited accounts are there. If the accounts are audited, I just remember, of course, it's not in my slide, it takes me to a judgment of Madras High Court, which says the audited books of accounts are sacred. What do you mean by sacred? That means, like a Bible, sacred is a Bible, Bhagavad Gita, or any other religious book is a sacred. It's a sacred, they can't be just rejected for sake of rejections. If assessing officer is not satisfied, he can't do it. He may have a power under section 145, but 145 is a power when my accounts are not complete. So he has to bring out completeness of accounts. If my audited accounts are complete, my auditor has not given any qualified opinion, my auditor has not given any disclaimer, then why it should be rejected? Why it should be done? He has not given any disclaimers on the financial statements. And then this is very important point to be kept in mind, because I know when I will be discussing 43 capital B, lot of people would say, hum disclaimer deke chalte sir, this announce nahi. I know, lot of people will have in mind, and that is an also and probability and option available under the implementation guide also in a particular situation, that if auditor is not getting any information, what else he can do? His duty to issue an audit report, not force the business assessees to share the data beyond a particular point. If he is not doing it, I have no choice but issue an audit report. That's the only gun available to me. I can write whatever I want, whatever I feel, the manner in which I feel, subject to if any specific qualifications, adverse, modified, unmodified opinions you need to give. So please keep it in mind. I always try to go into the objectives of this tax audit, which is very important. Lot of, obviously I have already touched the importance of guidance note, which has changed after 19th August 2023. I don't know how many of you were aware. In the meeting of July 2023, Council changed the preface, authority attached to guidance note, putting more weightage on the guidance note. And what made Council to think about it? Why did the Council say that if you are not following guidance note, please document why you are not. Please give the reasons why you are not. What are the alternate audit procedures which you have followed? Please give us the reasons. You can do it. There is a certain departure from the guidance note permitted, but subject to being documented, appropriate reasons, and appropriate different audit procedures, alternate audit procedures for that. Why guidance note weightage was required to be little increased, or it was to be kept at a high pedestal? Let's go to certain judgment of virtual soft systems, Supreme Court, 404 idea, not very far, maybe 2-3 years back, I don't remember the date. But please, I'll just for sake of understanding why importance of the publication issued by ICAI is, which only helps you in protecting yourself. It's for you, it's for ring fencing you. It's not increasing load, but it is actually ring fencing you against the questions that may be put to you, that how did you discharge your virtual instructions. What does the virtual says? ICAI is an expert body created, I'm reading only underlined and bold portion, by the Parliament under the CA Act 1949. The guidance note reflects the best practices adopted by accountants throughout the world. ICAI is a recognized body vested with the authority to recommend AS for ultimate prescription by central government in consultation with NACAS for the presentation of through-end financial statements. So, Supreme Court recognizes that we are expert body. The guidance note issued reflects the best practices adopted in the world, because I have already explained you the process by which the guidance note are prepared, and therefore it is at very high pedestal. Haryana High Court a judgment specifically on guidance note of tax audit under section 44AB. 3 lines in the last. The said material has been published so as to guide the members of ICAI. In our opinion, when a recognized body of accountants, after due deliberation and consideration, publishes certain material for its members, one can rely upon this. Guidance note, does Income Tax Act provides the definition of turnover? Anybody? Turnover for the purpose of section 44AB, how to be calculated? Does Act provides? No. Then what do you place reliance upon? आप कैसे calculate करते हो? Only guidance note on tax audit under section 44AB. And it has been accepted by various judicial forums at all levels, I would say. And therefore, that's the weightage. There are many such examples when you see that, and just F&O turnover, you know, F&O turnover or speculative transactions, profit minus loss. by normal accountant, meaning you would say how loss becomes my turnover. So आपको 100 रुपया profit हो रहा है, 100 रुपया loss हो रहा है, you are saying 200 rupees as your turnover. That's what my guidance note says for speculative transactions. But because there is no specific provision available under the Income Tax Act, which is not contrary to what my guidance note is saying, I am an accounting body which is an expert who can determine how the turnover has to be calculated. Various judicial forums have said, if I am following that, it's correct. Then there is another judgment of JK Industries. Again, it reinforces what is the profit and loss account, profit derived by the audited financial statement should be relied upon. It says if my main objects ought to be achieved by AS, which is now made mandatory, is to see accounting income, very important, is adopted as taxable income. The idea was that accounting income was adopted as taxable income with certain departures if there is a specific provision available under the Income Tax Act. If you do not have, then definitely it has to be computed as per. And that's what importance of my profit and loss financial statements. If any expenditure has been debited to my P&L, it is expected that this expenditure was incurred for the purpose of the business, for the purpose of the business done by the company, and therefore it should be allowable and not be questioned on the wisdom of the management as to why these expenses have been debited, which have been now verified and certified by the auditor after complying with the accounting standards. Coming to the subject applicable of audit, there will be certain slides in this presentation which I'll just try to take it faster, and it may be only for the purpose of refreshing it, and there may not be any debatable issue in that. Unless if you feel, you may please raise it at that moment of time itself. Applicability of tax audit is very clear. Limit is 1 crore or 10 crores. 10 crores in case meant receipt and payment by mode other than account paying checks do not exceed 5%. No issues? Shall I move ahead? No issues? How do you determine if some client comes to you and says, these are my books of accounts, and you see that turnover is 8 crores? How do you determine that the receipts and payments by mode other than account paying checks is not exceeding 5%? How do you? Anybody? For purpose of 269 SS and T, my guidance note gives disclaimer. It says the checks have been sent to the bank. It cannot be verified that it is by an account paying checks. So only permissible mode is account paying checks. Otherwise it goes. How do you determine? Everybody is saying yes, no issues, everything is fine. So whatever client says 8 crores accepted. Obviously, if you are not certifying accounts, it's fine. But when you act as when you wear a cap of an advisor to decide whether the audit is applicable or not, you may have to put a question to him tomorrow. I'll just take an example. We are in Thane. I'll take an example. Just a closest available city is Bhiwandi over here, which does a textile business where there is a practice of issuing cross-bearer checks. There is no payment happening through account pay checks. Even today, I can tell you. That's my experience, which I know even today it may have reduced, but even today cross-bearer checks. Cross-bearer checks means cross kiya, bearer ko cut nahi kiya. So checks can be endorsed. So I am issuing to Rudesh, Rudesh is issuing to Kothari, meet, and ultimately meet my 2-3 friends. And hereafter the check will be actually deposited in his account. So when is the account pay checks? I am not discharged my liability through an account paying checks. What view you will take? Then you will not give a benefit of 10 crores, obviously I am saying. Will you? You can't, because you can't verify and you know by nature. I am not saying in all the cases you will take that call because you know the payments are being made through a checks and those are account pay if you have a sample checks available or you have seen the conduct of assessing over a period of. But if the industry trend is such, Surat is doing, for Surat I will tell you, my experiences for them limit is 1 crore. All the chartered accountants have told their clients. कि सर हमारी टैक्स ऑडिट कम नहीं होगी आपको करानी पड़ेगी सर वरना प्रूव करो they've taken because it's a 90% textile business and they know by nature that there is never an account pay checks been issued. They are cross-bearer checks. So of course it's very difficult, and when my institute says you give a disclaimer, I can give a disclaimer, don't do an audit, but if AO asks, I don't know how to prove it. Very quickly, the limits, as you know, for 44AD and 44AB is not applicable. Less than 1 crore, if unless and until I've opted for 44AD and I opt out, then only audit is compulsory. And I cannot go to 44AD for next 5 years, number one. Number two, even after opting out, I will have to do audit if my taxable income is more than the maximum amount chargeable to tax. So if I take a case of an individual, 2,50,000 proprietary concern, and if I want to opt for a default scheme, then 3 lakhs. Am I right? वैसे लोगे कि सब में ढैलक लगा हुआ है. So it's clear. So if your assessee wishes to go for an old scheme, I will give him a limit of 2,50,000 for that purpose, subject to he being a person opted out of 4480. Now one question over here. My turnover is 2 crore in this year. I file a return for 40 in the previous assessment year. Sorry, 2 crores. I file a return under 4480. I offer for tax 12 lakhs. Am I right? In the second year, there could be 2 scenarios. My turnover remains 2 crores, but my profit is 2 lakhs. So I want to opt out. Whether I should do an audit? No. 2 lakhs. Nahi karoge. 3 lakhs? Yes. Because I am presuming 2,50,000 as the maximum amount not chargeable to tax. Let us take extend this example. I was opting for 4480 and in the subsequent year my turnover is 4 crores. Whether I have to do an audit, because I can't now go under 4480. So should I be considered as a person who has opted out and therefore audit is compulsory, or I will get a limit of 10 crores? Presuming I am meeting all account pay check criteria. क्या होगा sir? Audit? No audit? So if I am not an eligible, then I am not a person covered under 4480 sub clause 4, which says you should have opted out. Am I right? No dispute. Any other questions on this? If my turnover is 9 crore, I never opted for 4480 earlier, and I want to offer a profit of 1 lakh rupees, or I want to return a loss of 9 lakhs, is audit compulsory? Why yes sir? Somebody said, I am not a person who has opted out of 4480 within those 5 years period. 9 crores ka turnover, 9 lakh offer kiya, which comes to 1%. Am I allowed? According to me, yes. There is no such restriction. 4480 never says, earlier 2017 में होता था कि minimum 8% offer करो, नहीं किया तो audit कराओ. Unlike 4480. 4480 says that if your professional fees receipts is 50 lakh rupees, and if you don't want offer 25 lakh, you want to offer 20 lakhs, then the accounts has to be audited. But for a businessman, if my turnover is 2 crores, which is within the limit of 4480, I will presume for tax, within, still there is no compulsion for me to offer 6% without audit also. Clarity? कोई issue नहीं है? Thane is clear. Is tax audit applicable? My whole presentation is on questions and answers which I could thought of and I have put it. If you have any other thought process, once again I am repeating, please tell me. Is tax audit applicable, can be applicable for a section 11-12 company, a charitable institution? Let's take an example. I have a school, just suppose a JK Gram school or something, Singhania school, opposite this road. And I have a banquet hall which is used for marriages permanently. Or maybe in this daytime it is used for the school functions, school programs for the students, but in the evening it has been regularly been used for marriages. Whether if I consider them as a business, still I will have to do an audit or not, 4480. Yes sir? लिखा तो है आंसर, फिर भी if it's a business, if it has been considered as a separate business activity, subject to you not losing your charitable status at all, 215 आप comply करो, it is not exceeding those 5% limit of any other activities for the general public utility. If it is considered as a business, the 44 may be applicable. But if you consider as an incidental business, which is very much important for the purpose of the fulfilling of the objects of the trust, then obviously you will not consider it as a business. So there is no question of audit. So an auditor may have to exercise his professional judgment at that moment of time. time. Every time when you are doing an audit of charitable institutions, now which are in question, of course we have a guidance note on 10B and 10BB that also addresses this issue, that you will have to take up a professional judgment that if the activities are carried like a business, then you would have to wear a hat of a professional and exercise a proper judgment that whether I should do an audit, whether I should consider business, whether the exemptions will be lost. So what will be impact at both these sides? You may have to look into that. It's a very important thing which you do. One of the things which I could thought of is while deciding this, you can see that whether I am making any abnormal profits. So अगर मैं school में banquet है and if I am giving it 10,000, whereas other banquet just next door, which is not a charitable institution, is charging 20,000, then you have a good case. That I am not interested in making profit. My interest is to run the show. But if I am charging 25,000 and next door banquet is charging 20,000, then obviously you are engaged in the profit. I'll just take an example which impacts all of us sitting over here. Institute of Chartered Accountants of India. We had recently a judgment which was in our favor. It says you are a charitable institution. You are providing educations. Even for the members, you are providing education by way of continuing professional education. Plus, you are doing a licensing, which is a regulatory function. So, you are a charitable institution. But a remark has been made in that order. Okay, boss, look, stop making profits. It's a truth. You should run ICAI, आप करो, आपको judgment मिलेगा. Stop making profits. Okay, you have made it. You should not have a surplus. This was discussed in our council also, this judgment. So what to be done? So we have two options. Either create an infrastructure for this charitable organizations, create a branch building for Thane, maybe, or you reduce the fees. Obviously, somebody said that we are always, anyways, the cheapest cost, 60,000, and if you add GMC as IT, तो 80,000 रुपये में आदमी CA बन जाता है. Forget it what private coaching are charging. I am not going into that. But a distant learning courses available with all modules been explained under DLH. Somebody may have a questions on the quality. I am not going into that. So if I reduce it further, then it has been felt that the course is not good. आजकल सस्ते को कोई अच्छा नहीं समझता. महंगा है तो अच्छा है. Something like that. Am I right? So, but we are also watchful that we should not be making a surplus. So, as an auditor, you should take care of it. That your assessors are able to prove you, evidence you that boss, I am not charging much compared to my other institutions which are just next door who are running for the profit. I am a non-profit organization. I am not making money. Sales turnover, there are certain items which I have just reproduced. What should be included for the purpose of calculating turnover or the gross receipts? You can just look into it. I'll just include it in the slide. I'll just take it forward. Advances are just small questions. Advance received from the customers forfeited. Whether my turnover, it impacts. 4480 में भी आपको उसका 6% ऑफर करना है. Audit के लिए भी उसको मुझे ऐड करना है. So I receive some advances. I do not supply goods on 31st March. I forfeited. I say credit balance return back. जनरली बुक्स में तो ऐसे ही आता है. उसको मुझे टर्नओवर में ऐड करना है कि नहीं 4480 के लिए? क्या पता आंसर है, लेकिन आपका अगर सोच अलग है तो बोलिए नो. आंसर इज दैट कि यस. चलो, if these advances are received for sale of fixed assets, I sell my motor car, वो 10,000 रुपया देके जाता है, he does not turn up, I forfeited. Whether that will be my turnover? Very clear. No. But from customers, yes. GST include नहीं होता तो वो तो very clear है ना, कोई doubt नहीं है ना, कोई करता नहीं है ना, for increasing your audits. 18% GST है, 9 crores पे उसको ऐड कर लो तो audit मिल जाएगी. It can go if my turnover is 9 crores, so you are not including, no, because my guidance note says no. So that's my Bible. Though section 145 inclusive method, exclusive method says differently, but that is not for the purpose of calculating turnover for the purpose of section 44. That is for a specific calculation of the value of the stock. I'll limit it to that. Speculative transactions I have discussed. 100 profit, 100 loss, turnover is 200. Similarly, futures and options. Now there is a major change which is coming in. Has anybody come across this? Guidance note of 2022 and 2023, there is a change. 2022 में ऐसा बोला था कि अगर मैंने 100 रुपए का प्रीमियम मिला मुझे, इफ आई हैव बॉट एन ऑप्शन, आई रिवर्स इट विद इन व्हाटएवर पीरियड ऑफ टाइम, आई रिफंड अ प्रीमियम ऑफ 90 rupees, I made a profit of 10. My turnover was 10. There's a change in 2023. What it says is, whatever premium you have received would be your turnover. So the 100 rupees I received a premium, now that becomes my turnover for the purpose of employee. So it's almost going 10 times. For financial year 23-24, आपने अगर रिटर्न पढ़ दिया है बिना ऑडिट तो चेक कर लेना. It may not be, you may not have calculated your turnover in accordance with the guidance note. And as I said, for the purpose of turnover, my guidance note has been upheld by the various judicial body. You may relook into it, you may refile your income tax return with the audit if it actually goes beyond the audit. So what happens is, if my premium I receive 100 rupees, I refunded 90 rupees, profit is 10. Now after guidance note 2023, premium received is 100 becomes my turnover. Profit again 10. Should I add? Will it become 110 or it will remain 100? 100. I'll not add 10 because 10 is already included into the premium. That's it. So we have this year we have departed. Somebody would say कि ये accounting principle से ठीक नहीं लग रहा है कि जब मैं option buy sell करता हूँ और मुझे premium मिलता है 100 रुपया, तो ये मेरा obligation है. It's not a sale, it's an obligation which you are undertaking that yes, if the price moves like this, I will repay you this much. If it moves like this, I will forfeit this much. That's what it is. So it's an obligation how it can become a turnover. After a great discussion before the committee, we decided for the purpose of the income tax, for the purpose of the turnover, because you are engaged into the business, this premium should be treated as turnover. We had a calculation, we knew that around 5,000, 10,000 tax audits may go up. It may go up, but that would be the correct situation. So please keep it in mind. Then delivery-based transactions, no dispute. Clearing and forwarding, if you are a pure agent, because you will be listening tomorrow, today on indirect tax, if you are recovering something which is reimbursable expenses, will not be included in turnover. If a chartered accountant charges some out-of-pocket expenses, will it be included in my turnover? आप बैंक ऑडिट में मिलता है ना कुछ allowances. बैंक ऑडिट करते हो तो कुछ अलाउंस मिलता है, वो खर्चा होता है, उसमें आप जीएसटी तो लगाते हो, लेकिन तो क्यों जीएसटी लगाते हो अगर टर्नओवर नहीं है तो? जीएसटी इसलिए लगाते हो बिकॉज यू आर नॉट अ प्योर एजेंट. इफ यू आर प्योर एजेंट देन इट्स अ रिवर्सेबल एक्सपेंस टू माय लिमिटेड नॉलेज ऑफ आईडीटी. Am I right? So why it should not be considered your turnover when you are making a profit, number one. Let us take an example. I give a digital signature to my clients. Everybody is doing it, that service. Am I right? All practicing. You charge 500 rupees and you pay 250 rupees. Am I right? You are making some profit. Obviously, I'm not making profit. Actually, I put my efforts. I should make it. There's nothing wrong in it. But this 500 will be my turnover in that case? Yes, it will be my turnover. But if I'm charging 250 plus 250, then definitely you can have a case that it's a reimbursement of expenses, not a turnover. Now, yes sir.
So in case of clearing for auditing agent, we have to disclose the full turnover including the reimbursement or including GST return. And so that to match with GST return, we have to disclose that full turnover into income tax also. So is there any issue?
No. Why you want to give in your income tax return full turnover? Who said?
So
Does it become turnover? Yes, please.
The reason is because the TDS is most of the time calculated on the gross.
I understood. Somebody may. See, I'll come to. I understood you. First of all, if somebody is deducting TDS on reimbursement of expenses, he should not do it specifically in case of clearing and forwarding. Because there are a lot of judgment now, there is a lot of clarity also, that if it is a reimbursement purely, it's a separate invoice for reimbursement. Or if I have an invoice which has two columns, reimbursable and my agency fee, then TDS should not be applicable. Let us presume that my client does not understand. I'm talking of client means my assessee is my client's customer. My client's customer deducts TDS. Deduction of TDS does not mean that that becomes my turnover. He would have done wrongly. There would be a mismatch. You may have to face and explain the situation to the authorities, but that will not be considered as my turnover for the purposes of फरीबोड़े. कल अगर आप उसको टर्नओवर करोगे तो वो बोलेगा फरीबोड़े भी क्यों नहीं किया सर, डिफेक्टिव नोटिस आ जाएगी. अगर आप इनकम टैक्स रिटर्न में मेरा एजेंसी फी है 25 लाख and reimbursement is 25 crores. That's what the case is generally in CNF. And if you disclose 25 crores in your ITR as a return just to match with GST, I don't know why GST includes that. My view in GST would have been you should not include in turnover. I'm not an expert on that. Sir? Exempted turnover. So then?
That is match that turnover with income tax.
No, there's no need according to me. No need, you should not. Even if there's a mismatch, you will have to respond it that this is not a turnover for the purpose of Income Tax Act. It cannot be considered as a turnover. You will have to. क्योंकि कल तो अगर आप 25 करोड़ यहाँ पे दिखती है तो वो तो आपको डिफेक्टिव नोटिस दे देगा कि आपने ऑडिट क्यों नहीं की. Am I right?
तो मिसमैच में नोटिस आता है और ई-असेसमेंट भी तो एक्सप्लेन करना डिफिकल्ट है. किसको एक्सप्लेन करे वो समझते नहीं कुछ.
नहीं तो आपको अभी डिफेक्टिव नोटिस नहीं आ रही है कि ऑडिट क्यों नहीं की जब 25 करोड़ आप टर्नओवर बता रहे हैं. आप ऑडिट भी करें. That is being considered as a turnover. Purely reimbursement. My guidance note very clearly says that that is not a turnover.
But what should we do now, sir? Because guidance note से तो हो नहीं रहा है उसका. Because 3 जगह से नोटिस आएगा. One income tax, then GST, and then again that TDS question. That is a big issue now. That's why I'm asking.
No, see, questions, I understand the issue and I said it, except that the technology is creating more issues because it's doing a mismatch wherein they can't actually match it because they are not apple and apple. They are actually presuming that this is apple and that's why that's a technology issue obviously. But as an auditor I will say, and as a tax advisor, my take would be that this is not my turnover, first of all. If it's not my turnover, I will not report that as a turnover in my financial statements. Can I report? Because now you would go one more step ahead. आप बोलोगे ITR में देना है. ITR में देना है तो मेरे financial statement में मैं 25 करोड़ रुपया turnover बताऊंगा. And then I'm misleading my banks, boss. I can't do that. I can face 143.1, I can face 139.1, but when I'm signing those financial statements, I can't do it. That's what my point is.
Yeah. So that net turnover तो बैंक भी आके बोलता है कि आपके बैंक में 100 करोड़ थे और आपने 10 करोड़ क्यों दिखाया?
नहीं सर बैंक को पता नहीं है सर बैंक can't tell me. You will have to tell banks also to be very kind. I understand your problem totally. I am not denying your issues, but what step we should take, we need to understand that first of all. I can't show that turnover as my financials. Number one, very first. Otherwise, what will happen? Of course, I know what make my people is doing. He says I am trading into flight tickets. So a same turnover of flight ticket is shown by Air India and make my trip. Do you know that? Which our accounting principles do not agree. But he says I am doing a trading. I buy 10 tickets at 100 rupees. I sell each ticket at 125. So I am a trader. I am not a pure agent. But in your case, it's not such case. He may have some argument. And that's why his auditor would have accepted it. But this is not your case. Where clearing and forwarding agents, you know there is a concept of a bulk buying. They do a freight forwarding. Then you may show a turnover, wherein they buy 1,000 square feet space on a ship for a particular rate and then they sell it in a, that's what it is called a bulk, if I remember correctly. Then it's still a case, but for a pure agent who is doing only clearing and forwarding services, nothing else, no freight forwarding, no bulk buying, nothing, I think so, we'll have to follow that. With all difficulties, as I said, I am ready as an auditor, I am ready to face 143.1, 139.9 defective notice also. I will have to wear a hat of an auditor when I am certifying financial statements. I can't take that. I may go in the next room and say, now I am an income tax advisor, please come, I will respond to it. I can do that, I may have to do that.
Can this difficulty do not be addressed by incorporating some clause in tax audit report about GST and regular turnover reconciliation?
No, what his problem is, he's saying my ITR and GST has been compared. Now I can't write anything in ITR, I can write in my tax audit report. That for purpose of my tax audit report, I am doing a tax audit as a matter of abundant caution. I am doing it as a matter of abundant. He can write it, I agree that there may not be a tax audit applicable, but as a matter of abundant caution, I am doing a tax audit, observations can be given. For the purpose of financial statement, my turnover is so and so. I can clarify for the purpose of GST is this and this is a mismatch. But unfortunately, CPC does not identify. So 139 या तो 9 आएगा या 143.1 आएगा. I know that. I can understand that. Now there is another issue. In case of a partner of a firm, whether the remuneration received by me would be treated as a gross receipts or a turnover. बिजनेसमैन के लिए टर्नओवर और हमारे लिए ग्रॉस रिसीट्स प्रोफेशनल के लिए, whether yes or no? No? Am I right? Similarly, share of profit is not, though I am offering it under income from business and profits and gains of business, share of profit, interest and remuneration, it is not my turnover. Bombay High Court judgment is there, which gives you a relaxation. A second issue which may arise is, can I claim any expenses against those remuneration? Yes. So I am a partner in a firm. I have been paid 25 lakhs remuneration, but he says, my firm says, I will not give you a car, I will not give you a vehicle expense. आप आपकी मर्जी से आओ, जाओ, खर्चा करो. Laptop आपका buy करो. So I can claim those expenses. Am I right? Then the issue may arise because I know there are issues. People do raise questions. Then if I am allowable to claim an expense, then can I claim this expense on a presumptive basis under 4480? मेरी को 25 lakhs remuneration मिली, मैंने 6 लाख खर्चा किया, profit 19 लाख हो गया. Am I right? I can return it that. Can I claim 4480 or 50%? Of course, it's 50% or whichever higher. So अगर 19 lakhs है तो 19 तो offer करना ही है. If but my expenses is 10 lakhs, 15 lakhs, so 25 minus 15 comes to 10. Can I afford 12.5 and go ahead 4480? There's a Madras High Court judgment which says no, obviously. It says that anything which is received as a remuneration cannot be considered as a turnover or gross receipts. But this is on turnover, this judgment. Obviously, it also speaks about 4480A in this particular judgment. But there is one thought process which is debatable, and a lot of people are of the view that agar expenses allowable hai, what is presumptive? Is that easy of doing business? That you need not keep a register of expenses or a books of accounts for purpose of claiming an expense. I am allowing 92%, I am allowing 50%. You need not explain it. So if I am allowed to claim an expense for which there are many judgments available, why not I can claim an expense on a presumptive basis without proving that this expense has been actually incurred? So that's a thought process. Keep it packed. Now this is very important question which is on a penalty. Just a tribunal judgment came in where assessee was trading in F&O and AO determined turnover from sale transaction at 30 crores and levied penalty under 271B for not filing audit report. Since as per ICAI guidance should not tax on the assessor's case did not fall under 44AB, no penalty. Sir, penalty नहीं लगेगी, audit नहीं करोगे, फीस का नुकसान होगा. There is a Bombay High Court judgment which says tax audit is only applicable in respect of businesses. It's core business. It's not core assessee. Income from other source उसमें cover नहीं होगा. That's just to bring it. Again, allowability in hands of partner. Supreme Court says that the expenses are allowable against the earning income from partnership firm. So there's a judgment, old judgment. It's Ramnik Lal Kothari. And there are other judgments. So the expenditure is allowable, and therefore certain experts say कि अगर expense allowed है तो मेरे को presumptive भी allowable है remuneration के सामने. Of course, my personal view may be different, but people are saying that. I'll just take it forward. Whether advances received for services to be included in gross receipts. So audit fee provision made of 1 lakh rupees, 10,000 TDS deducted. आप उसको account करते हो books में 10,000 TDS को. You may not claim, you may carry forward now, stating that, but at least books में तो account करोगी ना TDS. So you credit what? Credit advance or income? It's a cash basis accounting. So whether advances received can be considered as income? No. Though there is a one very small judgment of tribunal, but guidance note does not accept that. Guidance note says advances can never be turnover. Whether a tax audit report can be revised? Yes. Yes, in a specific situations. As per my guidance note on tax audit, in the 3 situations where my accounts are revised, or there is some retrospective amendment which has come in the law due to which there is impact on the financial statements or on the tax audit, or some interpretation issue has come, some circular has been interpreted by some court of law. Yes. Only in just 3 situations. Apart from that, Rule 6G3 permits you to revise tax audit of income tax rules in case, because I have to finalize my tax audit on 30th of September and tax return has been filed on 31st October. So 43B, 40A, 1A allowance may differ and you may get a mismatch notice that आपने claim किया है लेकिन आपका tax auditor ना बोल रहा है. So sometimes they say you file a revised tax audit. So we are all doing that. You are fighting it. No, I am not revised. I give a certificate. क्या कर रहे हैं? Both options are possible. Sometimes somebody applies in 154 stating that this will be paid after 30th September and therefore it is allowable. I have been told rectification does take place in that case. But somebody wants to buy peace, he wants to help his assessee. हमारा क्या helping nature है? We will revise our audit report to that extent. People are doing that, I know. Which I may personally feel कि क्या के लिए करूँ. Now see, is there any penalty on late filing of audit report? Yes, but there is a judgment. If I always say कि आप लोग why we take a pressure in month of September, August? If the data is not coming, whether I should oblige my assessee to do an audit just without looking into things, undermining the quality which I am expected to, you should not do it. You can tell your assessee that I am not doing it. You will not be imposed penalty. If the auditor says I am not signing it, it's a good case. If the audited financial statements are not available, there cannot be a penalty. You may have to file a return also sometimes to claim a loss without an audit. There may be a defective notice of 139.9, I know, as of today, because of problems with the technology. But there was a case, I have just taken a case of so many public sector enterprises whose accounts were not finalized up till September. There were losses. They used to only file tax returns. They never used to file tax audit report because accounts were not ready. They used to file the returns to keep the losses claimable. Then they used to file penalty reasonable ground में इसलिए मिल जाता था benefit कि भाई boss the accounts are not ready. Whether if I do not mention UDIN in my audit report or there is an UDIN required to be given in the tax audit report within 60 days, am I right? Correct है? CBDT circular बोलता है it's a mandatory. If I do not do it, can assessee be charged as if no audit report has been filed? CBDT circular says that UDIN is mandatory. My Institute of Chartered Accountants says UDIN is mandatory. There will be an action if you do not provide UDIN. You file an audit report which amounts to your digital signature without giving an UDIN. There may be an action by ICAI, but whether assessee can be charged as if no audit report has been filed. Can he? No. Income Tax Act does not provide. There is no mechanism. Income Tax Act does not say that if you do not give UDIN, your report is invalid and 271B will be impossible. Of course, this is an amendment. I am just moving. आपको option क्या exercise key of the tax rates you have to provide. Now this option has to be given on 30th September, whereas option has to be exercised on 31st October. So only way available to you is take a representation from the assessee that whether you will take an option or not. There is an amendment which includes now 115 BAE, which is in regard to cooperative societies who have been formed during financial year 23-24, opting for 15% rate because they are in the manufacturing under the cooperative regime. Nature of business, I'll just quickly move small things and I'd like to move it further. Now, let us take a situation. I have an assessee has two businesses. One is, I have a turnover of 2 crores and I have a turnover of 9 crores. So the first issue will arise. For this 2 crores, he intends to go for a presumptive scheme because it's an eligible business. Let's take an example of a medical retail business. I want to offer 12 lakhs. What would be my advice as regard to 9 crores? Should I do an audit or not? Should I say your turnover is 9 plus 2, 11, I'll do an audit? Or no? The first, the most. Turnover 11 हो गया ना? कि 2 करोड़ का जो turnover 4480 में गया उसको निकालना है. No answer. My guidance note says it has to be removed. That 2 crores turnover which has been included in my presumptive scheme, that has to be removed. Why my guidance note this says? Because I know a lot of different views are available over here, and I always say, question is right or not wrong. Guidance note is final. Supreme Court may be right or wrong, but it is final. You have to follow that. I always say that. So the guidance note says, no, paragraph 5.17 of my guidance note, I think so it's not appearing on the screen, but it says that 2 crores has to be removed once it is operated, because clause 12 specifically says, envisage a situation that you would be doing an audit of a particular entity and still there will be some business which is covered under presumptive and you report a profit over here. And therefore, based on that logic, it says you remove that particular turnover, balance turnover, if it is beyond 10 crores, you do audit, otherwise you ignore it. Let us take a situation now. If I am doing an audit of if the turnover is 2 and another business is 11 crores, so I do an audit and I have to report clause 12, I have to report how much is offered under presumptive scheme. So I will say I have offered 2 crores ka 6%, 12 lakhs. What is responsibility of auditor for 12 lakhs? Am I certifying 12 lakhs is correct once I am reporting in clause 12? Because I am saying through a correct boss. Am I expected to verify that eligible business had a turnover of 2 crores or 1.95 or 2.10? Because we are reporting this figure under this. Yes, my business includes some profits of the presumptive scheme, that is 12 lakhs, which is 6% of 2 crores. So whether it is 2 crores I am certifying, my guidance gives you relax, don't worry about it. It says no, I am not certifying it, I am just reporting the information given by the assessee. But then another issue may arise, that if I have an audit and if, let's take an example, I have a 4-floor building showroom, ground floor is medical, 3 floors is textiles, textile is 11 crore business, this is 2 crore business, it goes for a presumptive scheme. I am doing an audit of 11 crore business. I will be still responsible to ensure that appropriate expenses in respect of common expenditure for that building is appropriated. ऐसा नहीं हो कि 2 crore का 12 lakh ऑफर कर दिया तो बाकी सब खर्चा ऑडिटेड अकाउंट्स में डाल दो और क्लेम कर दो. Am I right? So that responsibility still remains with you. I'll just again skip 43CA and 50C. There is 43CA and 50C generally is invoked at the time of transfer of assets. It's taxable. And in Mumbai we see a lot of issues over here, Mumbai, Thane, that at the time of allotment, if the property is purchased and if there is a difference, then also we have to see at the time of allotment later. There are judgments to that effect, and the law is also given if the agreement in writing is earlier. The question is for an auditor, at what time you will report the difference? You are not on taxability. I am an auditor. I have to report if there is a difference in any transactions. If it is a developer's case, 43CA. If it is a case of a proprietor, asset which is appearing in his books. No personal asset cover, but if it is asset which is appearing in the books, he has sold or he has bought something, at what moment, there is no bought, it's a sold. Bought is again covered under 56 to 10. But if he has sold anything, at what point of time I have to report in my tax return? At the time of allotment, or at the time when the agreement is registered, or at the time when the possession is made. When would I do? Because obviously the law says transfer. Transfer may be different in a different situations. It could be a quite debatable issues for the auditor to determine when actually transfer takes place under section 247. So what we would do? The only way available to the auditor according to me is to report at the time of registration. It's irrespective, reporting has to be done whether he disputes or not. If assessee says I want to dispute it, I'm not going to pay tax. But still you will have to report it. Let us take a case of a builder where you are doing an audit and he is following the percentage completion method. And he sells his flats at a different rate, which is generally at the variance of 20% of the stamp duty. How would you report in your tax audit report? Obviously, your question is now going, how will I offer to tax? I'm not worried on how will you offer to tax. Presuming the project is for 5 years and builder says that because tax bharna hai, 20% ka difference, you adopt stamp duty value and pay tax on it, I want to buy please. 2 questions arises to me. Then will I, this 20 lakhs, supposing I sold a particular flat for 1 crore, stamp duty value 120, how should I offer? In the year when registration takes place, in the year when the possession takes place, or over a period of 5 years that is percentage completion method 2020. For an example, if it is concurrently project is going equally every year, presuming that. There are two issues. How will I offer? Forget offer at one time. How will an auditor report? So there may be a situation I sold everything on day one, and there is a difference on that day, but they have not been registered. Registered in the 4th year, possession given in 5th year. There could be a reverse situation, registered in 1st year, but the payments coming through. So how would you offer? How would you report? Rather, the only way available which guidance note says to me is, please go on the basis of registration. It may not be taxable, doesn't matter, but auditor has to report the differences. This difference between the stamp duty and the fair market value can be determined by the auditor and reported only when the registration takes place. There may be a situation, it may not be taxable because the allotment has been done earlier, when there was no difference between stamp duty value and the transaction value. You may give your observation in audit report just to strengthen the case of the assessee in the assessment, but as an auditor you will have to report it at the time, and you can only do it at the time of transaction taking place, registration taking place. Yes, please.
Because the allotment was done earlier.
Yes, it does not trigger.
But then also reporting has to be done.
Yes, that's what the question is. Your reporting question is very simple. I said no, taxation is not relevant. The situation may be allotment later जब issue किया तब पे 100 था, it was all telling. Today the registration is done when I am doing an audit, and there is a difference between the registered document. The only evidence available to an auditor today is that there is a difference exceeding 10% and therefore 43 CA is invocable. Question is whether I should report or I should determine taxability. The question is, or for the purpose of the auditor, that reporting is already happening through the SFT. So therefore my guidance note says you please report it. You may clarify in your observation stating that as per the management, transfer has taken place on the date of allotment wherein there was no differences. But still the reporting is being done because there is a difference as far as the registration of document, and therefore the registration is treated as a key for the purpose of reporting in the Form 3C. Am I clear? Now there is amendment which has come for financial year 23-24. This is in regard to clause 21, which deals with amounts debited to profit and loss in nature of capital expenditure, personal expenditure, advertisement, club expenses, which was there since quite ages. But now there was another clause which was any other penalty or fine covered above, not covered above, which has been now amended. If you can see on the screen, it is actually included in the implementation guide also, wherein you have to give prior to amendment, and this is post amendment on the right hand side. Prior amendment, you were required to report any expenditure by way of penalty or fine for violation of any law for time in force. Now this has been extended to a law enacted outside India also. So the question becomes, auditor, how would I know whether he has paid, whether there was a violation of law, penalty or the fine? So the scope of the audit to that extent has increased. You may have to take a representations. You may have to ask for a third-party legal opinion if the penalties or the fines have been paid at the other countries, that whether this penalty or that whether the fee or whatever amount has been paid is in nature of penalty or fine under the foreign law. You may have to report that. Similarly, even if it is not covered about, there is another clarification. Yes, please.
In case of transport, there are many vehicles. When traffic violations or expenditure is a big expenditure.
Sorry, traffic violation expenditure.
Challenge, traffic.
So it's a violation of law.
So we have to disallow that.
Yes, you will have to report also over here. Yes. So for any violation of law, now of course the two is, in fact they have also now amended 37(1) also and tax audit report also, wherein even if the compounding fee is paid, otherwise we were not disclosing compounding fee because the compounding fee is not actually admitting that I have violated law. It's a sort of a settlement. But now it says even a compounding fee would be disallowed, so you may have to report that. Apart from that, the major changes which has happened is in the last clause, subclause, item number 8, sorry, not subclause, item number 8 of clause 21B of my form 3CD. Say 21A says expenditure incurred to provide any benefit of perquisite in whatever form to a person, whether or not carrying on a business or exercising a profession, and acceptance of such benefit of perquisite by such person is in violation of any law. Now if you read this is from a perspective of a medical profession basically. It came because of this. Wherein amendment and explanation was also added. Medical professions where the free gifts and free perquisites were been given. So those are disallowable under 37(1). You may have to report over here. It's not limited to medical profession. The problem is, let us take a case of architect. They take a case, whichever gives all the benefits of perquisites, which is a violation of law. The difficulty with an auditor may arise that I may not know each and every law. So if I am an auditor for an architect and he is getting some benefit of perquisite, how would I technically know? Or he is giving some benefit of perquisites to some architect, my client, manufacturer, he is giving benefit, sorry, I am giving vice versa. If my client is a manufacturer and he is given some benefit of perquisites, which is architect cannot accept, then it is disallowable. So you may have to know possibly that whether the benefit is violating of any law, otherwise which is applicable. Just take an example of an auditor. Auditor cannot receive a gift, am I right, from your clients? So if your client has given you a gift and is debited into your expenditure, then you have to disallow and report also. Or you do not take a gift only, and if you have taken, you tell him you do not write in the books of accounts. That's all it is. So you may have to take a representations to that extent. You may have to take, if the amounts are quite high, wherein the benefits of perquisites are being given by your client, you may have to take a representation. Plus, there is twofold responsibility now, because 194R also was introduced 2 years, 3 years back, wherein the assessees are required to deduct TDS on such benefits of perquisites. So you may have to reconcile if any TDS has been deducted first, what are the benefits of perquisites on which 194R has been deducted, and whether they have complied with that. After that, that may be nature of benefit of perquisite, but it may not be actually resulting into a violation of law from a recipient's perspective. If it is not that, then 37(1) may not trigger, but still 194R may continue. So that reconciliation an auditor may be required to do. So I just quickly because I have a short time, it's already 5 o'clock, I think so. I'll just, after this slide, I'll just move to 43B, which is an important subject for next 15-20 minutes. 40A, 1A, as you know, it's a disallowance of revenue expenditure if TDS has not been deducted. If my assessee appoints a contract for construction of factory building, if I do not deduct TDS, any disallowance of capital expenditure, I'm capitalizing that factory. Can any disallowance happen? Yes, sir? No. Depreciation, कैपिटल एक्सपेंडिचर तो मैंने क्लेम नहीं किया इसलिए नहीं, तो डेप्रिसिएशन होगा क्या? कि 100 रुपीस का मेरा कैपिटल एक्सपेंडिचर हुआ, 50 पे टीडीएस 100 पे काटना था, 50 पे काटा, 50 पे नहीं काटा. So every year I claim depreciation 5 rupees, not 10 rupees. Am I clear? कर सकते हैं? Depreciation is a charge, it is not a deduction, so not required. I'll just this is very clear. 40A, 1A, if your assessee has not deducted a TDS for the vendor payments, and if he gives a certificate from his accountant, from a chartered accountant means as per Income Tax Act, that TDS, the due tax has been paid and included in my return of income of the supplier or the vendor, then there is no need of deduction of 40A, 1A. Auditor may have to take a certificate on record before not reporting it 40A, 1A. That's what the requirement for me is. So if I decide that assessee is not in default and therefore 40A, 1A is not been triggered, you may have to take a certificate on record. Now coming to MSME 43B subclause H. I am sure you are aware of the intricacies. I will not go into the slides. If anybody has a question, you can tell. But there are 3 or 4 important points which my implementation guide says. What does my implementation guide says? Of course, I don't know why this hue and cry was. There was already a clause 22 wherein interest on MSME was to be disallowed. Am I right? Even case of companies, dues to MSME was to be reported separately. And therefore, there was already an obligation on the auditor to determine that whether the suppliers to my client is MSME or not. I don't know how people were doing it earlier. अभी इतना टेंशन आ रहा है कि MSME है कि नहीं, कैसे पता चलेगा? How it was been done earlier? We were not doing it. कैसे करते थे? Disclaimer देते थे. Companies में क्या करते थे? Companies में you have to classify whether the amounts due to MSME, amounts not. Schedule 3 is very clear. How we were doing it? So it's the same thing. What I understand, what we were doing it earlier, we may have to do today also. What does my guidance say? First of all, I'm not going into the provisions. I know most of you know the provisions. First of all, determine whether it is an MSME or not. If it is an MSME, whether it's a micro or small. If it is a micro or the small, I'll take a details from my auditee. Please give me a list of suppliers whose outstanding as on 31st March is this much. Whether it is covered under MSME or not. If he says yes, matter is over, you disallow. मतलब invoke subclause H. If he says no, obviously my next question will be, please give me audit evidence. If he says no, he has to give me a registration certificate, number one. He says I do not have a registration certificate, but still it's no. Can I consider that? He says no, I am giving you a certification, I am going to give you a representation. Should I consider that? Or should I ask him that please you at least get it confirmed from the supplier? That would be an ideal situation. So my implementation guide says you determine MSME status purely on the basis of registration certificate. That's sacrosanct. Please do not apply mine beyond that. If my certificate of a supplier says that he is a micro and small, certificate says that he is a manufacturer, which to whom these provisions are applicable, I'll go on that. Thereafter, I will not look into any further registration, any further declarations. But if I do not have a registration certificate in hand, I may insist upon my client to please write a letter. Like anyways, I know there was a system of creditors confirmation. हम मंगाते नहीं है, मगर creditors confirmation मंगाना compulsory है under our auditing standards also. So now you seek also confirmation, seek also whether they are MSME or not. So if he does not reply, can I take a call that yes, it's not an MSME? Can I? I am taking a situation that I write an email, my SSC writes an email, whether you are MSME or not, please respond within 7 days. You do not respond, what should I do? No MSME or MSME? No MSME. That's a fair. It's like a NOC. Auditor का NOC. 7 दिन का notice भेजो, reply नहीं दिया तो कोई objection नहीं. Am I right? That's my implementation guide says. Once you have determined it is an MSME or not an MSME, the cases where MSME is there, obviously you will have to come to a next step and determine what is the due date, for which a criteria of 15 days and 45 days is available. Everybody knows that without going into detail. If a due date has been exceeded, then you would have to disallow. Whether it stops at disallowance, no. You will have to also calculate interest under the limb 1. Once you say it is an MSME, there is a figure of subclause H. Then obviously for that delay period you will have to calculate interest. If the interest is material, you will have to ensure that the books have provision been made in such books. If it is material and not provided, you will have to qualify your audit report. If it is not material and you are taking a view that no provision is required, fine. The law is not materially not complied. You can say that and therefore no qualification. But if you say it is material and the client agrees that I am making a provision, then you will have to disallow and report under clause 22 limb 1. That is interest on MSME amount. Am I clear on that? Any disputes on that up till now?
Sir,
yes, please.
is this like this provision is applicable only to manufacturers, manufacturing MSMEs?
Yes, only to manufacturers.
So no need to check for service industry and traders.
For services it is covered, not for traders. But there will be a situation, let us take an example. I am a manufacturer come trader. So if the goods which I have procured are from a traded goods, but he gives me a certificate stating that I am a manufacturer, what should I do? क्या करेंगे? Go with the certificate. As I said earlier, certificate is sacrosanct. I cannot override. Otherwise तो क्या होगा? मेरा manufacturing turnover 90 crores है, trading turnover 10 crores है, और सब supplier को वही 10 crores का certificate देगा that I have supplied traded goods, I have supplied. So for an auditor, I have to go on audit evidence. I can't go and investigate when we drafted this implementation guide, somebody also suggested that if an MSME Udyam registration number is mentioned on invoice, whether I should go on the website, look into it, whether it's a micro or small. No. My implementation guide says no. I'll take all the details from them. Once they say no, only on those particular cases I will actually look into it and ask for an audit evidence. If audit evidence is not available, I will try to tell them, please write to them and give me the copies of emails. If they are not responding, I will give them a benefit of doubt. That's what my auditor's responsibility is. I can't make an roving inquiries. It's not my duty, because a lot of questions were raised. Nahi, auditor mein 2000 supplier hai, to main usme nahi jaunga, jisme outstanding. Only issue which may arise is if in a particular cases, everybody knows disallowance happened when outstanding is on 31st March and you have not paid within the due date subsequently. But interest is applicable on all invoices. So if I determine, for an example, a party X is in MSME and subclause H is invocable. In such cases, for that particular party's ledger I will have to take, I'll have to run through maybe some Excel tools. Whenever invoices are paid beyond due date, I'll have to calculate interest and determine whether the provision is required. If it's a material, if it is not material, I may take a call. If it is material, I'll make a provision and disallow under clause 22 limb 1. Am I right? So आपको ये exercise ध्यान में रखना है. लोग भूल जाते हैं यार मैंने H लगा दिया, interest का क्या होगा? Because if H has been invoked, yes, I know, that's why I came to 43. So if H लगा दिया तो काम खत्म हो गया? No, you may have to calculate interest for all those suppliers. कोई सोचेगा यार it's better to give that it's no MSME, just take a representations, take a declaration and give a disclaimer. Am I right? No, that should not be an idea. If I am giving a disclaimer, believe me, 43B subclause H was introduced in 1st April 2023. I am giving you a background. 23-24 में आ गया था. Form 3CD रिवाइज नहीं हुआ था. अब before 14th of March 2024. In fact, revision in Form 3CD was suggested by us because they immediately wanted how will you certify it? I have nobody is going to disallow otherwise. How many people have actually disallowed interest on MSME for so many years or have made a provision, you tell me? Unless it's a listed company when the auditor says that the exposure is high and I will not go without making a provision, it has been done. So they wanted us to certify that we trust upon it. And when I said in Asia, I know tax audit can never go because they are trusting on what you are saying. And that's why I always say, please do not give a disclaimer unless and until assessee is really not cooperating. Please do not. Try to convince your assessee as far as possible. Because if you are giving a disclaimer, then the objective of clause 22 amendment is gone. Gradually the objective of my tax audit will go. By giving disclaimers, I can give, all cases I will give a disclaimer, sir. In banks I will tell, I will give a disclaimer, there are so many entries, sir, I cannot verify TDS has been deducted on deposits or not. I will give it. So then obviously it will not happen. That's what was happening when tax audit on bank branches was being discussed, because only payment was interest and it was all system driven and everybody was saying that verified at HO, if somebody remembers over here. And that's why it was considered that let it be done at HO then tax audit. So please do not give disclaimer. That's my humble request to each and everyone over here. If you are able to deny data, give a qualified opinion. At least if you know that these two are MSMEs, please disallow two. That I made an effort, auditor has made an effort, he has determined it, rest I can't help it. So there are 2 or 3 important other questions which may feel that if I am registered as an MSME from 1st January 2024, I am taking an example, whether supply is made prior to would be covered under subclause H? No. Am I right? Vice versa also. If I cancel it on 1st Jan 24, then only supplies up to 1st Jan 24 would be covered, hereafter it would not be covered. Retention monies. For an example, a retention money. If somebody makes a payment, my client makes a payment and he retains 10% of it, whether 43B subclause H is for the performance. So I have given a road contractor or a construction contract for a building, presuming it to be a revenue, not a capital. Because another question is whether the capital expenditure पे 43B subclause H लगेगा, लगेगा? Because otherwise deduction not allowable. So I am bringing same logic of 40A, 1A. Now the question is what happens to the retention money? So I have a bill of 100 rupees. I make a 90 rupees. I retain 10 rupees, stating that as per my contract, this will be given to you only after end of 1 year, when the satisfactory performance of that particular product, maybe building, maybe anything, services there, with this 10 rupees would be disallowed. Why?
Contractual retention, in that case, it should not be disallowed.
So you mean to say the appointed date of acceptance does not trigger because I have not accepted that services. Then what happened to 90 rupees?
No, it's not about not date is not triggered. It is a contractual obligation which the buyer and
But the contractual obligation they are not accepting. They say if your contractual obligation is to pay after 45 days, I will consider 45.
Yeah.
In case of contractual obligations, agreement and writing, if your obligation is beyond 45 days, they are saying I'm sorry, 45.
For that matter, you are right. In that case, we cannot avoid the 45 days.
Correct. But in this retention money's case, no. No. Why? But there should be some basis for me to say that.
To that element, see when the retention comes in the picture is when you have certain element of risk, right? So to that extent, you can say that you have not accepted that services.
Yes, the acceptance of service. That's why I say no, date of acceptance does not trigger. That's what the argument which we are also placing when we were drawing an implementation guide. I can say that I have not accepted your service till the time there is a satisfactory performance for a 1 year period. And once I am not accepting service, date of acceptance do not trigger itself. Neither there is a dispute. So till the time there is no date of acceptance being triggered, I am not a defaulter under section 15 of so and so, and X will not be there. Correct. Any other queries? I think so. I should end my first. This all charts are available in implementation guide. I am not going into it. I'll just take one query because this is a taxathon. A very important query. A very debatable issue on indirect tax. I deposit 10 lakhs rupees in my electronic cash ledger by mistake. And I am not able to adjust for over a period of time because I am in an inverted duty structure. Can I claim this 10 lakhs under 43B? At least 3 lakh का तो tax benefit हो जाए. See, I have deposited. 43B says tax will be allowable on the payment basis. Let us take another example. Under the GST law, you have to make a part payment for admitting your appeal. So maybe under service tax I use 7.5 and 10. Now it is 10 and 20. You are also GST expert. 10 and 20%. So I make a part payment. There is a demand of 1 crore, I deposit 20 lakhs. Pending appeal for filing of appeal. Whether 20 lakhs can be claimed under 43B. And in my financial statements, it will remain as asset. Can I claim? Sir, I can claim. 43B, there is a judgment of Modipon. Modipon Supreme Court judgment in fact goes one step ahead. It says even the amount lying in a PLA, my earlier example of electronic cash ledger, can also be claimed. Because it is as good as the payment of tax, irrespective adjustment has been made under 3B or by filing RT12 return at that moment of time under the excise. So we can definitely claim it. I would take another example of ITC, which I am not, because of inverted duty structure, I have not been able to adjust. And I am continuing in my books of accounts as an asset, because if I do not take it an asset, मेरा ITC का claim भी चला जाएगा. लेकिन अभी 1 करोड़ बैलेंस हो गया सर, क्या करूँ? 30 lakhs टैक्स बेनिफिट लूँ के लिए बिना राइट ऑफ किए. दो ऑप्शन, राइट ऑफ करके लूँ, फाइन, am I right? कोई नहीं है. ये बिना राइट ऑफ किए करके लूँ तो at least if I write off, I will get it, no? Every year, am I sure? I will get a tax benefit or not? Because in an inverted duty structure, a lot of people are facing a problem, so I can immediately write off. So I will make a claim in my GST return, but I will still may not carry it in the books of accounts. GST return में mismatch होगा. My ITC balance may be higher, books may not be showing because I want to claim a tax benefit. Of course, I have some issues on 269 SS and ST. I'll just take it forward if anybody is, because I'm already short of time. Anybody has any questions? Otherwise, I would like to end my session. I'll just share this PPT with you. So if you have any questions, you can just write to me, you can scan this, and your numbers will be with me, you can just message me whatever you want. Yes, please. Please, mic please. Yes.
So in the next year, actually, it has other income.
Which, sir?
Suppose if somebody buys a deposited in a credit ledger
And whenever you receive a refund, it will be offered for tax. Obviously. It used to happen under the VAT also, where the part payment was delayed, and there are judgments to that extent under the VAT law that whatever part payments have been made pending appeal is allowable under section 43. And if the part payment is refunded, it will be taxable. So the idea behind this is that, of course, I am already blocking my amount. At least I should get a tax benefit. Otherwise, 10 रुपया तो आ गया और 3 रुपया tax loss हो रहा है, 13 rupees. So it could be.
next year.
No, that will not become part of your turnover, but it will be taxable as an income.
But not part.
No part of it. Right. So thank you very much for your patient hearing. I hope I have been able to do some justice to it. If anybody has any questions, please do write to me. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir, for the great informative session, and also clearing the rumors about removing the tax audit and importance of following the guidance. So now I would request CA Pramod Lele sir to give a formal vote of thanks.
On behalf of Thane branch of WIRC of ICAI, I extend our sincerest gratitude to today's speaker, CA Piyush Chajed ji, for delivering an insightful lecture on intricacies in the tax audit under Section 44AB. When Section 44AB comes to my mind, I cannot resist mentioning my sir, Kelkar sir, who was so visionary that in 1984, when the then finance minister Pranav Mukherjee brought this provision of 44AB, at that time there were no CP study circles, there were no seminars, there was no Thane branch of Chartered Accountants even. But he has arranged this lecture on 44AB at his own cost at Golden Palace Hotel, and even I was not chartered accountant by then. In 85, I was appearing for CA final exams, but I still remember the enthusiasm which we had in learning something which our sir has arranged, and that reminded me and always reminds me when I look at 44AB. And since then, no finance minister has kept any provision so simplified that we always need such kind of seminars to get the knowledge of all the intricacies. Coming back to just a minute. Coming back to formal vote of thanks. You, sir, your expertise and depth of knowledge on this subject was truly commendable, and your presentation provided invaluable insights into the complexities of tax audit under Section 44AB. We are deeply thankful for your time, effort, and willingness to share your expertise with us. Once again, we are thanking you for your invaluable contribution to our Taxathon. We look forward to the possibility of collaborating with you again in the future. With this, I request all the participants to carry this vote of thanks with loud applause.
The search team is here, nobody can move now.
Now moving forward to our sponsors, that is TJSP Sahakari Bank. TJSP has always been the backbone of the Thane branch, has always helped Thane branch for various events and seminars. So now I would request Dr. Rajiv Kumar to come up on the stage, and I would also invite CEO Omkar Gadgil sir for felicitation.
So to arrange any program, it is very much necessary that banks like TJSB are helping us out in terms of sponsorship. I request everyone to please be seated for 5 minutes so that we can hear from the bank what all products they have to offer. Then we'll have the tea break. A small request, please be seated for the next 5 minutes.
Good evening all. इतने लंबे सेशन के बाद प्रोडक्ट के बारे में सुनना थोड़ा डिफिकल्ट होता है, because what has happened that as a human being, our sitting and retention capacity has decreased by 20 minutes in last 30 years. In 90s, our retention capacity was 45 minutes. In 2020, it has come down to 25 minutes. But I will not bore you. I will not take much of your time. Just I will give brief introduction of my bank. And I understand that name itself is from Thane, and origination of the bank is from Thane. So Thane is like, वो मराठी में बोलते हैं ना कि ये मेरा मायका है, तो it is मायका for the bank. So I request all the professionals to help out the bank. We are not one of the best, we are the best cooperative bank in all the financial parameters, the only bank who is having FSWM from Reserve Bank of India. So that kind of compliance, that kind of business, that kind of culture, bank has taken in last 52 years while serving the customers, and we are serving to all the segments of the customers, whether it is microfinance or whether it is top corporate. So we are having all kind of product basket, and even for professionals like chartered accountant, we are having a specific scheme for professionals, loan up to 1 crore without collateral, especially for young chartered accountants, those who have passed and wants to do their own practice, and at very competitive rate. Because normally what happens that on rate front, if we see cooperative banks are not so competitive, but for this special product, we have kept it very competitive for you. Thane Janata Sahakari Bank is pioneer in so many things. I will just quote one or two examples for that. First of all, there should be 2 chartered accountants in the board of a bank, cooperative bank. That regulation brought by Reserve Bank of India in 2007. One of the visionary founder of our bank, Mr. Patwardhan, he was also a chartered accountant. He made that provision in the bylaws of the bank in 1972 itself. Second one is that neither director nor his relatives will be given loan by the bank. That regulation came of late after 2001, but it is written in the bylaws of Thane Janata Sahakari Bank. So that were the kind of visionaries, and still bank is headed by a very competitive board, very competitive chairman, and very competitive top management. Our NPA is 0, gross NPA is less than 4%, and we are having our presence in 5 states. So just this is the brief introduction of our bank, and I will not talk much about product, only I will say that our bank is the only cooperative bank who is having acquired license from UPI. Our bank is the first cooperative bank who put its ATM in 1996 in Thane itself. Our bank is first cooperative bank who got AD1 license to handle forex of their own. So this is the kind of background of the bank. We are having very strong presence in Thane, Maharashtra, Gujarat, Karnataka, Goa, and some part of Madhya Pradesh. So we request all of you to give us an opportunity to serve. We have just opened 5 new branches on automatic route. So there also, because of FSWM, we are the only cooperative bank in large category who has opened the branch only on automatic route. We are taking over 2 of the banks that will be merged in our bank before 31st March 2025. That is Samantbari Cooperative Bank in Goa, and we are also talk of other cooperative banks to get merged and give bank better visibility. We are having very strong presence in Pune. We are having 26 branches there. There also we seek your support, help, and in especially in Thane. Our bank is a household name, and because of support of professionals like you, and the bank is also, even our vice chairman is a chartered accountant now. My chairman were chartered accountant because of health issue. Mr. Patki take off in the mid. So this is the kind of our bank of Thane Janata Sahakari Bank. Reserve Bank of India always gives example. Even many of the cooperative banks chairman or MD CEO comes to us to see that how compliance is being managed in TJSB Bank. We are having our own audit and compliance software. Normally people buy it from outside, but our bank has developed its own, and we have given to 10 more cooperative banks. So that is the kind of expertise and professionalism our bank is having, and we are trying to deliver these services. Whatever Modi ji said, local for vocal. So keeping in mind, being a cooperative bank, we are compete with banks like SDFC Bank. We are able to compete with banks like Standard Chartered Bank, and as a cooperative bank, we are managing more than 500 crore collection of Goa government since last 6 years. So we are also managing the collection of waste that it is in Mumbai itself, that is also more than 100 crore. There also State Bank of India is there, SDFC is there, and we are the only cooperative bank. So that is the kind of professionalism we follow, that is the kind of support we extend to our customer, and that is the competence bank is having in all the fronts. So thank you so much for giving me this opportunity. I request all of you to just check our website, and in technology also we are one of the best. We are the only cooperative bank who is going to be with bank software of TCS. No other cooperative bank is having that kind of software. So we are thinking about future technology savvy bank and customer friendly bank. In IBA's last year's survey, we are the only cooperative bank who were there in top 10. Our position was 6th among entire 288 banks in India. So thank you so much for giving me this time, this opportunity, and we request all of you to let us keep in touch and create an environment where a local bank could remain competitive and able to compete with even MNC bank, foreign bank, private bank, public sector bank, whatever it is. Thank you so much.
Respected members, there is 10 minutes of high tea, and we'll be starting for the session in 10 minutes. Thank you.
The topic that I'm going to cover can be a very vast topic, so I'll try to keep it short. We'll be going on very fast. I've tried to keep this in a questionnaire format, so that these are generally the questions that arises in our minds when we generally go for an investigation is being conducted upon us, or any search proceeding is being conducted upon us. So today we'll just try to have a glimpse of it. The next session is going to be a detailed session where Deepak sir is going to obviously take us through the whole nitty-gritties of it and how the actual mock session goes and how the entire investigation proceedings is being conducted in a real-time basis. So coming on to the stages. So the first question is who can basically conduct the investigation on the it's a document-based investigation that say which are the authorities that can basically conduct the investigation. So the first authorities is the Director General of GST Intelligence, that's a DGGI. The second one again being the anti-evasion, and these two being the central authorities. We also have the state authority, which in the state of Maharashtra they call it as the investigation wing. So mainly 99% of your investigation is mainly conducted by these authorities. And any investigation or any search proceedings or for that matter can be divided into 3 stages. First is the pre-investigation stage, then is the investigation stage when those officers are actually at your door and conducting the whole investigation, and next is the post-investigation stage. And what precautions and care we have to take during these different stages is something that we'll see in the ensuing slides. Now the first question that arises is a reason to believe. Now why do you need a reason to believe? Because section 67(1), it starts with any officer not below the rank of a joint commissioner has a reason to believe that whether you're, then goes the para that if you have not paid the taxes, if you have paid excess ITC or secreted any goods, which has escaped taxation. So reason to believe is the base for any investigation that has to be initiated by the tax authorities. Now this being the base, the irony of it, the term reason to believe has not been defined under the GST laws. So what is the reason to believe? If we have to take reference to, I have to go to the allied laws. And the only nearest reference that I can see to is the Indian Penal Code, which is now again being replaced. So the Indian Penal Code talks about a reason to believe, and if you see, the definition is again funny because it says a reason to believe is a thing if he has a sufficient to cause to believe that thing but not otherwise. So again, क्या reason to believe क्या है? अगर आपको लगा reason to believe है तो वही reason to believe है. But very luckily, the Honorable Supreme Court in the case of Shivnath was kind enough to give a definite definition for the term reason to believe. And what the Honorable Supreme Court had said is that belief must be of an honest and a reasonable person. It must be based on some reasonable grounds, and there should be direct or circumstantial evidence supporting that belief. And it should not be the case that it's on a mere suspicion or a gossip or a rumor. If there is a gossip or a rumor, like for example, someone says that यार उनका आजकल नई गाड़ी में घूम रहा है, शायद से बहुत पैसा कमा रहा है, तो मैं उसके घर पे इन्वेस्टिगेशन को चला जाता हूँ. So that cannot be a reason to believe to be pursued. So it has to have some grounds over there, and reason to believe is a very important. Now the next question, should the reason to believe should be in writing? Answer we all know, should definitely yes. But should it be given to you when you ask for it? Is a question that comes to your mind. Then the answer to this again comes is that a reason to believe should be in writing in the internal files of the investigating authority. But they are not bound to produce or give you that reason to believe. Okay, and reference of 6710, which has again amended the CRPC section. CRPC means जब police search में आता है, so there is a similar provision over there, which states that a reason to believe has to be given on writing an application to the magistrate. Section 6710 replaces that with the commissioner. So mota moti what happens under the GST, if you write to your commissioner that you need to know the reason to believe, then the commissioner is duty bound at a later stage to give you what was the actual cause to believe. And similarly was held by the Gujarat High Court, where the Honorable Gujarat High Court had said that reason to believe should be recorded, but not necessary to be given to you. But if at all the same is being questioned by the taxpayers, then they're duty bound to produce that reason to believe. The next question, I'll just try to skip it, that is what document is to be obtained before initiating of proceedings. That is your INS 01, not signing not below anyone below the joint commissioner. वो form होना चाहिए आपके पास. That form should be shown to the taxpayer before they proceed with the investigation. And it's necessary, the instructions 1 of 2021 has clearly mentioned that the form should be shown to you. You should sign upon that particular form, INS 01. And at the very same time, even the witnesses should sign upon those particular forms. So that is with regards to the INS 01 form. Now the next question is, why a witness? And ladies and gentlemen, this can be very important for us because usually we never care to check who the witnesses are. And in most cases, your witnesses can be very vital, especially if there is any force coercion used upon you during the investigation. तो उसकी गवाही देगा कौन? तो वो दो जन जो witness होते हैं for the whole investigation proceedings are the one who can actually help you in the court of law. But what happens practically is the GST authorities, when they come, they have these drivers or someone, they become the witnesses over there. And what the law and the instructions actually say is that your witness should be a local inhabitant. If not the local inhabitant, then someone from other locality. And if it's a sensitive matter, then someone, a PSU employee or a bank employee should be your witness. We always say to our clients where they suspect an investigation might be initiated to have a very strong witness, because when they try to insert force or any coercion on you, the witnesses can take a strong stand, and that can cause that particular attitude of the tax officers to a large extent. Now, these are some care that we are trying to do the pre-investigation. Now, the officers have entered your office, they've shown you a 01 form, the witnesses and everyone are there. Now, what happens during the course of investigation? Now, the first question, a very common question we all have witnessed, that it's never happening that there is only one authority that's coming and going to do an investigation against you. Deepak sir must have seen in n number of cases that you have a state authority and the center is also coming at the same time. So what do you do at such stage? Section 6 is a relief for us. Ladies and gentlemen, I might be going fast. If you need any clarification, please let me know or we can take it later. Section 6 says that panel proceedings cannot be initiated. So if any times a state authority has come and started an investigation or vice versa, and then later a different authority is coming to you, ensure to write a letter to them stating that an earlier authority has already started an investigation. This is the notice, this is the submissions that have been made. They're taking or carrying out the investigation. You kindly pause your particular investigation at this stage. Now, instructions in 2024 were recently also introduced, which states that only one authority should take up investigation. And in case there are multiple authorities, then you should write a letter. Then the principal commissioner of the central will speak to the other, that is the state authorities, and they might decide upon which authority will proceed ahead. Ideally, they say if one authority is backing off, that authority should give all their findings to the other authority who's continuing with it. And in case, they have also kept a caveat over there that if at all this is not an agreeable solution to either the state or the center, then they have to record that in writing that why both authorities have to carry out the investigation simultaneously. Again, RP Bitcoin was a Calcutta High Court, the first one to pioneer a judgment in this case, and they had very categorically stated where an audit was already going on, फिर उसके बाद anti-evasion भी आ गए, फिर state जो regular थे investigation proceedings जो assessment है वो भी चालू था. They went to the Honorable High Court कि किन को मैं documents दूँ क्या क्या दूँ. So that time the Honorable High Court had very come to a conclusion, let the audit be brought to a logical conclusion. So remember RP Bitcoin, this might help you if there is multiple proceedings. Section 6 and RP Bitcoin might help you that let the investigation be completed and only then we can proceed ahead. Now, in one of our cases, what we had done, where the anti-evasion had already started an investigation, we had written out to the state authorities stating that there is an investigation going on, some payments have been made and it's under process. It's not yet completed. So they had issued a letter on a similar nature stating that investigation chal raha hai, to kuch clarification unhone center se manga. But we have a saved from the whole horror that we had to give the whole set of documents again and do the whole explanation to the tax officers again. So the next question and the important one is, can an advocate or any consultant or a chartered accountant appear during the hearing? Now there is no law per se which speaks about it, but there have been judicial precedents which talks about it. Mainly the first Chief Minister of the state of Orissa, that was Nandini Satpathy, in which the Honorable Supreme Court had laid down this particular case. And they had said that advocate or a consultant can be present at a visible distance, but not at an audible distance. The reason, he can see nothing, force is being exerted upon those person who's been summoned or something or has been interrogated, but he cannot interfere in the whole investigation proceedings. So that was the whole intent behind the Supreme Court judgment by putting across that case law. So you can be at a visible distance, but you cannot be at an audible distance. If the officer is taking an objection to that, he's right in his own way by doing that. Now, but a change to this, another, okay, sorry. One more change to this is what 71A that I will just speak about, that initially what used to happen, अगर summons किसी को issue कर दिया, supposedly the summons has been issued to Omkar, then Omkar is duty bound to go and appear. I cannot go and appear before the authorities stating that I will give a statement on record of Omkar. Now this had led to an litigation and multiple litigation, but especially the Delhi High Court in the case of Gale Gas Limited, if I'm not mistaken, yeah. They had observed that what had happened, they had issued summons to the managing directors and the directors who are not aware about what is happening in GST in the company. So they had stated that you're calling us, it's actually harassment, we are not able to answer your question, we are not able to support your investigation properly. So the Honorable Court had stated, Gail, that you give a list of employees who can actually help them, and they had given the direction to the state or to the officers that you select among these people and you decide who has to be summoned. Similarly, under the Finance Act very recently passed, 71A has been inserted, which stated that an authorized representative can appear for any summons proceedings, but it has to be after the approval of your tax officers. So I cannot just go and say that 71A is there, ye mere behalf pe aa jayega. The tax officer is duty bound to justify it or allow it. The next question, I'll skip it again, videography and recording of the statements. So the instruction says if there is any secreted or there is any sensitive information or any sensitive places where there is a lot of cash, you can request for videography while the search proceedings has been going on or while the investigation has been carried on. In one more case in Bridge Bhushan, it was stated that force and coercion use किया गया था. तो बॉम्बे हाई कोर्ट ने ये कहा था कि आप अगर समन्स रिकॉर्ड कर रहे हो तो तभी भी वीडियोग्राफी आप अलाउ कर दो ताकि वो इंश्योर हो कि there is no force used against that person. The cost of this videography is usually borne by the taxpayers. Now the other question is whether cash can be seized during the summons proceedings. And this is something that is very important because in income tax where we have dealt, majority of us, the answer is yes, cash can be seized by them. But under the GST, section 67 says that what can be seized can be goods, any documents or any other thing. Now litigation हो गया, department ने बोला कि any other thing में cash भी cover हो जाएगा. But luckily the Delhi High Court in KM Food Infrastructure had very clearly stated that cash cannot be seized by the GST authorities. Now GST authorities have become very smart. They don't seize your cash. Okay, they count it, they write it in the Panchnama, and then they call their friends from the income tax authorities. And that is when the other investigation starts upon it. So initially when cash was seized, मेरे को लगता था कभी-कभी वो better रहता है ताकि income tax वाले तो नहीं आ रहे हैं. GST वाले अब तक वो खेल सीख रहे हैं. Deepak sir will answer it rightly, but income tax are experts in the whole investigation proceedings. Sorry, sir. I believe that can be covered under goods and things also definition, so that can be seized by them. Can again there's a can search and interrogation be continued overnight, which might see in a lot of cases. The law is very silent on this very again, that it does not say anything. But Article 21, which protects your right for liberty, is something that says कि भैया ऐसा कुछ मत करना कि वो individual का right of liberty या वो affect हो रहा है. So there have been various case laws, and one of the case laws, Telangana High Court, I love this judgment. उन्होंने बोला था interrogation करना है तो weekdays में आना, weekend में भी तकलीफ मत देना और office hours में आना. So 10:30 to 5:30, very specific direction they had given, and they had said it come between these hours only. But these are not. So these are judgments in persona. They are applicable only for that particular case. So we can take a reference of it, but we cannot take a shield of it every time. So if they are trying to trouble you, they can to some extent, but you can use this to bail yourself out of such situation. You can request them, भैया आज के लिए आप premises lock कर दो, seize कर दो, कल आप continue कर देना ये scenario फिर से. Now, when can an anticipatory bail be applied? Supposedly you are scared. The law says, again, that here we have to refer to the CRPC sections, which is now again with Bharatiya Nagrik Suraksha, BNSS, what we call now. And it says that if at all you fear that you will be arrested, बहुत बार होता है कि आपको लग रहा है कि अभी मेरे को arrest हो जाएगा, दिला देगा सब कुछ. That is the time when you can go and actually file for an anticipatory bail. Now there is one clause over it that the offence should be a non-bailable one. And under GST laws, only tax, wherever the tax demand or the ITC demand is more than 5 crores is a non-bailable offence. So it's only in those cases is actually where you can go and file for an anticipatory bail. Even during your summons proceedings, if you try to go for an anticipatory bail, the Honorable Supreme Court had very clearly stated that during the summons proceedings, your FIR has not yet been filed. So it's a too early stage to go and file for an anticipatory bail. तो अगर आपको summons proceedings के लिए notice आया गया, आपको summons आया गया, you cannot run to the court to get an anticipatory. Go and appear for the summons proceedings. In all probability, you will understand these officers do cooperate at the end of the day if you are genuine. If you're not genuine, then you will have to face the music in which case. Now, this is an important question again, can the officer demand payment of alleged tax during the course of search? Search के वक्त पे क्या officers asked you to make the payment of taxes? What do you feel, ladies and gentlemen? The answer is no for a lot of us, but do they? Is the question. And they do this very frequently. Okay, they ask, and the best part is they ask you to fill DRC 03 जो है voluntary payment का. तो बोलते हैं भैया आपने तो voluntary pay किया, तो फोर्स और कुछ होगा ही नहीं इस पे. So there were instructions after the Gujarat High Court judgment. There were instructions that were issued in 22-23, which stated that unless and until it's an adjudication proceeding, the officer has passed an order, you cannot make a recovery of any taxes. To state, the Bhumi Associates, it was clearly stated that अगर आपको tax collect भी करना है, तो जिस दिन आपका search investigation complete होता है, उसके अगले दिन आप pay करना. उस दिन आप पे करवा के भी मत लेना, भले ही टैक्स पेयर को चाहिए कि नहीं मैं भरूंगा, आप नहीं ले रहे हो मैं तो पे करूंगा. इन दैट केस ऑल्सो उसके हाथ जोड़ लेना, उसको बोलना आज मत पे करना बाबा, कल पे करना जब मेरा इन्वेस्टिगेशन कंप्लीट हो रहा है. But unfortunately this is not the norm that is followed. They will use all tactics to ensure that you are cuffing up the taxes and you are paying up those taxes. What do you do in such cases? If you have a deep pocket and if you think you want to get out of this whole thing, I would rather suggest pay those taxes, but ensure you're paying it under protest. Now there is no legal term to pay tax under protest under the GST. So what you do, this is a typical DRC 03. When the reasons you write that you're making this payment under protest. So this case was one of our cases when our client, they came one day before Diwali and they said we will arrest you if you don't pay the taxes. Unfortunately the client was very scared and he decided to pay the taxes. So they recovered from somewhere around 20 crores from him and they made him pay that overnight. The worst part was after that they arrested him. So it's not that if you're going to pay taxes you're going to get bail out of it. They can anyways turn out on their own words. So luckily we then filed a writ petition. We went to the High Court. It took time. It took 2 years. But the Bombay High Court was kind enough. This just I put the part of that judgment. They were kind enough to grant the refund of that particular amount. And they stated that whatever is happening, that recovery during this is actually not practical and not is actually of coercion and it's actually a force. It cannot be voluntary in nature. So they refunded that amount. So the courts do listen to you. The courts do take into cognizance whatever problems we are facing. It's just that we need to know that there is a door that we can knock which will answer our prayers. खुलने में वक्त जरूर लगेगा, but खुलेगा जरूर. So I'm almost towards the end of it. What can you do? So this is the investigation. आपने tax pay कर दिया, आप आगे चले गए, अब investigation खत्म हो गया, अब क्या? So कुछ documents आपके रहते हैं, they take away a lot of documents and they ask for information. And unfortunately we realize कि आज के दिन पे मेरे पास वो information है ही नहीं. How can I reply to those notices or whatever it is? So ask for copies of those documents. They have to give you those copies. It's been clearly mentioned under section 67(5) also that you have to produce those document copies to the taxpayers whenever he demands. And if at all they feel that if they provide the copy it will be detrimental to the investigation proceedings, then they can deny it, but they have to record the reasons in writing. Now what if the statement is recorded under threat or coercion? Again an important one. Summons proceedings with you send your client, they are going to see, they are going to force upon him, आप ये लिखवा दो, नीचे लिखा भी रहेगा, the statement has been made voluntary, there has been no force and coercion and no religious sentiments have been affected. They will write this sentence, but they will ensure you sign over it. And it has happened multiple times. Don't get into an argument with them. If you think it's going to be painful, it's going to be stressful, don't get into an argument with them. Let the investigation be completed, let them sign the summons, come to people like Deepak sir, next day, ask Deepak sir, sir, मेरे को statement retract करना है. Next day, you go, make an affidavit of it, that whatever statement was made by me was under force and coercion. I do not agree with that statement and I want to retract my statements. Send a registered copy to the commissioner, send a registered copy to the police, not to the police, to the concerned jurisdictional officer. Now what is going to happen is that if at all you can get a stamp of it, nothing like it, but in all probability they are not going to give you a stamp on such documents. So send a registered copy, this can always help you. But remember, look at these two judgments. In Alwar, when the Rajasthan High Court had very particularly stated, if there is any delay in retracting of those statements, then that can be considered as an afterthought, which can affect the validity of those retractions. So अगर आपके इसमें हो रहा है, I would rather suggest within the next 7 days, ensure you are retracting the statements, get it affidavit and get it notarized and then send it across. Giving it to the tax authorities is equally important, because in one of our cases where we were learning, we had done the retraction, but we never gave it to the tax officers and it didn't work for us. So giving it to the tax officers and having an acknowledgement of the same is also very important. Closure report is something that has been very lately been brought out in the instruction 1 of 2024, and where they clearly say that if an investigation has been completed, ensure you are getting a closure report from the tax authorities. State authorities क्या करते थे, proceeding sheet पे close कर देते थे, आप payment कर देते थे, बोलते थे proceeding close हो गया है. Same goes with DGI authorities. They would say कि the proceedings has been completed. अभी कुछ हम issue नहीं करेंगे आपको letter. But आप दूसरे authorities को बोलोगे कैसे कि मेरा proceeding complete हो गया. So write a letter requesting them, giving reference to the instruction and ask them to issue a closure letter. The DGGI in Bombay usually gives you a closure letter in this format, stating that these were the issues, payments were made, and for anything the show cause notice has been issued, then show cause notice has been issued. Then if the state authorities are coming up to you, you can give that particular document to them that there is a closure letter. Trust me, ladies and gentlemen, it can act as an immunity, and they might stop the investigation just based on the closure letter for that particular years. Now the right of cross-examination is something we miss upon, but these advocates use this very strongly. So whatever summons that you have been recording, ladies and gentlemen, is something is considered as a judicial proceedings as per the CRPC law, and as per the Indian Penal Code. That whatever summons में भी आप जाते हो, वो आपको बोलते हैं कि अगर आपने कुछ झूठ बोला तो Indian Penal Code के ये section के तहत आपके ऊपर action लिया जाएगा. So that means these summons proceedings, Indian Penal Code is applicable to these summons proceedings. The Indian Evidence Act is also applicable to all the proceedings that have been happening over there, judicial proceedings. The Indian Evidence Act gives a right to the adverse party to cross-examine the witness. Now by cross-examine, supposedly Omkar has given a statement that I have made him supplies without any underlying goods. मैंने fake invoicing किया है Omkar को. अब उसके statement के ऊपर आके मेरे को arrest किया जा रहा है या मेरे ऊपर show cause notice issue किया जा रहा है. And in a lot of cases, it's only the statement that is the proof that the tax authorities have. What you do in such cases is that you ask for a cross-examination. Trust me, they're not going to give you one. But when you go to a higher forum, maybe at the tribunal or a level above, that is when such cross-examination can be useful to you, and you can have a chance of squashing the entire show cause notice because your right of cross-examination was being denied in spite of you asking for it. So any statement, any show cause notice where it's statement pe wo rely kar raha hai, ask for a right of cross-examination even in your reply to show cause notices. Now, I don't want to delve into this. There's a very contradictory topic. I've just put it for the knowledge of it. Now, what is the evidentiary value of the statement recorded during summons proceedings? Now, under section 136, they have said that any statement that is recorded under section 70 has an evidentiary value upon you. Now, there have been various case laws which is against this again, which says that police, so under the Indian Evidence Act, आपने कोई भी जो अगर police officer के सामने confess कर लिया था, तो वो आपके ऊपर force नहीं कर सकते unless until you have accepted that before a magistrate. Now the question comes: are tax officers police officers? In various cases, customs authorities have stated they are not police officers, so any statements made to them has an evidentiary value and can be used against them. But when coming to that conclusion, the court had held that they are not police officers because they cannot file a charge sheet. Under the GST law, all these GST officers are filing the charge sheet on their own before the Honorable Court. So will the same ground sustain, and can this be questioned is something that we have to try. 2 days before, the Honorable Supreme Court, while giving a judgment to Hemant Soren, Jharkhand Chief Minister aide, had observed that any statement recorded before the enforcement directory cannot have an evidentiary value because of these grounds itself. So can the same be invoked, and the GST is something that we have to test. There is no definite answer to this. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. I have rushed a little into this. Thank you for your patience hearing. If there is any queries, we can take it ahead. And I'm pretty sure Deepak sir will clear all the queries that you have in the upcoming session. Thank you so much.
So much, sir, for your for such a great informative session and spreading light on the problems as well as solutions with regards to GST investigation, search and summons. Now I would like to introduce CA Harnil Kaur for the next session.
Good evening, everyone. Our next session is GST mock search. Understanding the nuances of GST is vital. As our former Finance Minister Arun Jaitley emphasized, GST is not a tax change, it is a business change. Imagine you're all in a treasure hunt, except that we're not finding the treasure of gold, we are finding compliance and clarity in the world of GST. And what better way to uncover these treasures than with our distinguished panel of experts. I'd like to introduce our experts, CA Deepak Thakkar founder of Deepak H. Thakkar and Associates, with over 40 years of experience and a specialist in indirect taxes. He has led the GST PM, contributed to sales tax review, and is a respected member and faculty member. Next, we have Sumit Junjanwala, a chartered accountant offering consultation, audit, and due diligence services since 2013. He is the immediate past chairman of the Indirect Tax Committee of the Chamber of Tax Consultants and actively involved with the WIRC of ICAI's GST and Indirect Tax Committee. Next, we have CA Rahul Daga, a partner at Messrs. VH Daga and Company with 16 years of experience, specializing in direct and international tax, GST and cross-border transactions. He is active in professional education and has served on the Management Accounting and Corporate Laws and Governance Committee of WIRC of ICAI. Next, CA Dheeraj Teraukar, the proprietor of Dheeraj Teraukar and Company, has been practicing in indirect taxes since 2013. He provides advisory, compliance, and litigation support. He has also lectured on GST for various branches of ICAI. Last but not the least, we have CA Bijal Doshi, proprietor of Messrs. BRD and Associates, and a fellow member of ICAI. She has been practicing since 2013, specializing in audit and indirect taxation. She is also an active contributor to professional education. I'd like CA Omkar, sir, he's not there? Okay, fine. I'd like to introduce CA Atharva Apte to come on stage and felicitate our members.
Thank you everybody.
First up, we have CA Deepak Thakkar. Next, we have CA Sumit Junjanwala. Next, I'd like to call upon stage CA Rahul Daga, sir. CA Dheeraj Teraukar, sir. And last, I'd like to call upon CA Bijal Doshi. You may please start the session.
Good evening. I think after lunch, this is not the next session, right? Session no lunch. Oh. I asked a tough question. Well, anyway, but we will provide you dinner, don't worry. Friends, we are so happy to be here with you all at this Thane branch. This session, which we started in October 23, today is our 20th session on the same topic. The people have liked it so much. We had started at Alibag in October 23 at WIRC conference. We have visited to many places, including at Surat, Delhi also. We welcome you all to the distinguished audience. In our search drama, all characters, names and events are fictitious. Any resemblance to a person or situation is purely coincidental. No intention to disrespect any person or the position. The script is for education with some humor. The story is a fictional one. Honest Limited Company is doing the business in Maharashtra state. Now this company is being raided by GST investigation team. The intelligence officers are Dheeraj and Bijal. Senior intelligence officer is Mr. Sumit. And the company which is raided, the tax head is Mr. Rahul, and it is headed by Managing Director Sailendra, which I will be performing. The session is in two parts. The first part is search drama for around 40-45 minutes. And the next 40-45 minutes we will be discussing about the lapses made by the businessman team and the abuse of power or misuse of power by the investigation team. This particular event is produced by Thane branch, misdirected by artists themselves. So friends, दिल और मन थाम के बैठिए, गौर से सुनिए, दिल और मन थाम के बैठिए, बट दिमाग और आंखें खुली रखिए। पेश है मॉक इन्वेस्टिगेशन यानी कि सर्च ड्रामा।
बाकी सब जो जाले सर, ये देखो सर, ये इंफॉर्मेशन तो अपने को परमिशन लेना पड़ेगा ना सर?
ये किसने दिया?
सर मेरे मामा का भांजा है सर।
मामा का भांजा?
हाँ सर। वो इनकम टैक्स है ना मामा?
अच्छा। इसका कितना क्रॉस चेक किया पोर्टल पूरा?
तो थोड़ा मोटी देख लिया, बाहर पोर्टल भी देख लिया, बट अभी थोड़ा निकाला इंफॉर्मेशन, बाकी सब उधर ही खोल लेंगे सर। नहीं है डॉक्यूमेंट वहाँ बना लेंगे सर।
ये तो लेकिन प्रॉपर बनाना चाहिए।
एकदम सर।
थोड़ा तो बैकग्राउंड वर्किंग कर
एकदम सर कर दिया सर, ऑलरेडी कर दिया। देखो ये मैंने सब चेक कर लिया सर।
कर दिया ना?
यस सर।
और जैसे सर विजिट करते हैं पूछते बाद में मेरे सर पे नहीं आना चाहिए कुछ भी।
सर आप नहीं जा रहे परमिशन लेने के लिए?
अगर तो मैं तो जाऊंगा। डबल कर देता आज ये वो सब पूरा रिकवरी। तुम भी संभाल के जाना भाई, रिकवरी टारगेट लेके।
बट देख ले एक बार, बराबर है ना सर?
हाँ बराबर ही है।
ठीक है तो मैं जाता हूँ और परमिशन लेके आता हूँ।
लेके आ जाओ।
जय हिंद सर।
जय हिंद, बोलो
सर। एक टिप आई है सर रेड के लिए।
अच्छा,
तो आपका परमिशन चाहिए सर।
इन्फॉर्मेशन पक्का है?
एकदम पक्का सर।
कुछ उल्टा ना हो जाए।
ऑनेस्ट लिमिटेड करके क्लाइंट है।
अच्छा।
उसका एक एम्प्लॉय छोड़ के गया था, उसने सब इंफॉर्मेशन पास कर दिया है सर। सब उधर आईटीसी बोगस ले रहे हैं, कोई सेल्स ऑपरेशन है, बहुत सारा इशू है सर।
अच्छा, ये तो आपने स्टडी किया है ना?
सर पूरा जीएसटी पोर्टल छान मारा है सर, आजू बाजू का इंफॉर्मेशन भी ले लिया है सर। अभी सिर्फ आपका परमिशन चाहिए सर।
अच्छा, क्या टारगेट है?
टारगेट तो ऐसे तो 20-25 करोड़ का है सर।
बहुत कम है यार, कम से कम 50 तो चाहिए मुझे।
50 सर?
हाँ, मेरा प्रमोशन रुक गया लास्ट टाइम इस वजह से। मुझे प्रमोशन चाहिए ही चाहिए। आगे कम से कम 50 तो 45-50 करो ही।
सर फुल ट्राई करेंगे कि 50 से भी क्रॉस करे सर। आपका परमिशन सिर्फ दे दो सर।
परमिशन देता हूँ, लेकिन देखो कोई कोर्सिव स्टेप मत लेना।
नहीं और स्मूथली करेंगे सर। 80 पैसा निकालेंगे सर।
ठीक है, मैं हूँ तुम्हारे साथ, कोई वांधा नहीं।
थैंक यू सर। और कुछ लगा ना सर किसी को अरेस्ट का तो मैं आपको वहाँ से कांटेक्ट करूँगा।
मैं हूँ तुम्हारे साथ।
ओके, थैंक यू सर। सर कैसे कैसे करके बना लिया सर। देखो मैं ऑलरेडी वो डबल करता है ना, इसलिए मैं पहले ही हाफ टारगेट कर दिया था। 25 बोला मुझे 50 बोला, खत्म।
50 बोला 100 बोलते हो।
होशियार है ना सर, आपका ट्रेंडिंग है सर, और क्या।
डबल ही आता कभी।
चलो ले ले
हो गया। चलो अब साथ में और किसी को दो क्या करेंगे आप थोड़ा टाइम पास करेंगे, किसी और लेकर सकते सब।
ठीक है सर, वो मैडम को बुला लो।
मैडम बोला तुम्हारे बाजू बैठती नहीं, वो फेसबुक वाले हो मैडम।
ओ बिजल मैडम,
वो तो कोने बैठी हुई है।
चलो जाते हैं, अपने को रेड मारने के लिए जाने का है। क्या कर रहे हो
सर? YouTube पे रेड मूवी देख रहे हो? सर रेड मारना है तो देखना तो पड़ेगा।
लाइव देखो, चलो आ जाओ, लाइव देखो देते हो। तुम्हारा किट विट ले लिया धीरज?
पूरा तैयारी है सर।
पूरा किट ले लिया ना, जेट का किट?
तो अपने को विटनेस भी लेना पड़ेगा ना।
ले दो ना, रास्ते में से किसी को ले देते हैं साथ में।
चलने फिरते विटनेस कैसे उठाएंगे सर?
चलते फिरते कहते बैठा है उसको ले लेना ना। देखना लेकिन थोड़ा ढंग का ऐसा रिस्पेक्ट के साथ थोड़ा साफ सुथरा देना। लास्ट टाइम वो क्वेश्चन आ गया था हाईकोर्ट में, मैं उनको
नहीं पूछ लेते सर।
हां
ये दे सूट बूट वाले दिखते हैं। भाई कौन है आप? क्या नाम है आपका? अच्छा, थोड़ा गवर्नमेंट का काम है, सरकारी काम है, थोड़ा सरकार का सेवा करो और एक जगह पे जाने का, रेड मारने के लिए, और फिर आपको सिर्फ उधर खड़ा रहने का और कुछ नहीं, बैठने का शांति से। आधे घंटे का काम है, आधे घंटे में आपको फ्री करा देंगे। 4 घंटे बाद ट्रेन है गाँव का। अभी गणपति से दूर है भाई, अभी क्यों जा रहे हो? गोवा जाना है। गोवा जाना है।
टिकट डाला रे धीरज, काय
अच्छा तो आधा घंटे का काम है, हम लोग का तो ज्यादा टाइम नहीं जाएगा। पक्का?
वीटी से गाड़ी पकड़ने का आपको छोड़ा दो मैं, चलो
पक्का?
हां
तो ही मैं आता हूँ।
हां
आधार कार्ड है ना आपके पास?
सब कुछ है
ना, बस अरे ट्रेन में लगता है ना।
चलो ठीक है,
तुमको समझा नहीं पता दो
आधे घंटे में। देखो आपको क्या करना है, उधर हम लोग इन्वेस्टिगेशन करेंगे, क्वेश्चन करेंगे, आपको सिर्फ बात नहीं पता।
अरे इधर
आपको सिर्फ बैठना है और कुछ नहीं करना।
बैठने का 10 मिनट का काम है, 1 घंटे फ्री कर देंगे। ऐसा करना है विजय मैडम,
हमारे साथ चलो।
मोदी जी ने बोला डिजिटल है।
हां ये तो आप ही हो डिजिटल इंडिया पे एकदम पूरा। जितना आईडी लिया
सब एकदम लगातार है।
न्यूज़ कौन है आप? हाँ से हम जीएसटी से लिखा है, ये देखिए एक बार का दिखाते हैं।
देखो हमारा आईडी कार्ड, चलो
आप हिंदी का बैठते हैं, कौन सी कर रहे हैं इनका? बीच मैडम ये ऑब्स्ट्रक्ट करे, इनको ऑब्स्ट्रक्टिव गवर्नमेंट सर्वेंट को अरेस्ट करो इनको आज के। विटनेस ट्विटर के बाजू में ध्यान रखेंगे इसके ऊपर, लगा है इसके ऊपर। चलो नहीं
ड्राईफ्रूट लगा दे तो खा लो।
कौन आ गया?
पूजा कर रहे हो? हो गया आपका पूजा बंद करो, आपका दुआ करेंगे हम लोग।
अरे पूजा कंप्लीट कर ले।
हो गया बहुत पूजा हो गया।
अंदर कौन आ गया? डिपार्टमेंट से आए सर।
अरे जीएसटी से
कौन सा डिपार्टमेंट है सर?
ये देखो सर्च वारंट देखो।
आप कौन है?
सर अभी 2 महीने पहले स्टेट
आप कौन है?
सर मैं यहाँ का टैक्स हेड हूँ।
टैक्स हेड है? हम भी कौन है? आप है ना? ये दीजिए आपके नाम पे।
अरे सर अभी 2 महीने पहले स्टेट वाले आके गए, आप फिर से कैसे आ सकते हो? अरे सर वो कुछ देते थोड़ी है कॉपी।
हमारे से पहले कौन आ गया सर?
फटाफट काम करते कौन है?
हाँ 2 महीने पहले सर स्टेट वाले
बताओ तो सर्च वाले
सर वो कुछ देते थोड़ी कॉपी, सर आप भी नहीं देते।
पंचनामा दिया?
सर कुछ नहीं देते सर।
नहीं दिया? नोटिस डिमांड नोटिस आया?
सर डिमांड था ही नहीं।
अरे कोई नहीं आ रहा है काय?
अरे सर अभी 2 महीने पहले
तुम साइन करो फटाफट इस पे।
कितने लोग अंदर आ गए?
अभी और आएंगे, फटाफट साइन करो। आपका कंपनी नाम है ना ऑलस लिमिटेड?
हाँ सर।
नाम आपका ये नहीं है? साइन करो फटाफट। आप साइन करो कि ये करेंगे बताओ।
ये करेंगे।
ये करेंगे नहीं, इनको पढ़ने दो।
मोबाइल ला दे।
मोबाइल सीज करो दोनों। दोनों मोबाइल सीज करो, लैपटॉप सीज करो इसका।
यस सर।
साइन करो फटाफट।
समझ से सर साइन कर।
सर्च वारंट क्या टैक्स हेड लेके आया है तुम? तुमको अच्छा टैक्स हेड में देता हूं। टेंशन में आ गया
2 महीने पहले सर आके स्टेट वाले। सर इसका कॉपी दे दो हमको सर।
कॉपी चाहे कॉपी सब बात मिलेगा
ऑफिस कोई दूसरा आ जाएगा सर।
हां आपको पंचनामा मिलेगा ना सर्च के बाद हम लेके जाएंगे, हम लोग इसका काम देते हैं। सेंटर सबको सब पूरा मिलेगा। इनका लैपटॉप सीज करो।
कर लिया सर, कर लिया। मोबाइल ला भाई, मोबाइल।
इनका पासवर्ड निकालो, दे दे सर। पासवर्ड लो लैपटॉप का।
पासवर्ड क्यों मांग रहे हैं?
सर हम लैपटॉप में क्या करेंगे तुम्हें?
हमको सब पावर है तुरंत देने का। ज्यादा बोलो तो अंदर बोलो जल्दी। जीएसटी का पोर्टल का पासवर्ड क्या है?
अरे पोर्टल का पासवर्ड क्यों चाहिए सर? तो आपके पास है ना हमारे सब डिटेल्स।
पोर्टल का पासवर्ड दो फटाफट।
धीरज ये टैक्स हेड का आधार कार्ड लो। उसके घर पे जाना है बोलो
fraud@123 सर याद रहता है अरे याद रहने के लिए
याद काम करता ना वही काम
अरे सर वो हर 3 महीने में चेंज करने बोल देता है इसलिए
ईमेल का पासवर्ड बता
fake invoice@123 कुछ नहीं सर याद रहता है सर याद रहता है सर
इसका आगे छोटा बताओ पहला
अरे सर पासवर्ड है सर
पासवर्ड है वो आपका लैपटॉप को पासवर्ड डालो
सर पासवर्ड डाल दीजिए
क्या देखना आपको आई कार्ड देखने का मेरा दिखाओ पावर अभी उसका आई कार्ड देखते नहीं हो क्या ऐसे रहता है कि एम्प्लॉइज को फटाफट डालो पासवर्ड इधर टाइम पास मत करो
विजय मॉडल में सर्च करो उधर देखो क्या है ड्रॉअर में देखो
सब फाड़ो अलमारी तोड़ो इनका निकालो सब डॉक्यूमेंट निकालो कैश निकालो सब
क्या हो रहा है
अभी कुछ हुआ नहीं बहुत कुछ होगा पहले निकालो इधर
ये आईने मिला देखो ये मेरा
अरे रात को 11 बजे अरे रात को 11 बजे खाना भी रुकती है वो ट्रेन खाना स्टेशन में खड़ा है तुम चलो इनके लिए विदो गाड़ी बुक करो पैसे इनसे देना
सर ये देखो डायरी मिली है सर डायरी
ये किसका लाल
ये देखो ड्रॉअर में अंदर था
सर ये हमारा नहीं है सर 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 एक मिनट दिखाओ सर ये हमारा डायरी नहीं है सर
कैश भी मिला है सर 20 लाख कैश नकद
अरे तो वो तो बैंक से कल निकाला है सर रिकॉर्ड है बैंक स्टेटमेंट आप चेक कर सकते हो हां कैश कल निकाला है सर
पैसा
अरे सर बैंक से निकाला
मतलब ये हिसाब मिला डायरी मिला ये आपका नहीं
अरे
वो कैश नहीं आपका है
ये डायरी ऐसा रखते हैं क्या हम लोग किसका डायरी है सर ये हमारी राइटिंग भी नहीं है सर ये हमारा डायरी नहीं है सर
इसको पंचनामा में डालो
अरे सर वो हमारा है ही नहीं सर
हां काउंटिंग का पंचनामा में डालो इसको भी प्लीज करो इसको
सर जून के बाद कोई अकाउंटिंग ही नहीं सर लास्ट एंट्री जून का है
2 महीने से एंट्री नहीं वाला
अरे सर अकाउंटेंट दो गाँव गया अभी आएगा सर वो कर देगा महीने में एक ही बार आता है सर वो करके जाता है
वो छुट्टी में गाँव जाता है छुट्टी में इधर आता है
गया है सर अभी गणपति है सब गाँव है
गणपति पिछला गणपति छुट्टी में तो खत्म नहीं हो गया उसका
अकाउंटेंट है सर क्या करें
आपका ईमेल खोलो ईमेल का पासवर्ड दो बिजनेस वाला नहीं पर्सनल अकाउंट ओपन हो
सर उसमें कोई बिजनेस ट्रांजैक्शन नहीं होते सर
आपका चैटिंग होता है किनके साथ में नहीं ना
अरे नहीं सर
इससे पूछो मैं
अरे सॉरी
इसका आधार लिया क्या
सर आप सर दे दो सर उसमें कुछ
इसके घर पे सर्च मार दो
अरे सर सॉरी सर
स्टैंडर्ड रेडी है स्टैंडर्ड से आपका नाम डालने के बाकी आवाज करेंगे तो
आपका खाली चेक करने का मेरे को अभी इसमें कुछ भी ट्रांजैक्शन आपका हुआ है पर्सनल ईमेल पे नहीं हुआ तो आप कुछ नहीं करेंगे हाँ तो कोई बात नहीं हम लोग वेरिफिकेशन करके देंगे ना थोड़ा
हमारा इधर कुछ सीक्रेट नहीं है सब ओपन है
आप पासवर्ड भी लगाया फिर
हम ऑनेस्ट लिमिटेड है
अरे पासवर्ड उसके बिना खुलता ही नहीं सर ईमेल बिना
क्या
पासवर्ड
ये बोले आपको कुछ सीक्रेट नहीं है
दे दिया सर पासवर्ड दे दिया
ये कौन है मीना
अरे सर उससे आपको क्या करना है
ऊपर ये क्या हो
अरे पर सर आप पर्सनल
तुमको भी रुचि लगी कंपनी अकाउंट देखते हो तो पर्सनल अकाउंट देखते हो
अरे सर मैं कंपनी का अकाउंट देखता हूँ सर आप
अरे आपको बिजनेस बोला
ये नीचे कौन है शीना अरे पूछ लो बिजनेस ट्रांजैक्शन क्या हो पूछना तो पड़ेगा
सर बिजनेस ट्रांजैक्शन नहीं है सर वो पर्सनल ट्रांजैक्शन
इसको सब क्वेश्चन पूछो सब मालूम है इसको कौन सा बिजनेस कौन सा पर्सनल
अरे सैलरी जस्टिफाई करना पड़ता है
आगे आने वाला का बोनस
सैलरी कैश आपका ही है क्या सैलरी
अरे नहीं वो बैंक से निकाला है मैम
कितना
प्रूफ है हमारे पास
एंटर है क्या बुक्स में
अपडेट ही नहीं किया 2 महीने से
नहीं तो वो देना भी है खत्म हो गया बात
अरे बैंक
Entry
से
खत्म
निकाला
हो
है
गया।
सर बैंक स्टेटमेंट में है
सुनो एक काम को विजय मैडम आप स्टेप करते रहो जैसे घुमाते रहेंगे घर पे जाकर सर्च मारते जाता हम लोग को
अरे घर पे क्यों जाना है सर सब बिजनेस डॉक्यूमेंट्स यहाँ पे हमारा
सर
रजिस्टर्ड
ब्लैंक स्टैम्प पेपर
अरे वाह
2020
हाँ ये आया ब्लैंक स्टैम्प पेपर
अरे
क्या भाई
ये तो अपन बिजनेस के लिए बोला था बट
दुबई मीटिंग की थी सर मीटिंग हुआ है
दुबई?
सर ये तो ऐसे ही स्टैम्प पेपर में कहते हैं
अच्छा।
दुबई वाले से मीटिंग होने
अच्छा
वाली है।
क्या कहने वाले थे उसमें
सर मीटिंग हुआ ही नहीं
हुआ
अरे ना दुबई पहुंच गया सुनो कल सुबह बोलने से एक बार ट्रेन निकलता है नया नया चालू किया गवर्नमेंट ने कल ही चालू हुआ है हाँ
नया शादी हुआ है भाई सर हुआ जाना है प्लीज
किसकी
सर ये कौन सी बिजनेस को उठा के लेके आए अरे सर ये वही है ना जो हमारे इधर शाम को नाश्ता लेके आता है अरे ये किसको उठा के लेके आया कोई भी बिजनेस लेके आते हैं क्या
कोई भी विटनेस उसका साल का 1 करोड़ का टर्नओवर है
अरे
वो दिखता है ऐसा
आपको धंधा हम देने वाले ये नहीं आप देखो ये क्या कर रहे हैं आप आना नहीं
आप
चाहिए था
धंधा देने वाले हम धंधा करने देने वाले उसको किसका सुनेगा वो
किसी को भी विटनेस नहीं लगे आज।
नहीं दुबई के बारे में बताओ, दुबई में क्या हुआ?
अरे सर वो ये मीटिंग ट्रांजैक्शन ही नहीं हुआ सर।
कैंसिल हो गया क्या एग्रीमेंट?
अरे ट्रांजैक्शन ही नहीं हुआ।
तो वही पूछा कैंसिल हो गया क्या?
अरे हुआ ही नहीं सर कुछ भी।
तो कैंसिलेशन डीडी तो बताओ।
अरे डीडी नहीं बनी तो कैंसिलेशन कहाँ से होगा सर? ट्रांजैक्शन
ये हवाला घुमाया पैसा।
अरे कोई हवाला नहीं हुआ सर वो। सर ये 2020 का है सर, वो कोविड के टाइम का है, वो अभी कैसे समझाए, वो लिख के रखा था सर।
ठीक है रखा था ना, अभी बहुत लेके और क्या क्या
सर ये देखो अकाउंट में देखा ना तो थोड़ा अंडर वैल्यूएशन का भी लग रहा है, इनका कोई सिस्टर कंसर्न भी है जोलजाल।
सर आईपीसी का भी श्योर रिटर्न्स जीएसटी रिटर्न्स फाइल नहीं किए हैं।
ये अभी टाइम शॉर्ट है, तो एक काम करो आप बुक चेक कर करो, हम घर पे जाके आते हैं।
ठीक है सर, चेक करके
विजय आप ही राहुल के घर पे जाओ, टैक्स के घर पे।
ठीक है चलिए।
अरे सर मेरे
आप लेके जाते हो
घर पे जा सकते हैं।
अरे नहीं हमारे तो बिजनेस डॉक्यूमेंट्स यहाँ पे रजिस्टर्ड है।
आपकी मैं डायरेक्टर है कंपनी में, उसको बुला के एविडेंस दिखाओ भी पर्सनल ईमेल का।
नहीं सर आप क्या करते
समझ दे के बुलाओ, एविडेंस दिखाओ।
सर आप दिखा क्या होगा?
आपका पर्सनल दिखाओ, पर्सनल ईमेल दिखाओ घर पे। चलो हाँ आज वो सुनता ही नहीं है इधर।
हाँ सर
चलो शैलेंद्र जी
चलिए आप बैठ के और आप डॉक्यूमेंट्स दिखाइए मुझे।
चलो घर पे लेके चलो भाई।
गाड़ी आपकी निकल रही है, गाड़ी मेरी निकल रही है आपकी।
गाड़ी ड्राइवर है हाँ और ही कोई
अरे
करते नहीं क्या?
सर जल्दी आना।
हाँ
अभी आए
अरे अभी 5 मिनट हो जाएगा। इनका सब पूरा बेडरूम अलमारी सब निकालो, किचन में चेक करो पूरा पढ़ो, बैग निकालो सब कितना क्या क्या है। वो बैग की छोड़ दे भाई, देखना भाई बैग के अंदर क्या है।
इसके अंदर कपड़ा है, हल्का है।
हाँ हल्का है क्या? देख गोल्ड ढूंढ, बिस्किट ढूंढो, कैश ढूंढो।
इधर आप साइड हो जाओ सर, हमको हमारा काम।
क्या हो गया?
मैं देखता हूँ।
कुछ खाएंगे पीएंगे?
हाँ
खाएंगे
आप बोलना क्या चाहते हैं?
अरे मैं नाश्ते की बात कर रहा हूँ, चाय की बात।
नहीं कुछ नहीं चाहिए। धीरज तुमको भूख लगा है क्या? नहीं वो भी नहीं खाएगा। फटाफट चलो।
ये देखो सर,
मैं बोला कुछ नहीं है इसमें।
क्या कुछ नहीं है?
क्या है?
ऑलमोस्ट 50 लाख कैश है।
क्या है?
वो अगर घर का खर्च के लिए लगता है ना।
तुम घर चलाता है थाना चलाता है? घर खर्च के लिए 50 लाख अंबानी को नहीं लगता इतना घर खर्च के लिए?
कोविड के बाद में रखना शुरू किया है फिर से।
हाँ
कोविड के बाद रख रहा हूँ।
और ढूंढो क्या क्या मिलता है इनका, निकालो।
कुछ नहीं भाई, मैं बोला ना।
सर ये कुछ काम का चीज मिला है।
ज्वेलरी बैग देता है ना डिजाइन से देख के।
हाँ ऐसे ही। ओह
अरे ये
कितना किलो अंदाज लगा तुम?
अरे ये वाइफ का ज्वेलरी है।
कम से कम सर 5 किलो है।
5 किलो?
इतना हेवी लग रहा है ना सर?
5 किलो क्या है?
वाइफ का ज्वेलरी है सर, ये सब शादी के टाइम और सब।
स्त्री धन होता है भाई, 500 ग्राम होता है। तुम कितनी स्त्री का धन लेके बैठे हो? एक स्त्री का कितना धन
कमाती है ना, उसकी भी कंपनी है।
तुम्हारे चाचा को भेजो वो इन्वेस्टिगेशन इनकम आईटी में।
चाचा को
अरे ये उसकी भी कंपनी है, वो कमाती है सब।
इसका जीएसटी बिल किधर है?
अरे वो देगी ना, मेरे को क्या मालूम।
हाँ वाइफ देगी। देखो वाइफ के सर पे डाल के छोड़ दिया।
सर नोट डाउन तो कर लिया।
नहीं इन्वेंटरी करो पूरा। 50 ये कैश मिला इधर, 5 किलो सोना।
परफेक्ट।
बिस्किट भी है इसके अंदर?
नहीं सब ज्वेलरी लग रहा है।
ज्वेलरी है ना? पक्का चेक किया ना?
ये सब क्या है सर?
सर ऑफिस में जाके बैठ के बात करते हैं।
बात करने का शांति से बैठ के भर दो टैक्स। चलो
निकलेगा तो भरेंगे।
धीरज
सर इनके कंपनी का नाम ऑनेस्ट लिमिटेड है तो क्या?
नहीं ऑनेस्टली भरेंगे, अभी बोलते हैं बात करेंगे भर के देंगे। ज्वेलरी का इन्वेंटरी किया ना, ज्वेलरी छोड़ दो।
बना लिया।
ज्वेलरी छोड़ दो। उस वक्त सप्लाई वर्क को बाद में हाईकोर्ट में केस फाइल कर देते हैं यार।
कैश का क्या करेंगे?
हाँ?
कैश का?
वो ऑफिस में लेके चलो, बाद में देखेंगे। हाँ उनको देने दो।
हाँ चलो आप लेके चलो। साहब बोले वैसे करने का, ज्यादा आवाज नहीं करने का सर। चलो
भरोगे?
चलो चलो।
चलो आप एक कस्टडी को कैश को हम आदमी लगाएंगे, बाद में बोलो हमने लिया आपसे। वो क्या खुशी पूछ रहा होता भाई तुम्हारा?
नहीं सर डॉक्यूमेंट सारे निकाले उनसे। सर इश्यूज तो बहुत है इसमें।
कैश रख भाई।
विजय मैडम इधर ऑफिस में कितना मिला था कैश?
सर 20 लाख।
20 50 घर पे 70 हो गया।
सर ये डायरी का क्या करना है?
हाँ
इसका
वो पंचनामा में दे दो अपना, ऐड करेंगे।
अरे हमारा है
हाँ ऑफिस आपका, उसमें भी डायरी आपका नहीं लेकिन कैश आपका।
अरे कैश तो सर बैंक से निकाला है ना, एविडेंस
हाँ?
है सर।
वो भी एविडेंस ही है, इंडियन एविडेंस है
सर, वो हमारा है ही नहीं।
हाँ
वो हमारा
आपका ही है, पंचनामा रिकॉर्ड होगा ये आपका है वो।
हमारा हैंडराइटिंग नहीं है
तो उससे क्या होता है आपका हैंडराइटिंग नहीं है तो? हैंडराइटिंग आदमी खुद का थोड़ी ना देता है। चलो इनका इशू क्या निकाला भाई आपने?
सर अंडर एविएशन है,
हाँ
कोई छोलजाड़ लिमिटेड करके है।
हाँ छोलजाड़ मारा होगा पूरा और
हाँ ये ऑन है छोलजाड़।
हाँ
अरे
सर कुछ फेक आईडीसी लग रहा है, ये कोई बोनस लिमिटेड सर अपना ही पुराना ऑपरेटर लग रहा है। सर इशू तो है, मैं आपको इनवॉइस करके देती हूँ।
दीदा एक काम करो, इनके साथ समझ बनाओ, जुडिशियल प्रोसीडिंग देते हैं इनको, ये ऐसा जवाब देंगे नहीं, समझ इशू को।
अरे सर हमारा कोई प्रॉब्लम नहीं है सर, हम सब कुछ जो
कितना
करते हैं
करते
ना, हम एक्सपर्ट का गाइडेंस लेके करते हैं।
कौन है आपके एक्सपर्ट?
स्वप्निल जी है, उनका मेल आया हुआ है, उनके हिसाब से ही सब काम किया
उन्होंने क्या बोला, टैक्स इवेट करो ऐसा?
टैक्स इवेट नहीं करना है सर, हमने सब उनके हिसाब से ही किया हुआ है सब।
क्या किया हुआ है? हमने क्वेश्चन पूछा नहीं, पहले सब उन्होंने कर दिया।
सर मैं बता रहा हूँ सर,
मतलब है इनका
सर
ये पूरा।
मैं वो फोन कर सकता हूँ एक सर, बुला सकता हूँ यहाँ पे।
कोई कुछ नहीं होगा फोन वोन।
सर एक उनको बुला लेता हूँ सर, फोन कर लेता हूँ।
फोन किसका बजा? आपका? हाँ?
अरे अभी सर ये कोई आईडी कार्ड मिला है?
हाँ दो स्पीकर पे
स्पीकर पे रखना।
हेलो कौन?
हेलो शैलेंद्र जी।
हाँ बोलो, कौन बोल रहे हैं?
आपका 10 किलो का पार्सल लेके आया।
अरे
हाँ लेके आ
सर 10 किलो बचे।
फोन कर दो।
सर वो फोन चलाना नहीं आता, डिलीट हो गया
नंबर
सर, डिलीट हो गया, उनको फोन चलाना नहीं आता सर।
चलाना नहीं आता इतना फटाफट डिलीट करेगा क्या तुमको? बिगर नोट कर डिस्ट्रक्शन एविडेंस
अरे
का
सर
लगाओ।
रॉन्ग नंबर है सर, वो हमारा लेना देना नहीं है सर।
आप रॉन्ग नंबर को ब्लॉक करते तो डिलीट कर देगा।
ये कार भी आपका नहीं है, छोलजाड़ में सीईओ का पोजीशन है इनका।
अरे सर वो गलती से छपा था सर।
आप ये
अरे वाइफ का छापना था, वो प्रिंटर ने इनका छाप दिया।
इनका समझ बना दिया?
ये सर रेडी है।
ये आपके नाम का समझ है, इसका स्टेटमेंट रिकॉर्ड होगा अभी। मालूम है ना समझ क्या है?
सर आपको जो आता है वही बताना है, आपको सिर्फ फैक्ट बताना है, लीगल कोई पॉइंट बताना है, और आपको कुछ आता नहीं है, ठीक है? आपको जो आता है उतना ही बताना और आपको कुछ पता नहीं है।
71 में टैक्सेट होगा, एक इसके नाम का समझ बनाओ।
सर रेडी है, आधार कार्ड दो प्रिंट कर।
आपको जितना आता है उतना बताओ, जो नहीं आता वो आपको बताएंगे, ठीक है ना?
सर स्टेटमेंट अकॉर्डिंग
आप स्टेटमेंट लिख के दोगे, कंप्यूटर टाइप करवा दें आपका?
थोड़ा धीरे से बात करो,
ये धीरे बात करता हूँ मैं।
आपके सर का आवाज सुना नहीं है?
अभी तो गुस्सा किया मैंने,
ये लोग
वो विंटेज गुस्सा किया मैंने इसके ऊपर अभी तक। इतना आराम से बात कर रहा तुम ऐसा बात करते हैं?
हाँ बराबर है, ये बदाम खा दो।
सर
इनोवा एसी वाला।
सर शाम की 6 बज रही है, मैं सनसेट के पहले खाना खाता हूँ, खाना मंगा लो।
सनसेट वाले खाना खाता है? सनसेट तो हो गया अभी, चलो।
अरे सर खाना मंगा लो।
वो वाली पानी पियो, हो गया, चलो अभी स्टेटमेंट रिकॉर्ड करो।
सर मैं टाइप करूँ, मेरा स्पीड अच्छा है।
टाइपिंग स्पीड अच्छा है?
हाँ।
नीरज,
हाँ सर।
तुम्हारे बच्चे का ऐसे टाइप कर।
अरे सर मैं बोल रहा था फास्ट हो जाएगा, इसलिए सर समझाओ।
बैठो चुपचाप वहाँ पर आराम से। टाइपिंग स्पीड अच्छा है। तुम्हारे नाम पे समझ इश्यू का था, तुम उसको टाइप करो, बोलो। टाइपिंग करो, साथ साथ पढ़ते जाएंगे इधर।
नहीं ये करेंगे सर, खुद टाइपिंग।
हाँ? मैं इनको क्वेश्चन पूछूं, तुम क्यों जवाब देते हो भाई?
सर आप टाइप करो।
कितना साथी देते हो तुमको?
सर अभी मिला नहीं है तो मैंने।
हाँ? इसके इतना
सर मैं टाइप करता हूँ, बोलो सर।
चलो
2-3 शब्द मैं ऐड करके डालूंगा।
आज थोड़ा स्टार्टिंग में इनको थोड़ा देता हूँ, तुम करना पूरा।
सर हमारे कंसल्टेंट को बुला लो।
हाँ? बोलो बोलो, कौन लगा?
अंदर आने देंगे।
हाँ? नहीं बैठेंगे ना उधर।
बाहर।
तो इधर प्रोसीडिंग के पीछे इंटरफेयर करने किसी का राइट नहीं है इधर हमारा। आप इधर इधर ध्यान, अपना नाम बोलो, पिताजी का नाम बोलो, उम्र बोलो, सब डालो।
हाँ सर।
घर का एड्रेस डालो।
सर आ रहे हो 30,000 पर आप। ना सर, वैसे भी बाहर बैठने का मैटर कर लेंगे।
एडवाइस तो सबने निकल लिया था, फिर इतना फीस
पर बाहर बैठने का फीस है। सर जरूरत पड़ी तो आपको
ये तो उसको पिछले वाला
सर अभी पेमेंट हुआ ना,
अभी पिछले महीने किया।
सर आईटीसी रिवर्स करना पड़ेगा।
2 साल पहले अभी पिछले महीने किया, इसके लिए 30,000 मांगता तुमको अभी।
अरे सर ये मांगते नहीं है सर, वो अच्छे
मांगते सब लोग, तुम लोग देते नहीं हो। सुनो, इनका वो वॉलेट इसका रिवर्स नहीं हुआ।
हाँ सर वो
सर,
करना चालू कर दिया सर।
पोर्टल पासवर्ड लिया ना?
पॉलिसी एक भी बाकी रखने का सर।
अच्छा ऐसा है क्या? अभी तुमको बाकी रह जाएंगे तुम किसी को। चलो अभी आपका नाम बताया, एड्रेस डालो घर का। हाँ, घर का एड्रेस डालो, एड्रेस डालो पड़ा।
घर का एड्रेस तो जाके है ना अभी।
हाँ तो एड्रेस डालो तो सही सर।
भर दो सर।
और गाँव का एड्रेस डालो, यहाँ से भाग के किधर जाओगे? हाँ?
इधर ही हो गया अभी, ज़्यादा नहीं जाओ।
नहीं जाते, यहीं पे मिलेंगे, भागेंगे नहीं कहीं पे। तो आधार नंबर डालो।
इनपे डालो सर, पता नहीं सर।
आधार नंबर तो अभी सुप्रीम कोर्ट का नाम होगा।
हाँ? किसके नाम बोला? केवाईसी के नाम बोला। केवाईसी में आपको पहले दे इसमें जीएसटी में। यहाँ पर डालो स्टेटमेंट रिकॉर्डिंग है। मोबाइल नंबर डालो, जिस पे फोन उठाओगे वही नंबर डालना।
एक ही फोन है मेरे पास।
बस वो फोन उठाना, जिधर भी जाओगे, सोने जाओगे, सुबह उठ के जाओगे, कहीं पे भी लेके जाना फोन। मेरा मिस कॉल किया तो समझ लेना। चलो, एजुकेशन क्वालिफिकेशन क्या आपका? कहाँ से किया?
उस्मानिया
ये उस्मानिया कौन सा?
व्हाट्सएप वाला यूनिवर्सिटी कोविड में लिया।
आपका कंपनी डेजिग्नेशन डालो क्या है?
मैनेजिंग डायरेक्टर।
मैनेजिंग डायरेक्टर। तो सब कंपनी का मिस मैनेजमेंट आप ही देखते हैं।
मैं टेक्निकल पार्ट थोड़ा एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन देखता हूँ, बाकी सब ये देखता
फाइनेंस अकाउंट वो देखता है।
हूँ। सब वही है।
फाइनेंस अकाउंट से जो भी मिला इसका जिम्मेदारी।
हाँ।
बाकी टेक्निकल एडमिन आपका। ठीक है चलो। अभी आपका स्टेटमेंट रिकॉर्ड है सेक्शन 70 में केस स्टेटमेंट। ठीक है, आपको इसमें पूरा मिसगाइड की आपको प्रॉपर बताता हूँ सेक्शन 70 क्या है। अंडर सेक्शन 70 आपकी रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी है ट्रू एंड करेक्ट स्टेटमेंट देना। ये पूरी इंक्वायरी एक जुडिशियल प्रोसीडिंग है, समझ में आ गया? जुडिशियल प्रोसीडिंग आईपीसी सेक्शन 193 सेक्शन 228।
सर बीएनएस आता।
हाँ
बीएनएस।
अरे सेक्शन 70 जीएसटी चेंज नहीं करना भूल गया ना मैडम अभी।
फिर हमको
वो
IPC नहीं लगेगा।
हाँ नहीं वो सेविंग क्लॉज रखा हमने आईपीएल में।
कुछ नहीं सर, आपको
बीएनएस
लिखना
नहीं
आता
पढ़ने का,
है।
आईपीसी पढ़ने का।
जीएसटी अभी 193 आईपीसी 228 आईपीसी के अंदर जुडिशियल प्रोसीडिंग है। यहाँ पर आपने कोई भी फॉल्स फैब्रिकेटेड मिसलीडिंग स्टेटमेंट दिया या कोई भी इस टाइप का एविडेंस दिया, फॉल्स फैब्रिकेटेड मिसलीडिंग एविडेंस दे दिया है, यहाँ पर आपको डायरेक्टली वो डाल देना अंदर। ठीक है, 7 साल अंदर जाओगे। टैक्स इवेशन होना हो, कोई भी गलत कदम तुम अंदर।
सर मुझे बाहर जाना है।
हाँ अभी तुमको अंदर डालेंगे, बैठो चुपचाप वहाँ पर। हाँ
बात करके आए थे।
अंदर डालेंगे अभी, बैठो अभी प्रोसीडिंग के बीच में मत करो।
भाई अभी 10 मिनट और खत्म होने के
कितना बजा अभी? अरे अभी है 2 घंटा है, टेंशन मत लो। इसके लिए लाल बत्ती मंगवाओ, ट्रैफिक मिलना नहीं इसको बीच में।
एम्बुलेंस ही उठाते सर।
अभी सेक्शन 228 आईपीसी में यहाँ पर आपने पूरी प्रोसीडिंग में पहले इंटरप्ट किया है, आपके लिए खास टैक्स है। यहाँ पर बैठे चुपचाप बैठना, बीच में इंटरप्शन किया 228 आईपीसी में अंदर डाल दूंगा। ठीक है, यहाँ पर बीच में आप उठ के नहीं गए, दैट विल डीम टू बी इंसल्ट ऑफ द प्रोसीडिंग ऑफिसर। नहीं हमारे परमिशन बिना उठ के जा नहीं सकते आप, बिना पूछे हमारे जा नहीं सकते आप। ठीक है, ये आपका जो भी कोई स्टेटमेंट रिकॉर्ड हो रहा है और इनके 2-3 रुमाल मंगाओ, पसंद बहुत आएगा इनको भी। आपका जो स्टेटमेंट रिकॉर्ड हो रहा है दिस विल बी यूज्ड एज एविडेंस अगेंस्ट यू इन अगेन फर्दर लीगल प्रोसीडिंग। और ये जानते हुए आप अपना ट्रू करेक्ट और वॉलंटरी स्टेटमेंट दे रहे हैं। ठीक है, समझ में आ गया? ये पूरा स्टेटमेंट आपका जो हो रहा है वॉलंटरी है, हमारा कोई दबाव नहीं है, कोई आपको प्रेशर नहीं किया है।
इतना जोर से तो बात,
इतना आराम से बात करोगे।
अरे विटनेस देखो यार,
आराम से बात कर रहे हो।
देखो
परफेक्ट।
उसके नाश्ता मंगाओ, चाय मंगाओ उसके लिए।
खाना मंगा ले।
हाँ
भूख लगी
क्या खाना मंगा ले तो बैठो आराम से। आपका तो हो गया ना, शाम का 6 बज गया अभी।
धीरज सर।
हाँ
काम पे ध्यान दो इधर। हाँ आपका कंपनी में रोल बताओ क्या है, क्या करते हैं आप?
मैं टेक्निकल साइड थोड़ा एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन देखता हूँ।
हाँ
बाकी टैक्स का या अकाउंट्स का नॉलेज नहीं है।
अच्छा तो वो एक टाइप कर दो फटाफट।
हाँ सर चलिए
सुनते रहना। आपका कंपनी की एक्टिविटी क्या है?
Our company is engaged in iron purchasing, and we manufacture cast iron slabs, rods, bars.
बार का ऑडिट में करेगा।
अरे सर वो बात नहीं है, वो आयन बार
खत्म हो गया। सरिया का बात करती हो करता है वो
आयन बार वो बार में जाना है।
इसमें आ गया ना वो पण लोक तर सरिया बात करते बाबा काय करतोस तू
नहीं वो कैलकुलेशन में आ गया ना बार
आता 10 भी नहीं बचा भी तुम क्या है यार ध्यान दो थोड़ा हां चलो आगे
बार सेक्शंस।
हां किधर किधर क्या क्या सप्लाई करते हैं आप ये
हम सप्लाई करते हैं B2B, B2C,
हां
B2G।
B2G क्या है
गवर्नमेंट सर्विस गवर्नमेंट
कौन सा गवर्नमेंट?
रेलवेज को देते हैं
मतलब डायरेक्ट मिनिस्ट्री ऐसे
नहीं रेलवेज में ट्रैक लगते हैं ना वहाँ पे सब आयन सप्लाई करते हैं
अच्छा
वो कॉन्ट्रैक्टर देते हैं
सर कॉन्ट्रैक्टर है, डायरेक्ट नहीं है सर।
कॉन्ट्रैक्टर का देता तुम सारा B2G बोलता है
अरे सर फाइनली गवर्नमेंट ही तो यूज कर रही है सर गवर्नमेंट ही तो यूज कर रही है सर
ऐसा सब कुछ गवर्नमेंट यूज करती है तुम जितना कमाता हो उसका 60% गवर्नमेंट यूज करती है पूरा पैसा उसमें क्या है
हम रेलवे ट्रैक पे सकते हैं।
हाँ वो तो समझ में आ गया डायरेक्ट नहीं करते ना वहाँ पर रेलवे मिनिस्ट्री को नहीं ना बस ठीक है चलो आपका ग्रुप कंपनी बताओ सिस्टर कंपनी ब्रदर कंपनी कौन कौन सा कंपनी खोल के रखा आपने
मेरी वाइफ की कंपनी है
हाँ
झोलझाल।
हाँ वो तो हमको मालूम है उधर झोलझाल उसमें
अरे सर कोई झुंझाल नहीं सर नाम वैसा नहीं है
आप कौन सी कंपनी टैक्स हेड हो
सॉरी सर
उधर इनका समझ से इशू करो
जी सर।
इनको सब मालूम है झोलझाल का
जोधा यही करता हूँ शायद।
हाँ
जोधा भी यही करता हूँ।
झोलझाल मेरी कंपनी नहीं है, वाइफ की कंपनी।
अच्छा
शेयर होल्डर भी वाइफ है, डायरेक्टर भी
तो आईडी कार्ड आपके नाम का क्यों है?
अरे वो गलती से छाप दिया था ना
एक कार्ड मिला पूरा बॉक्स में
पूरा बॉक्स
अरे
है सर।
बॉक्स ही छापते ना एक कार्ड थोड़ी छापते हैं स्टेशनरी वाला क्या
और उसमें मेरा साला भी शेयर होल्डर।
अच्छा मतलब पहले साले ने आपको बकरा बना दिया अपने साले को बकरा बना दिया उसके नाम पे सब बेनामी
वही करते हैं
वही करते हैं अच्छा आप कुछ नहीं करते वहाँ पर
थोड़ा कभी एडवाइस कर देता हूँ बट
थोड़ा एडवाइस करते हैं ना
सर एडवाइस का
इनका शेड्यूल उनका ट्रांजेक्शन नोट करो
अरे सर आप कुछ भी ऐड
रिलेटेड पार्टी इसको भी ऐड करो
सॉरी सर
माइनस करने बोल रहे
इधर सैलरी भी होगा सैलरी भी नहीं है उसको ऐड करो वहाँ पर रिलेटेड पार्टी ट्रांजेक्शन में
वाइफ पूछेगी तो एडवाइस तो करना पड़ेगा ना।
हाँ वाइफ को एडवाइस करता है कि वाइफ तुमको एडवाइस करती कभी इतना मालूम नहीं कितना टाइम हो गया शादी को हाँ देखने का भी नहीं है सर तुम चुपचाप रहने का उधर वाइफ को बोल दो आपका भाई आपका ये इसमें कंपनी में और उसके अलावा कोई है यहाँ पर बस ये सब ना ये जोलझाल कंपनी क्या करती है काम फिर
जोलझाल कंपनी कुछ रीडिंग मशीन बनाती है
अच्छा
टेक्सटाइल
अच्छा
और एक्सपोर्ट्स भी करते हैं लोकल भी सप्लाई है
अच्छा एक्सपोर्ट कहाँ का है अच्छा तो पैसा फॉरेन एक्सचेंज में आता है
नहीं मेरे को और
हाँ फॉरेन एक्सचेंज में आता है क्या उसका पैसा
नेपाल और भूटान तो आए ना
चाइना में आता है और मशीन पे जीएसटी कितना लगता है
रिलेटेड है ना
नहीं रिलेटेड ना
जीरो
जीएसटी नहीं होता ना
जीरो रेटेड
जीएसटी रेट कितना
सर जीरो रेटेड है सर
अरे एक्सपोर्ट में पूछ रहा हूँ मैं तुमको पूछ रहा हूँ जीएसटी रेट कितना है एग्जाम्प्ट है ना
सब दे देंगे आपको पता
एग्जाम्प्ट है ना मतलब जीएसटी लगता नहीं ना
अरे सर जीरो रेटेड है सर एग्जाम
रिवर्सल
सर ऐड कर
सर कोई रिवर्सल नहीं आएगा सर
उसके बाद में करेंगे ना रिवर्सल अभी
जोधा
हाँ वो इनवॉइस बता दे इसको जो दिया था
सर वही इनवॉइस में ना थोड़ा अंडर वैल्यूएशन
ये बाकी तुमने मार्केट में सप्लाई क्या आए 6 लाख पर टन पे ये जोलझाल को 5 लाख पर टन पे
सर बताओ
सर 1 लाख पर टन डिस्काउंट कौन देता है?
हाँ
अरे सर रिलेटेड पार्टी है ना सर
हाँ तो
हमको स्वप्निल जी ने बताया था सेक्शन 15 रीड विद रूल 28 के हिसाब से the invoice value will be the deemed value if the recipient is allowed to take
full ITC उन्हें वो नहीं पता है उसको आपका जोलझाल कंपनी को फुल आईटीसी नहीं मिलेगा एग्जाम प्रोडक्ट आपका
सर जीरो रेटेड है सर एग्जाम्प्ट नहीं है सर
अरे एग्जाम्प्ट है वो
अरे सर एक्सपोर्ट है सर हमको
जीएसटी रेट कितना लगता है उसके ऊपर
अरे सर जीएसटी रेट जीरो लगता है
जीरो बस वही हो गया
सर
जीरो
ऐसे नहीं होता
एग्जाम्प्ट है वो
सर हमने पूरा एक्सपोर्ट एडवाइस लिया है यस सर हमने स्वप्निल जी का पूरा ओपिनियन लिया
एडवांस रूलिंग दिया
सर एडवांस में लिख भी देंगे सर ओपिनियन क्लियर है सर रूल में
एडवांस रूलिंग दिया
सर क्लैरिफिकेशन भी है ना सर आपका रिलेटेड आगे ट्रांजैक्शन में आप इनवॉइस वैल्यू में भी द डीम्ड वैल्यू
वो जो फुल आईटीसी मिलता है ये भरना पड़ेगा
सर ऐड कर दिया आप
कितना होता है वैल्यू
5.5 करोड़ होता है सर इसका
कभी बोलते 5.5 करोड़ बोलो
सर कोई लायबिलिटी नहीं है सर
सर 31 मार्च का बिल है इसका सारा डॉक्यूमेंट्स दिखाओ कभी कैसे आपने इन्वेस्टमेंट किया है
सब डॉक्यूमेंट्स हैं।
एलआर वगैरह किधर है?
आप पहले बताओ ये कभी बोलोगे 5:30 के बाद?
अरे सर रूल 20 के हिसाब से और सेक्शन 15 के हिसाब से हमने बराबर वैल्यू है सर।
आज स्टाफ हो गए मालूम है ना, कंपनी हो गई। धीरज इनका घर का रेट वापस चालू करो तो कभी भरते आप?
अरे सर
5 करोड़ के ऊपर आपका है, मैं आपको उठा के अंदर डाल सकता हूँ मालूम है ना?
सर आप ऐसे अरेस्ट की धमकी नहीं दे सकते सर।
इसको उठा के डालो तो धमकी मत दो। आपका आधार कार्ड निकालो पहला। ये निकालो ड्राइविंग लाइसेंस निकालो, सब पूरा निकालो। कभी भरेंगे आप बताओ? धीरज देखो नेक्स्ट वीक में टैक्स भर के जवाब देंगे। आज जवाब में टैक्स भरेंगे।
अरे सर
नेक्स्ट वीक में क्या करेंगे?
जवाब देंगे।
जवाब में टैक्स भरेंगे।
टैक्स भरेंगे। एक मिनट
इनका चलान क्लियर कर दो।
ये 5.5 का तो कर दिया
सर आप ऐसे रिकवरी नहीं कर सकते सर, स्पॉट रिकवरी। सीबीआईसी का भी इंस्ट्रक्शन आया है।
एक काम करो लैपटॉप इनको तो ये भरेंगे।
अरे सर बात एक ही होगी ना सर, स्पॉट रिकवरी नहीं कर सकते।
हमने नहीं किया, तुम वालों को वॉलंटरी।
अरे सर बात तो एक ही होगी सर।
स्वप्निल जी ने बताया तुमको डीआरसी में वॉलंटरी भरवाऊंगा मैं तुमसे।
अरे नहीं सर आप स्पॉट रिकवरी नहीं कर सकते स्वप्निल जी।
वॉलंटरी है
सर, सीबीआईसी का इंस्ट्रक्शन आया हुआ है, बस नहीं कर सकते।
नहीं कर सकते ना, ठीक है चलो।
अरे हमारे पास इतने पैसे भी
फोन किसका बजा है? फोन उठाओ।
अरे फोन वाइफ का
स्पीकर पे, स्पीकर पे।
अरे सर वाइफ का
डायरेक्टर का कंपनी में।
अरे सर स्पीकर
वाइफ
तुमको भी इतना टेंशन होता है उनकी वाइफ का?
किसी की भी वाइफ का
उठा 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 उठा।
हेलो
हेलो
हाँ बोलो।
गए क्या बोलो?
अरे घर से बात करियो।
गए कि नहीं बोलो अभी तक?
अरे नहीं अभी चल रहा है सब
निपट नहीं गया क्या अब?
अरे क्या कुछ मालूम नहीं पड़ रहा।
अरे निपटा दो ना तो आप।
नहीं सुनने नहीं रहे कुछ मेरा।
तो आप घर कब तक आओगे? खाने में क्या खाओगे? लौकी या टिंडे?
अरे इधर मैं डंडे खा रहा हूँ, तुम तो लौकी टिंडे की पड़ी है।
अरे सर आपको बोला था स्पीकर पे आप।
अरे
समझ में आया ना अभी कौन चिल्ला के बात करता है? मैं कितना आराम से बात कर रहा हूँ। घर पे क्या मालूम पड़ेगा डंडे क्या होते हैं?
सर ये देखो एक डील ऑफ फैक्ट्री शेड कैपिटलाइज किया है। 4 करोड़ का आईटीसी है सर।
बताओ भाई।
अरे सर वो तो मूवेबल है सर।
कैसे मूवेबल होता है?
हाँ सर वो लोगे भाई।
फैब्रिकेटेड स्ट्रक्चर है सर, नट बोल्ट पे।
फैक्ट्री शेड है, शेड।
अरे सर फैब्रिकेशन है नट बोल्ट पे पूरा।
नट बोल्ट पे? एक इसको पाना ला के दो, सारा नट बोल्ट खुलवाओ।
अरे ऐसा नहीं होता सर, शेरपुर पेपर में इसका जजमेंट भी तो है सर।
कौन सा? अभी क्या है?
एक्साइज का।
अभी एक्साइज चालू है।
अरे सर पर
आप शीतपुर पेपर मिलो।
अरे सर ऐसे थोड़ी होता है सर।
ऐसे थोड़ी ना, तो मतलब क्या है? इनको सब पाना ला के दो, सब नट बोल्ट खुलवाओ, उसके बाद बोलो शेड हिलाने को। मूव किया तो मूवेबल है।
अरे सर वो मूवेबल है सर।
मूवेबल इसको बोलते हैं, देखो इसको मूवेबल ऐसा जो आपने मूव कर सकते हो, मूवेबल। फैक्ट्री शेड मूवेबल नहीं होता है, इमूवेबल है वो।
तुम्हारे कहने से हमने आईटीसी लिया सर।
सर वो हमने
अब ये सब भरा रहा है।
मैं आपको बोलता हूँ अच्छा टैक्स मैं आपको देता हूँ, ये पहचान का है।
सर ये देखो ये तो शेड का तो ऐड कर लिया तो छोड़ दो। दूसरा तो ये गोडाउन का एड्रेस है और ये जीएसटी का सर्टिफिकेट है, इसमें अमेंडमेंट नहीं किया है और वो गोडाउन पे बहुत सारा स्टॉक पड़ा है।
अरे सर वो हमने 6 बार कर चुके हैं, हमारे पास सब प्रूफ है। वो बार-बार रिजेक्ट कर देते हैं, कोई ना कोई नया रीजन देके। आजकल तो अमेंडमेंट भी करने नहीं दे रहे, प्लेस ऑफ बिजनेस भी ऐड करने नहीं दे रहे।
क्या बोलते हैं?
अभी लास्ट टाइम जो है बोला फोटो इन आधार कार्ड डज नॉट मैच विद द फोटो ऑफ डायरेक्टर। अभी क्या करें सर? अरे सर मोदी जी बोलते हैं सब डिजिटल है, जाके सब ऑनलाइन करो, क्यों मिलना है सर जाके?
अरे आधार ऑफिसर को मिलने का, फोटो अपडेट कराने के लिए, तुमको तो सब ऐसे काम करवाने का है।
सर सब
आधार सेंटर पूरा फ्री में काम होता है।
सर सब प्रूफ हमने 6 बार अप्लाई किया है सर, बार-बार रिजेक्ट कर देते हैं।
बाद में तुम एक ही एप्लीकेशन देगा तो क्या करेगा आदमी वो?
कोई गलत नहीं सर, हर बार नया रीजन दे देते हैं।
अभी बायोमेट्रिक लेके आए मोदी जी, बायोमेट्रिक में जाने को उनको फिजिकल।
गुजरात में सर अभी तक चालू नहीं हुआ है।
तो गुजरात में प्लांट खोलो ना एक फिर।
सर बायोमेट्रिक करने के लिए हम गुजरात में प्लान
हाँ तो क्या फायदा है कभी?
नहीं सर।
गवर्नमेंट इतने स्पीड में चलेगी, ज्यादा तेज चले गिर जाती है। हाँ कितना भरते हो बताओ? हाँ कितना भरते हो? 15 भरते हो?
सर एटलीस्ट रिसेप्शनिस्ट को जाएगा।
नेक्स्ट आपको जाने देते हैं सर, सेट हो गया आपको।
उनका बैंक चेक कर दो, समझा दो उनको, बाहर किसी को कुछ बोलना नहीं।
ठीक है सर।
ये बताओ आप, ये सीएसआर एक्सपेंडिचर क्या है भाई आपका? क्या किया है?
सर वो तो अलाउड है ना सर,
CSR किया क्या पहले पूछो, अलाउड नहीं पूछा मैंने।
अरे सर CSR किया था, सेफ्टी अवेयरनेस प्रोग्राम।
क्या किया सेफ्टी अवेयरनेस में?
नहीं आप कैसे सेफ्टी, रोड सेफ्टी, ये सब सेफ्टी बताया सर।
अच्छा रोड सेफ्टी उसको पहले से मालूम है, तुमने क्या किया उसमें?
हमने और अवेयरनेस किया, और जिनको नहीं पता उनको बताया सर।
अरे किया क्या?
सर प्रोग्राम किया था, रोड शो
किया था, इसका प्रोग्राम था ना होटल में?
अरे नहीं सर, घर का प्रोग्राम थोड़ी था सर।
रोड शो में 2 करोड़ का ITC आ गया।
अरे सर वो तो एज पर कंपनी लॉ के हिसाब से 2% हमको करना ही पड़ता है प्रोडक्ट का।
कंपनी लॉ में
वो बिजनेस एक्सपेंडिचर
तो पूछो आपके टैक्स रेट को, उसको इनकम टैक्स में बिजनेस एक्सपेंडिचर डिडक्शन मिलता है क्या?
अरे पर इनकम टैक्स अलग है सर, कंपनी लॉ के हिसाब से करना
मिलता
जरूरी
है
है
क्या?
सर। वो नहीं मिलता पर कंपनी लॉ
नहीं मिलता ना?
वो कुछ एडवांस सोचने की था।
हाँ सर वो अलाउड है सर, और जो रेट्रो अमेंडमेंट लेके आए वो प्रोस्पेक्टिव है, रेट्रोस्पेक्टिव नहीं है, पहले का है सर।
सुनता नहीं इसके लिए लेके आना पड़ा अमेंडमेंट। सेक्शन 16 पहले से डिसअलाउड है ये तो।
अरे नहीं सर, डिसअलाउड नहीं है सर।
ऐड करो उसको।
आप कर दिया।
अरे सर आप सब ऐड करते जाए, कैसे तो नहीं चलेगा।
बोनस लिमिटेड से बड़ा ITC लिया इन्होंने। कौन?
बताओ बोनस कौन है? ये बोनस पर बोनस
ITC लिया है, कौन?
हां टैक्स रेट
नहीं मेरे को नहीं पता।
सर ITC कैसे लिया सर?
अरे सर ये देखो, ये लोगो देखो, हम लोग को 3 महीने याद है आपको? 6 महीने पहले हम लोग उधर रेट मारा।
कौन है बोनस?
सर एक सर इसको देखना।
हां
और इसका सॉल्व करो। टैक्स आप टैक्स रेट
को नहीं पता सर।
आपको नहीं पता ना? तो अभी आगे कुछ बोलना मत फिर। कौन है बोनस?
हमने कुछ परचेज किया था।
अच्छा क्या परचेज किया था?
10 करोड़ का तो ITC।
आपको कुछ मालूम नहीं है? आगे देखो। वो हम कुछ नहीं है, हमको जो पूछना है।
सर वही दिन हमने
इधर बताओ।
अरे सर ये तो हमने परचेज किया हुआ है, सब सर LR इनवॉइस
सब अकाउंट से
सब
रिकॉर्ड
लगा है सर, सब मटेरियल आया है सर,
इवे बिल देखो।
सब लगा हुआ है सर। आप
ईरेपी का व्हीकल नंबर डालो परिवहन पे। विजय व्हीकल नंबर डालो परिवहन पे, चेक करो क्या है।
सर ये तो 2 व्हीलर का व्हीकल।
अरे नहीं सर आपने गलत नंबर डाला है।
जाओ।
अरे सर ऐसे नहीं सर, गलत नंबर डाला है
सर ये वही पार्टी है जो
यहाँ पे मैंने सही कहा।
फास्टैग का रिसीट मंगवाओ सब पूरा।
देखो
पूरा ट्रांजैक्शन रहे दो, ये गलत है। आयन बार 2 व्हीलर पे कौन लेके आता है?
अरे पक्का वही पार्टी है।
मालूम मालूम है वही है।
सर तो ये तो 10 करोड़
देखो
है।
एड्रेस जो सेम है, एड्रेस भी उसका सेम है।
हां
मैं वॉशरूम जाके
निकल गई इतने में।
सुबह से बैठे हैं सर, वॉशरूम जाके।
हां बैठो बैठो बैठो, पहले बताओ क्या करने का है।
वॉशरूम जाके आता हूं।
सर 10 करोड़ ऐड
नहीं अभी बहुत कुछ आएगी उसको भी।
अरे सर
ये बताओ इसका अभी प्रूफ करना है आपको।
सर वो बता रहे सर, वॉशरूम जाके।
अभी बताओ ये पहले ये गुड्स आपका क्या है? आपको 155 पता है ना? बर्डन टू प्रूव ITC आपके ऊपर है।
हां सर हमारे पास है सर,
इनवॉइस है, पेमेंट
किया हुआ है।
इनवॉइस नहीं, गुड्स का मूवमेंट बताओ। गुड्स का मूवमेंट बताओ हमको हुआ है।
ईवे बिल भी
तो
लगा
स्कूटर का नंबर है।
मूवमेंट ही नहीं हुआ है।
अरे तो हमको क्या सब वीडियो रिकॉर्डिंग रखने का क्या?
वो हमको नहीं पता, वो हमको नहीं पता है। 155 बर्डन प्रूफ आपके ऊपर ही है। आपको पूछ कर बोलो, आपको डालो अंदर अबेटमेंट में अभी अंदर राहुल जी।
अरे नहीं सर हमारे पास सर वॉशरूम जाके।
हां वॉशरूम नहीं है अभी। तो बताओ क्या करने का अभी? अंदर डालो अपने साथ में।
मैंने तो 62 के सब कंडीशन फुल किए हैं सर हमारे
हां
पास
सब ठीक है, कुछ कुछ नहीं हुआ।
बेचारा डायबिटिक है, जाने दो उसको।
जाओ एक जाओ, तुम साथ में जाओ।
अरे उधर क्या साथ में आए?
अजय लगता है भाग नहीं जाएगा वहां से खिड़की से।
तो भाई आ जाना।
बताओ भाई क्या करने
सर
का?
ये वही पार्टी शैलेंद्र जी, ये हवाला है ये।
अरे डायरेक्ट इसका अंदर पड़ा हुआ है।
अंदर डाले
सर
निकल रहा है।
सर ये 5.5 करोड़ भर दिए सर DRC 03।
अरे सर
अच्छा वो पहला अंडर वैल्यूएशन वाला भरा है।
नहीं सर मैंने रिमार्क्स में सब बोनस लिमिटेड के बिल डिटेल्स और सब डाले, इसी के अगेंस्ट भरे सर।
तो बोला था ना साथ में जाने को।
कैसे
सर वो सर्वर है ना उधर।
सर सर्वर बंद नहीं किया।
नहीं क्रेडिट लेजर से बना ना सर, कोई प्रॉब्लम नहीं अलाउड है।
क्या करोगे बताओ अभी? ये भर देंगे आपका।
सर भर दिए ना 5.5।
बाकी 4.5 रुपए का
सर भर देंगे सर थोड़े टाइम में।
हां थोड़ा मिनिमम रिकवरी चाहिए।
सर आप स्पॉट रिकवरी तो कर ही नहीं सकते सर,
ये दो इनको चला दे दो बस। स्पॉट रिकवरी मैं नहीं कर रहा। चलो चलो तुम भी चलो साथ में।
ये तो भर दिया सर, अभी कैसे वापस?
नहीं स्पॉट रिकवरी परमिटेड नहीं, हमने एक्सेप्ट नहीं किया ये।
सर पर हमने तो भर दिया।
हां
हमने तो भर दिया।
कोई बात नहीं, आपका 5 वर्ड नीचे भी आपको एडजस्ट कर सकता हूं ना।
आपके कहने से ही भरा है।
मैंने तो नहीं बोला भरने को।
आप बोले ना भर
तो 10 बोलो पूरा 10 बोलो मुझे।
सर वो 1 महीने में भर देंगे सर।
हां एक महीना देता हूं मैक्सिमम।
सर 1 मंथ सर 1 मंथ में
5 दिन
सर 1 हफ्ते में भर देंगे। कुछ नहीं कर सकते
सर ये कर लेते, ये हो गया सब। मैंने पूरा चलान का लिस्ट बना दिया।
अरे सर आप ऐसे ऐड मत करो यार सर। चलो
वो डेटा बैकअप किया पूरा डालेगा।
सर आर्टिस्ट जाना।
आर्टिस्ट तो
किट लाया था ना भाई।
आर्टिस्ट तो रह गया।
अरे सर अभी बैकअप कैसे मिलेगा?
एक काम कर, सीसीटीवी लगा वाला, उसमें आर्टिस्ट के तरफ निकल कर।
अरे सर आप सीसीटीवी बंद नहीं कर सकते, सुप्रीम कोर्ट गाइडलाइंस है सर, आप रिकॉर्डिंग
कैसा है क्या? सुनो धीरज, सीसीटीवी मशीन ऑन रखना, अरे आर्टिस्ट निकल।
अरे सर बात तो एक ही ना, अपने साथ देखो क्या हो रहा है।
सीसीटीवी बंद नहीं किया, चालू तो है।
अरे सर ऐसे थोड़ी होता है सर, सीसीटीवी
देख बटन ऑन है, सिर्फ आर्टिस्ट।
अरे बात है कि अरे सर ये क्या चल रहा है आपका? एक तो हर दूसरे हफ्ते जीएसटी में एक अमेंडमेंट लेके आते हैं, कभी कोई नोटिफिकेशन आ गया, कभी कोई सर्कुलर आ गया, कोई अमेंडमेंट आ गया, कोई एआर आया हमारे फेवर में तो बोलेंगे वो सिर्फ एप्लीकेबल है एप्लीकेंट को, कोई एआर आपके फेवर में तो सबको एप्लीकेबल है। ये सब हम धंधा करेंगे, आप जीएसटी पोर्टल पे बैठे रहे सर।
तुम बैठ रहे बाबा, इतना टेंशन क्यों देता है? देख रहे हो कुछ हो नहीं जाए उसको यार। शुगर हो गया भाई, चॉकलेट का भाई देख उसको, देख थोड़ा पानी में पीना, कुछ हो नहीं जाएगा उसको।
पानी दे दे। यस दे ना भाई, पानी
पी ना तू, कुछ नहीं हुआ। आदत है, हम 31 तारीख को रात को नोटिफिकेशन शुरू करते हैं, 1 तारीख से चालू एप्लीकेबल, बस हो गया। 30 पेज का नोटिफिकेशन होता है, 45 पेज का अमेंडमेंट देते हैं हम लोग। वो कुछ आदत है, लोगों को देखे रहते हैं इसके स्टार्टिंग से। नहीं कंप्लीट नहीं, बाकी का तो भरते हो, पता मुझे
सर भरना तो कुछ नहीं, हम जवाब दे देंगे साथ में सर।
वो लेके जाओ अंदर।
अरे सर आप ऐसे बार-बार अरेस्ट धमकी नहीं दे सकते।
चलो ना साथ में, चलो ना अभी।
अरे सर आप कैसे अरेस्ट
थोड़ा
करेंगे
तो
अभी सर? हमने कर दिया ना सर,
2 घंटे को अरेस्ट कर सकता, मालूम है ना
सर? तो अवेलेबल है ना सर?
हाँ, बेल बॉन्ड लेके आना मैजिस्ट्रेट के पास जमा करके।
चालू है आपको कहां
फ्राइडे रात हो गया है, मंडे सुबह तक पूरे दिन हो गए अंदर।
अरे सर
क्या करने का बोलो, कभी
सर
बताओ।
हम 7 दिन में जवाब दे देंगे।
हमारे एडवाइजर को पूछ के बताना।
मंडे को या तो सुबह बेल बॉन्ड लेके आओ, या मंडे सुबह चला, 2 ऑप्शन है, बोलो क्या है?
सर स्टेटमेंट।
सर स्टेटमेंट
हाँ?
रेडी है।
मंडे
ट्यूसडे।
हाँ तो मंडल लिखा था मैं इधर। हाँ मंडे बैंक हॉलिडे है।
पूरा पर्सनल है।
हाँ वो क्या मीना? ट्यूसडे सुबह, ठीक है सुबह। चलो ये स्टेटमेंट लो आपका,
आप साइन कर दो।
हाँ स्टेटमेंट आपका है, 7 पेज का है, आराम से इतना में 2 मिनट पढ़ लो। हाँ तो स्टेटमेंट आपका है ना, जवाब आपका ही है। अरे फटाफट पढ़ो ना 2 मिनट में।
अरे सर
उसने बोला बराबर है, इंडिपेंडेंट विटनेस हो हमारा।
सर ये क्या किया सर आपने?
क्या हुआ?
4.5 करोड़ को 45 करोड़ लिख दिया है सर।
डॉट बोलिए बिंदी।
हाँ सर वो बिंदी रह गया।
डाल दिया, हाथ से डाल।
हाथ से नहीं सर, नया
पेंसिल से डाल देता हूँ।
नया
पेपर वेस्ट होता है।
अरे हमारा एक तो पेपर है सर, आप इधर कुछ लिख के आए।
एक पेज दे दो, दो दूसरा दो, तो फटाफट साइन कर दो। हाँ फटाफट सब पढ़ लिया।
सर इसका कॉपी हमको चाहिए।
हाँ आपको मिलेगा शोभा नोटिस साथ में।
मंगलवार का ना।
अरे उसके पहले कोई दूसरा आ गया स्टेट वाला तो?
अभी स्टेट आगे गया, सेंटर आगे गया, अभी कौन आएगा?
क्या पता सर,
अभी घंटे बाद निकोलस कोई आएगा क्या?
ईडी और सीबीआई को भी भेजने हमको, क्या पता।
ये हाँ ये उसको भेज सकते हैं। हाँ ये अच्छा टैक्स है।
सर कैश का क्या करना है?
हाँ
कैश का क्या करना है?
कैश बैंक में जमा करके टैक्स भरते हैं ट्यूसडे को। छोड़ के जाऊँ?
छोड़ के जाओ
सर दे दीजिए हमको कैश।
भरेंगे सब।
ये लो, ये आपका ऑफिस वाला, घर वाला आपके पास में ही है, ये ऑफिस वाला है।
हाँ सर
देख के लो।
हाँ काम कर लो करना है।
तब उसके पास है, हमारे पास हमारी जिम्मेदारी खत्म हो गई।
धीरज सर कुछ निकाला तो नहीं ना?
मैं बात नहीं दूंगा।
हाँ सर
काउंट कर लो भाई।
सर विटनेस का साइन।
हाँ वो पंचनामा के दो, पंचनामा
यस दोनों ले आए।
वो विटनेस देखो सो गया क्या, देखो बहुत देर से कुछ बोला नहीं।
हो गया
विटनेस क्या है मेरा, मेरे को कोई टेंशन नहीं है, तुम आराम से करो।
साइन लो के नहीं?
हाँ
साइन
साइन करो ना।
प्रेम क्या है मेरा?
अरे साइन है उसको ऑटो रिक्शा करके दे।
फ्लाइट
एक ऑटो रिक्शा करके दो उसको। अभी चलो ट्यूसडे का आने वाले हो, उसके बाद मंडे सुबह आके मिल के जाओ। ज्यादा नहीं है, कितना हुआ?
कॉपी दे दो ना, पंचनामा।
पहले स्टैम्प दो भाई को।
71 करोड़ बचा रखी हो।
दोनों जगह पे मार।
अरे 71 करोड़ बोल रहे हैं।
अरे सर वो बोलने तो हम रिट्रैक्ट कर देंगे सर।
वो कुछ एक्सेप्ट नहीं करेगा मैं इंट्रोडक्शन पहले बता के देता
विजय मैडम हार्ड डिस्क ले लो, डेटा ले लो,
विंडोज को आ जाना बराबर।
अरे सर इसका कॉपी तो दे दो हमको पंचनामा का।
अरे मत करो यार भाई।
आ जाओ सुबह 10 बजे आ जाना ऑफिस में। स्टेटमेंट आपको शोकॉस के साथ है, स्वप्निल ने बताया हमको। वो पहले हम दे देते थे गलती से, अभी मालूम पड़ गया।
पंचनामा का
हाँ पंचनामा जरूर है क्या भाई?
यार अब तुम्हारी मशीन बंद है, मंगलवार को के मुझे रखो कॉपी दूंगा बस।
सुबह को आ जाना 10 बजे।
सर 10 बजे तो आप आते ही नहीं सर।
तो क्या हो गया, आप तो आके बैठो ना, हम 11 बजे मिलेंगे आपको। बराबर 10 बजे आ जाएगा।
ठीक है सर।
Thank you very much. We tried to depict what happens. Swapnil told us what should we be, what is generally. So now from this, we will discuss whatever some time is there with us. Do we have how much time?
It will take 10-15 minutes to discuss the provisions.
We have 10-15 minutes with us.
Yes.
Yes.
With the permission of next speaker. Okay, so in the next 10-15 minutes we will try to give some important points and some questions we will take it up. So friends, you saw the search exactly how it is happening, and I'll say a few aspects of that, and certain aspects my colleagues will tell you. This particular search, when it started with search warrant, it should have a date which you can verify before the search is started. Then along with us, we had to take a lady officer also. We took the lady officer in the search, but at home we did not take lady officer there, and that's a mistake. At home we have to take a lady officer rather than a gent officer, and whatever is to be carried out at home also, the address of home also should be there on the search warrant. Then only we can visit the home address. Another aspect, we took one witness, exactly we have to take two minimum witnesses. And these two witnesses, as we heard earlier, should be from a local resident area or locality or a nearby, but should be a respectable person. If he is a qualified person, better also. The moment we entered the premises, rather the moment investigation officer came, they flashed the iCard. They should have given proper visibility of that. Identification, in search whether proper names are not of the officers. Then also the search warrant has to have a signature of witnesses also, that yes, he is a part of that. This particular search warrant, we have to keep the date, time of entering into the premises, and when the investigation team enters the premises, they have to offer the personal search. Like, see, if you want to see her belongings, personal search, the businessman has a right to take that. Same way, when the team is leaving, again they have to offer the personal search, and the recording of this has to be mentioned in the Panchnama also. Videography, right? The videography which was going on, they finally discontinued that and removed the hard disk. That should not happen. Videography can be permitted, and it may be at the request of the businessman if he feels that unnecessary pressure may be there. Or even the officer can say, we want to have a videography because the person to whom we are searching is a celebrity or a big name. They may put them in trouble. Sorry. The social and religious sentiments should not be heard. since yesterday I am not having some sneezing and tough problems. So when we were doing puja and they entered, and they stopped, that should not be done. Some medicines to be taken, elderly person's care to be taken. The person who wants the food must be given the food on time. At home also, when the children are there, they want to go to school, they must be permitted. Of course, checking their bags and all that. Same way the office staff, somebody wants to leave, the lady staff wanted to leave at the end of the day, must be permitted, verifying their bags. If something is to be seized, has to be recorded, listed out properly, receipt has to be given. Without that, should not be taken. Suppose the possibility of giving the copy of Panchanama is not possible at that point of time, it should be given immediately when they come to the office, must be given. Each page of the Panchanama will be signed by the officer and as well as the person who is searched. The statement which is recorded has a value. And this particular statement also will be signed by the person who is searched as well as the investigation officer, which will be having evidential value also. Then summons should not be given to the top executives or CEO, CFO or general managers unless it is must for their recording of the statement. If they are called, not to give repetitive summons, but to take their statement at one go itself. Another one or two aspects about voluntary payments, why search, which scenario my colleagues will tell you. Action can be taken, search by both the authorities or all the three authorities. Answer is yes. But generally, when one search is going on, the other team will not come. For the same reason that another team will not come. But if suppose some ITC is to be looked into, some suppliers which are not genuine or so, or if they feel, if they have the evidence, then say ABC were searched by state officers, DEF can be searched by the central officer as well. About the arrest also, we were being told that yes, we will arrest you and all that, but friends, personal liberty is constitutional. Arrest only if custodial investigation is necessary or crime is heinous or possibility to influence the witnesses or accused may abscond. Otherwise, arrest is not necessary, not compulsory. If if there is an issue, debatable issue, interpretational issues, for that the arrest cannot happen. So all this care has to be taken by the team as well as the businessmen, and once the search is over, the report will be given by the team to the JC Commissioner, and preliminary report and final reports will be given, and based on that further actions can be initiated. Same way, the businessman also has all the rights to get the notice, hearing, order will happen, adjudication will happen, and appeal proceedings also can be taken further. Well friends, so much this from my side. My colleagues will add on to other aspects. Thank you.
Thank you, Deepak sir. Before I move to the next aspects, mainly focus on the search, arrest, summons, and the recoveries. Let me comment the excellent presentation given by our earlier speaker, who was very beautifully, deftly covered the pre-investigation, during investigation, and post-investigation. Making my job easy, I don't need to cover anything on section 67. What is reason to believe? Very beautifully covered. Yes, he has taken verbatim from what I was about to say. So there is nothing more to add on reason to believe. Very beautifully covered. It does not need to be on mere suspicion, gossip, or rumor. There has to be some documentary evidences, some circumstantial evidences with it. That's the base fundamental. Let me touch upon the aspects of arrest. Time and again, during this last 60 minutes, at least during 60 times I would have threatened, arrest ke daalo ke andar, usko utha ke daalo andar. Now, in what situations can you be arrested on the spot? Let us understand. during any proceedings by anti-evasion, DG or investigation wing, you will face these threats, especially by the former two, that arrest के अंदर डालेंगे आपको. What are the powers for spot arrest? First and foremost thing, any Tom, Dick, Harry cannot arrest. The arrest powers are with the commissioner. He has to authorize the arrest. Now, which situations? Situation 1. You have made the supply of goods or services but have not issued the invoice. Commonly we know it as a black transaction. Goods supply किया, service supply की, invoice issue नहीं किया, black में काम किया. Second, you have given an invoice, issued an invoice, but never supplied the goods or never supplied the services. Commonly we understand this as a fake invoice. Third, you have claimed input tax credit but have never received the underlying supply of goods, have never received the underlying supply of services. Commonly we understand it to be fake ITC. Fourth, you have collected the GST but failed to pay it to the government for more than 3 months after the due date. So first, black, you have supplied the goods or services, no invoice. Second, only invoice, no goods or services. Third, input tax taken but no goods or services have come to you. Fourth, you have collected tax, failed to pay it for more than 3 months. In these four situations only can you be arrested on the spot. If your tax amount and tax only, no interest, no penalty, no late fee to be included. Your tax amount only if it is exceeding 2 crore, less than 5 crore, it's a bailable offence. The arrested person can demand bail as a matter of right. It's a non-cognizable bailable offence. Once the tax evaded in these four situations exceed 5 crores, it becomes a cognizable and non-bailable offence. Non-bailable does not mean you won't get a bail, but you will get a bail from the magistrate, not by the arresting officer. So beyond these four situations, there is no situation for you for spot arrest. We had a case of undervaluation, he did not pay the taxes. We had a case of CSR, he did not pay taxes. We had a case of factory share ITC, he did not pay the taxes. But as soon as it came to an allegation of fake input tax, the tax head was very smart. Allegation of 10 crore, he was facing an imminent arrest. He went, somehow managed to pay 5.5 crore, brought down the demand to 4.5 net. So at least to hope that you will not arrest him. This is where the voluntary payments come into play, all these things. We will be pushing for 10 crore, but legally we are not allowed to. And since we were never asking for that 10 crore, he went and paid it voluntarily because they wanted to avoid the arrest. So this is where the tactic comes into play. The next aspect apart from all these four situations of arrest, comes to your summons, wherein while recording summons we refer to 2 sections of IPC. 193 of IPC relating to the true statement, which is now covered under 229 of Bharatiya Nyaya Sanhita, and 228 of IPC, interruption to the proceedings of recording a statement, which is now covered under 267 of Bharatiya Nyaya Sanhita. 193 IPC, as it stood earlier, if you have intentionally given any kind of false statement, 7 years imprisonment provision is there. So don't give any intentional misstatement. At the conclusion of statement, while they are recording, put it, if you don't know the answer for sure, to the best of my belief, to the best of my knowledge, to best what I can recollect. Because the transaction, questions which we asked you won't be for yesterday, it will be 3 years, 4 years, 5 years back. You can always content that. Interruption to proceedings. He was time and again the tax head was interrupting, but he still avoided the prosecutions at the IPC. Where they were, we used to get angry. This point of, sir, sorry. A very thorough professional that. Guiding his client on that front and still managing to be in the proceeding without facing any legal implication on himself. This is how definitely we have to be. As of now, already guided that during a statement, the consultant advocate can be at a visible distance but not at audible. He managed to remain at an audible distance. Sir, sorry sir, नहीं निकल रहा था सर. जहाँ पर statement pressure आ रहा था, sir दे दो बाद में retract करेंगे. What's something I at least. So So this is where during the statement आपको बहुत सारी चीजें बुलवाई जाएगी, लिखवाई जाएगी, उसकी कॉपी आपको नहीं मिलेगी, रिकॉर्डिंग भी बाद में मिलेगी शो कॉज के साथ में. But as soon as the statement is recorded, you are leaving the premises. It is important to get a debrief. क्या क्या पूछा गया था लिख लो जितना याद आता है, because immediately आपको याद रहेगा, बाद में नहीं. जितना याद आता है सब नोट डाउन कर लो क्या हुआ था, and based on that get a professional advice whether you need to retract that statement or not, and if you have to do it at the earliest available opportunity as so this is how you try and mitigate the circumstances of your arrest on this one. On the recovery part, he has already covered. I won't be taking much time. We have next speakers already over here. Cash seizure, as he already dealt with, we cannot take. Last part, passwords we have taken. Does anyone feel you have got right to ask for the passwords? Password दो हमको या open करके बोलो. There is no need to give passwords. Even if situation wants that you are forced to give out passwords, change कर दो. At times they have asked for the password of the email account and tried to download all evidences, put in some transactions over there. Change it immediately. What avenues है हमारे पास करने के लिए? So first and foremost thing, you give access. Your job is to give access to the books, access to your database, not to give the passwords. Unrestricted access नहीं देना है, access देना है. उनको लगेगा वो सीज करेंगे सर्वर को, सीज करेंगे हार्ड डिस्क को. That's all. Okay. Some few points I request my other colleagues to also touch upon quickly. One point, see if I can just each and then we'll take one or two questions.
So I'll just touch upon the role of CAs. Okay. So as Sumit and Swapnil has already told, we are allowed, the consultants are allowed to be at a visible distance, not at a non-visible distance. Many times it happens that the records are maintained at the chartered accountant's office. So whether he can be covered in the search. Yes, he can be covered, but his search would be only confined to the SSC against which the search is happening. So the department is only allowed to access records which pertains to the SSC which is under the search operations. And prior to that, there would be a search warrant which would contain the address of the CA's office for which he's been searched.
Almost all aspects are covered by Swapnil Bhai and other co-speakers. I just want to share one of the good case laws regarding the investigation. Whether seizure of currency or other valuable assets covered under the word things. To address this issue, the Honorable Delhi High Court in case of Sri Sham Metal held that the word things under section 67(2) essentially relate to the goods which is subject matter of supply taxable under GST Act and directed to release currency and other asset seized. The court held that the section 67 is not a machinery provision for recovery of tax and to aid proceeding against evasion of tax. Friends, this case law is very important and you can utilize at the time of various investigation in your case.
Just one point from my end. Whenever we see the search is for a premise and not for GST number. So in our client case, many times we see only one location, they have multiple registration. Say A Limited, B Limited, all are located and registered for one premises and they are keeping all the books of accounts at the same location. So when the search notice is issued, it is for that premises. So you have to suggest your client to keep the demarcation, some bifurcation of the area so that they won't get into like they are coming for search of A Limited. When they find books of B, search for B will also come up. So it will lead to entire chain of transaction because of the search of only one single GST number. So that is one advice we can give to our clients.
I'll just take last 1 minute. First of all, thanks to this branch, the management team, as well as all of you for giving us this opportunity to share some with humor also. The concept of this particular drama is of Manish Gadia, and in his absentia, today this is the 20th session which we did like this. Generally, a businessman's role is done by management. For the first time, I did my role this. Otherwise, I would have been as a deputy director investigation, boss of Sumit. But today, he wanted to scold me, so he said, you become the businessman. So I tried that by mistake also, I should not say that, arrest him. Well, thank you. And some time shorted, so we did not take up the questions. But if something is there, we are here, we can take up later on. Thank you, thank you.
Thank you for such a wonderful and fun-filled representation of GST search. Now I'd like to call upon CA Omkar Gadgil, Vice Chairman of Thane branch, for a formal vote of thanks.
Very good evening, all of you. So, of course, the vote of thanks, I mean, the appreciation what has been given by all the participants speaks volumes about this entire session. On behalf of Thane branch, I would like to express a formal vote of thanks to Deepak Thakkar, CFG amazing witnesses. The role witnesses was played by one Mr. Ronak and of course by Sai. So they were the more, those were the characters who were impromptu. They are not a part of this regular team. So a big round of applause to all of them and including special mention of course. I would request a little to
Sponsor, IDFC First Bank. Their generous support has been crucial in making today's event possible. Their commitment to innovation and excellence aligns perfectly with our goals. We greatly appreciate IDFC First Bank. I'd like to call upon Mr. Rohit Sharma to share a few information.
I was working with a Indian Wealth Management Department. So there we had Mr. Jain, who was my boss. He used to say, he brought me into his cabin and he asked me, मेरे दिल के सबसे करीब कौन है? I said, सर आपकी वाइफ? नहीं. सर आपकी बेटी होगी? नहीं नहीं, मेरे दिल के सबसे करीब मेरा ये है. उसको जितना पता है ना, मेरी वाइफ को भी नहीं पता है. लेकिन सर आपने सही कहा. Then he asked me now tell me उसके बाद कौन आता है? मैंने कहा सर अब तो वाईफाई की पक्का. बोले नहीं वाइफ अभी भी नहीं है. मैंने कहा सर कौन है फिर? उसके बाद बैंकर है. उसको मेरे सारे ट्रांजैक्शंस पता है. दिन में कितनी बार 20 के मैंने पेटीएम किए, सिगरेट के, वो मेरी वाइफ को भी नहीं पता. So these are all the jokes, but thing is the credibility which CA community brings to the table is very much important for a client. So every country runs on finance itself, but I would say finance ka the main backbone is the CA. So on same lines in IDFC also we work on the same thing, credibility. So we started in 2018 and today we are about 7th largest private bank now in India. So it has been a very good journey, you can say 5 to 6 years under leadership of Mr. Vaidyanathan, who was the initial founding members of ICICI Bank. So today our total deposits, you would say it has crossed 2 lakh crores, out of which about 97,000 crores is the CASA float, what we have. And we are among all the private banks, we are among the topmost banks which have the highest NIM margins. So this is about how we work on the credibility, because we also expect that the moment you talk to your clients and you want to refer us, then you should know that we are a very credible bank. And main thing is we do not lend to the top of the pyramid clients. Our main focus is the bottom of the pyramid clients, the retail clients. Because वो टॉप वाला एक फ्रॉड करेगा, वो पूरा 5 साल का बैलेंस शीट साफ करके निकल जाता है. So for us the main thing is the bottom of the pyramid clients, retail clients, where we want to build our books. Then one more incident I just want to share with you. Generally we say a fine, what is the difference between a fine and a tax? So fine is something when we do something wrong, we are fined for it. But when we are doing everything right, we are doing well, we are earning money, then we are taxed. And it's always. So I would say when we talk to our clients, we generally look after the taxation part also, as well as whenever we suggest them on the investments or anything. So as I think all of you must have seen Shark Tank, the way they promote the new ideas and all. So I just want to inform that the same thing we do in IDFC Bank also. So if any startup or a new company has an idea and they want to start with some funding from it, so IDFC Bank does that. So in case any of your clients are approaching you, at least you can refer them to us, because we also work in the same way. If a client has the experience, expertise and the right product and the idea, so we do the, you can say, the new startup fundings also. And along with that, all other working capital things are already taken care of, as other banks also do. So, and most important, now our visibility is a lot. So we have Mr. Big B on our, you can say, the main brand ambassador. Now Junior B has also joined in, and we were title sponsor for the Mumbai Indians. So that way we are just trying to create a visibility, but we just need your support also from your clients. So thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Our next session is Interplay of GST and Income Tax by C.N. Naresh Seth, who has been a committee member of various professional associations and is currently a partner of Jayantilal D. Thakur and Associates, heading Indirect Tax. Along with him, we'll be having Advocate CACL Dharan Viren Gandhi, who is currently practicing in the field of direct tax litigation and has been a member of Direct Tax Committee of the WIRC of ICAI. I'd like to call upon next we have CM.
These officers are showing. I feel so frustrated now whether I should continue the session or not. But Thane has already given me the opportunity. Thane, I've been coming here very often. So what we have done today is an interplay of GST and the income tax, and we have selected real estate sector. Why we have selected real estate sector? Because it touches all of us. Either you are the member of the society or tenant of a building who is going for a redevelopment. Our clients are, the builders and developers. Our clients may be society. So this impacts. So these are the basically, these all we have taken only because we have the constraint of the time. We have been given, as per the original schedule, 1 hour 45 minutes. I don't know what time we are now, so we will curtail our discussion on that. So let me start with we have done with the case study format, so that you can relate. Case studies are distributed to the participants? No, okay. So I will just, some people are having, some people are not having, correct? So let me give you the brief of the case. See, what I will do now, I will just go through quickly the case studies, facts, and then I will give my opinion on the GST, and the Dharan Bhai will, give his views on what are the issues that arise in the income tax, correct? So in the first case, we have a landowner, a bungalow owner rather. He has a bungalow. He is holding that as a capital asset for last 30 years. But the bungalow owner is occupying the first floor, and the ground floor is occupied by the tenant. So now the landlord wants to do the joint agreement on 25th August 2019. What is the meaning of the 25th August 2019? What is the importance of 25th August 2019? After 1/4/2019, new scheme of taxation has come into effect. 5% tax without ITC. That's why this is the thing. Then the developer has paid upfront consideration of 5 crore rupees to the landowners. Keep in mind 5 crore upfront consideration, and the balance consideration in kind, 30% of the constructed flat will be given to the landowner. So this is typically we call it an area sharing. The developer has entered into the permanent alternative accommodation agreement with tenant on 30th March 2020. So tenant के साथ में permanent alternative agreement has been done on 2020, where tenant was allotted flat of 1,800 square feet. 1,000 was original flat he was having. 400, developer is giving free, and 400 the tenant will pay the consideration and take that extra 400 he will take. But this extra area that is taking at the rate of 20,000, negotiated rate 20,000 instead of Reckner value of 25. So this is the brief facts of the case. And IOD coming 31 May 2020, the building is demolished and all the things, and ultimately project was completed. Since the builder was very efficient, the project was completed in January 2023 within 2.5 years. Or people may feel like joke, but it's not joke. Many builders does it. So, and lastly, out of sellable portion which has come to the developer, 80% of flats they sold during construction, and only 20% inventory he was holding. And landowner के हाथ में जो 30% was the landowner के हाथ में आया था, out of that 90% he has sold under the construction, and balance 10% he has retained for his own staying there. I think these are the facts of the case. Are you okay with the facts of the case? These are the typical things, correct, for the development. So now what are the issues? The first issue, whether transfer of development right is supply liable to GST. Here, who is supplying the development right? The landowner is supplying development right to the the developer. Is it liable to GST? Two questions. The first question is development rights is a goods or service, because it is supply of goods and service that is liable to GST. So now, whether the development right is goods or services, the goods is defined as a immovable property, and definitely development right under the Transfer of Property Act or under the General Clauses Act, it is an immovable property. So development right as such is an immovable property, so it goes out to the definition of goods, and the service definition is very wide. Service means anything other than goods, so it falls under the definition of the service. So friends, I don't have the time, otherwise I can take 15-20 minutes. The arguments in favor of why development rights are taxable and why development rights should not be taxable. Because of the interest of the time, I am just saying one sentence. What is excluded now from the GST net? In Service Tax Act, what was excluded was the transfer of immovable property. That's why development right is immovable property, so it was not taxable under Service Tax regime. But in a GST regime, what is now excluded under Schedule 3, Entry 5, is only the sale of land. Please understand, sale of land. And development right does not say, development right is not a land right. And the Andhra Pradesh High Court in Paraika construction is clearly said that. Now second question comes, GST is a tax on any transaction done in course or furtherance of a business. Is the landowner, he is holding the land for 30 years, the building 30 years as a capital asset, as I was saying in the fact. So can I say that he has not sold the development right, transferred the development right in course or furtherance of a business? Friends, I will not be subscribing to that view. Income tax is a separate act, GST is a separate act. And because under the RERA, both are required to be registered as a promoter, correct? That is the first thing. Secondly, even the landowner gets the area share and he sells the flats. He steps into the shoes of a businessman. This entire activity, he grants the development right for developing the property jointly, and he takes the risk and reward of the. He also takes the risk and reward of the this development. So I cannot argue that he has transferred the development right. He has not transferred the development right in course of further business, correct? If you would have taken straight money, then perhaps we could have argued that. If you have taken the straight money for the development right, not area sharing and all the things, perhaps you have some recourse, to say that he has to, acted as a, he has acted as a, not as a businessman, he has acted in the capacity of the landowner. So development right is taxable. Who is liable to pay tax thereon? In our case, the development right is executed after 1/4/2019. Please understand, after 1/4/2019, the development rights are taxable under reverse charge in the hands of a developer. So, landowner did not worry whether he transferred the development right for the commercial premises or he transferred the development right for the residential premises. Landowner is absolved of the responsibility. Only the problem comes here, 1st July 2017 to 31/3/2019, when the law was not amended. Notification number 329 of 2019 has not come. In that case, the responsibility to pay the tax was on the landowner. It was not under reverse charge. Are you getting me? That's why I have given the date, after 2019. So 2019, in our case, the Malik, the person named is Malik, he has not to worry because it has been after 1/4/2019, and the developer has to worry about the tax on the development right. Who is liable to bear such tax? It's a very, very disputed point. Who is liable to bear such tax? See, GST law does not say that consumer has to bear the tax or the supplier, consumer has to bear the tax. It is a matter of mutual contract. It comes under the Contract Act. It doesn't come under the GST. If contract says landowner bears, payment has to be done by the developer. But if the agreement says the landowner will bear, then landowner has to bear. If agreement says developer has to bear, and if agreement is silent, then what is the issue? Then the problem is that if agreement is silent, we have the Honorable Supreme Court judgment in case of a Bengal Sachi Housing Corporation Limited, wherein they say the primary liability to pay the GST is on the supplier. In that case, supplier has to pay the GST, this is landowner. But after 1/4/2019, the law specifically stipulates the RCA. So this is what I am telling you. That is applied from 1st July 2017 to 31/3/2019. But in our case, whatever case I have given, it is the liability, the tax has to be paid and borne by the developer because reverse charge is applicable. What is the rate of tax applicable on such transfer? Development rights are taxable at 18%, but now after 1/4/2019, the development right, government has given the exemption in respect of development right attributable to sale of under construction flats. So, आपका sale of under construction flat, if the development right is used for sale of under construction residential flat, that is exemption. So, what does it mean? It means development rights attributable to unsold residential flat. Please understand. Development right which is attributable to unsold residential flat is only liable to GST because other is exempted, correct? And development rights attributable to commercial area, that is liable to GST. In our case, entire thing is a residential complex in our given case. So, 80% as 75 crore is a value of the development right, and 20% of that 65 crore rupees is attributable to unsold flat. Am I making sense now? So 13 crore rupees is the value of the development right. Now how you will calculate? Government has given formula. First you work out A. 18% of that 13 crore. I have said 13, right? 13 crore. 18% of that 13 crore, that is calculation A. It is maximum. You can take the tax on the unsold this development right attributable to unsold flat is a 5% of the value of the unsold flat near to the date of OC. Are you getting me? Near to the date of OC. So if near to the date of OC, the value of the flat is 2.5 CR. Value of the flat is 2.5 CR. Then there are 20 flats are remaining unsold. Out of 120 flats are remaining unsold. So 2.5 into 20 is 50 crore rupees. Correct? My calculation is correct now. 50 crore rupees, and 50 crore ka 5%. That is how much? 2.5 CR, correct? Whichever is lower. After many years I have seen the word in the text. Usually we say whichever is higher, na? Here it is whichever is up. No, but it's like, music to the ears, Listen this, correct? So, you understood the development, right? And when this has to be paid? This has to be paid on completion of the project, when OC comes. Suppose OC आता है आपका September 2024 month में, so the point of tax and time of supply is arisen, and you have to pay the tax on the 20th of October. Correct? 20th of October you have to pay. So we have already about that, discussed about this. And ITC implication of tax paid of such transfer of development right. In our case, our developer is constructing residential complex on which he is paying the 5% tax, and 5% tax comes to you without ITC. So whatever you are paying under US charge on the on the development right, you will not get the ITC. 5% without ITC. So it becomes cost to you. Second question. Let landowner against the transfer of the development right. Is it taxable? In my opinion, the barter exchange, it is taxable. We have the judgment of Vasanta Green project in case of a service tax regime. We have the judgment. That judgment is lying in the Supreme Court. SLP has been filed by the department, and it is lying in the Supreme Court. And ultimately, and the Supreme Court has not paid the order of the Vasanta Green project. So somebody will say, Nairat bhai, Vasanta Green ka hai judgment, so why you want us to pay the tax karke? In our opinion, in my opinion, Vasanta Green project will not, perhaps, if I were the Supreme Court judge, I will not upheld it karke. Why? Because this particular judgment is ignored. Two judgments which are against this. In the sense, we have first judgment called LCA City Maker, that was a Madras tribunal once upon a time on the same fact. Area allotted land or taxable or not, they say it is taxable. And we have another case that is approved by the Supreme Court, Madras High Court, and approved by the Supreme Court, that is called N. Balabhaskar case, where the Supreme Court has, Madras High Court has said the tax is payable on the area allotted to, because it is simple barter through the scope of the supply. Supply means sale, exchange, transfer, lease, barter, etc. For consideration. Is it not for consideration? Yes, it is for consideration. Because you are getting the development right. Is it not in course of further business? Developer is in the business of development. So in my opinion, perhaps, this is my view. But if the Supreme Court has some other idea, but can you take a chance on this? I think better you should pay, and if Supreme Court by chance upends, कि tax नहीं है उसके ऊपर, so in my opinion, one can go for the refund. One can go for the refund because something collected without authority of law, it is not a tax at all. So so it is better because the penalty and interest are very high. So in my view, I am holding the strict view that it is taxable. And again, see, service tax law will not apply here. Because now we have notification number 328. Notification is a part of a legislation itself. It is not a circular. It is not clarificatory. Notification is a part of a law. So in my opinion, the law is changed. You cannot apply the old law. Because that law was different, service tax law. Here you have the notification number 3, it is a self-contained code. Wherein, all these things have been written very clearly, unambiguously. So, because of the change in law also, Vasanta Green project, my personal feeling, it may not say. It may not say. So, who is liable to pay tax on the same? I have already discussed. It's a contractual arrangement. If you return it with the contract, if landlord bharega, so landlord dega tax. If the developer has to pay, then developer will pay. Who is liable to bear the tax? Who is liable to pay? Sorry, who is liable to pay? Liable to pay is a developer only. Who is liable to bear? Liable to bear depends on the mutual contract. It is under Contracts Act. Rate of tax of such transaction, it is 5%. Whatever flat has been given to the landowner, it is taxable at 5%. Time of the supply. Time of the supply, you have to pay the tax. You have to pay the tax. You are obliged to pay the tax on the completion of the project. But here, government has come out with the one relaxation provision because landlord bhi bechta hai na aage. So if if you are paying on the completion, developer pays on the completion of the project, and landlord sells taking back progress payments, so he will not have the ITC credit, correct? So the government is now allowed to say that you can charge the landlord back to back, and landlord further sells it. Landlord will get the credit, though he is taking the tax at 5%. This is only exception. 5% tax mein landlord can take the credit. So in order to do the matching of the tax credit, so the landowner developer can pay the. See, there is no ban in paying the tax before completion of the project. Before completion of the project, the developer should issue the bill to the landowner. He should pay the tax. तो landowner का 2A में आ जाएगा और 2B में आ जाएगा, and he can take the credit, correct? So time of supply I have discussed with is GST implication of flat sold by the landowner in construction. He is told to pay the tax at 5%. He can take the credit of what the developer has charged to him. And ITC implication for tax charged by the developer, that I have already told, that landowner can take it. Flats allotted to tenants, same thing. Here landowner gives the development right, tenant gives the occupancy right. Please understand. It is on the barter. Tenancy, protected tenancy, or the occupancy rights are getting bartered, correct? Are getting bartered. So there is a consideration. So it is liable to GST, in my opinion. At what rate? See, notification number 3 speaks of only area sharing with the landowner. Notification 3 does not speak with the tenant. Then we have to go to the rule 27, is already there, and 27A, the rule is very clear, open market value of the supply. And open market value is available. Landowner sells the first flat. That is only open market value. So more or less, the tax liability of the tenant also will come on that thing. So I think with this, I am through third by, because we have very less time. So we have to, that's like, T20 now T10 हो जाएगा, huh? Yeah. Now third by will tell his questions, because I don't understand the income tax. So better he gives his he explains his own style.
It's why sir, I don't understand GST.
That's why you have got the So was it the speed was okay? Speed was okay, na?
Hello. Yes. So there are three assessees in the example given. One is the tenant, one is the landlord, and one is the builder. We'll start with the simplest of all, builder. Okay. For builder, it's a regular business transaction. Yes. It's a regular business transaction. Income is taxable under the profits and gains of business of profession. What is the method of accounting is supposed to follow? Now, as a builder, if you follow the accounting standards and the guidance notes, then you're supposed to only follow percentage of completion method. But under the Income Tax Act, you have the option of also following project completion method and not only percentage completion method. Section 145 deals with mercantile system of accounting or cash system of accounting. Under mercantile, you have two options: project completion method or percentage completion method. You have number of judgments of Supreme Courts and the High Courts and tribunals to the effect that a builder can follow project completion method as well. Next issue will come is Section 43CB, read with ICDS 3. Section 43CB deals with construction contract and Section 43CV deals with service contracts and construction contracts, and ICDS 3 deals with construction contracts. Section 43CV specifies that in case of a construction contract or in case of a service transaction, you have to mandatorily follow percentage completion method, and you have to compute your income as per ICDS specified. And ICDS specified insofar as percentage completion is concerned is ICDS 3 and ICDS 4. Now CBDT in its circular number 10 of 2017 dated 23rd March 17 has clarified that there are no ICDS prescribed for real estate development. And therefore, one is not required to be an ICDS 3. Further, construction contract is not defined in the Act, it's defined in the ICDS 3. And construction contract, if you go through the definition, it really is a contract for constructing something and receiving payments in milestones. It's not about developing and selling the flats and bearing that risk. So it's a contract for constructing a dam, a bridge, laying a road, etc. Those kind of construction contracts are covered under ICDS 3. So question number 12 of circular number 10 of 2017. So this is insofar as developer is concerned. The next question for developer is applicability of 43CA. 43CA is applicable when you transfer a property at less than stamp duty value. And therefore the law says that if you transfer a property at less than stamp duty value, then you have to offer, instead of the consideration to receive, the stamp duty value. Now the question here is, transfer takes place in 1 year or 2nd year or 3rd year, but depending upon the method of accounting you follow, either project completion method or percentage completion method, you will offer revenue in different years. So 43CB will apply in the year in which transfer takes place or in the year in which you offer income tax. The answer is clear, it has to be taken cognizance of in the year in which you offer income tax as per the method of accounting you follow. Ultimately, 43CB is also subject to section 145, whatever method of accounting you are following. So 43CB only substitutes the consideration, but in which year you have to offer to tax something which is dealt with by section 145, either the percentage completion method or project completion. 43C, I'm sorry. At this moment, let me digress for a minute. So we don't have time, I can't digress a lot. This concept of taxing the stamp duty value is take care of the consideration which is not disclosed. Okay. Now, naturally, stamp duty value, everybody is aware, is a ready reckoner value, which is a common value for the entire locality. But not necessarily that even your flat or your property will fetch the same value. There are different properties which fetch different fair market value or the value. In the context of land acquisition, matter travelled up to Supreme Court. High Court directed that since you have compulsorily acquired a person's land, compensate him at stamp duty value. He was paid a lesser amount than the stamp duty value. BSNL was the party which had compulsorily acquired. It went to Supreme Court. There, BSNL is a central government undertaking. There, the central government undertaking or central government is arguing that stamp duty value is not a correct parameter. And the Supreme Court agrees, yes, stamp duty value is not a correct parameter. You should not take it as a benchmark to come to the consideration which one has to pay under the land acquisition. We would rely upon the same to argue in context of section 50C or 43CA, because this is not the benchmark. You have to ignore this value, you have to go by the fair market value, refer to value or whatever you want. Very recently, in one of my cases which went to Supreme Court, the Supreme Court wants to accept the argument that if a transaction is between a mother and son, 50C will not apply. See, 56(2) there is an exception. If I receive from a relative, 56(2) will not apply. But 50C there is no exception. 50C is transfer of property at less than stamp duty value is taxable. Supreme Court wants to interpret 50C in a manner you should not apply it to a bona fide transaction. We have to wait and watch as to how the case progresses. This is insofar as the builder is concerned. Now coming to the complicated part, or let me come to a lesser complicated part, which is the landowner. Yes. So he is the owner of the land and a structure standing on the land. He is entering into a development agreement for demolishing the structure, constructing a new building, and he is going to receive something in cash and something in kind, 30% of the constructed area. The case study given is not clear as to whether the agreement is registered or not. So Naresh Bhai says it's registered, so we will presume it is registered. Insofar as the landowner is concerned, what is the asset which he has transferred? Land or land and building both? Land and building both. Yes. वही लेंगे, वो व्यू लेंगे तो ही आपको बिल्डिंग का कॉस्ट भी मिलेगा, वरना बिल्डिंग का कॉस्ट ऑफ एक्विजिशन नहीं मिलेगा. So point of advice here is sometimes the builders come with the condition that you demolish and give me land. You have to enter into a contract that and give me everything you demolish, because if the landowner demolishes the land, it is probably not a transfer, and your cost of acquisition of constructing the building will go. You will not be able to claim. So this is the first view. I have a second view. Second view is ultimately there will be a society, housing society, and I am getting 30% share. Correct? The second view is this: a member of a society, by virtue of his shareholding in the society, also has a right in the land, proportionate right in the land. Correct? Now once the building is constructed, society is formed, there will be conveyance to transfer the land to the society. I will become a member of society. If I am holding 30% share, then I will also become proportionate right holder in the land. So the second view is, what I have transferred is 70% of the land in lieu of receiving 30% construction area. Am I clear or am I clear? Yeah, he is going to say yes. So since after receiving 30% constructed area, I am still going to retain rights over the land. Really what I have transferred is 70% of the land, and I am going to get in lieu of that 30% of my constructed area. This is the second view which is possible. Now, the next question is whether section 45(5)(a) is applicable or not. 45(5)(a) is very specific, very clear, and brought in only for the purpose of saving the taxpayers from paying tax at an earlier stage, despite the fact that they are going to receive money later. Okay. So what is the section? Section is applicable only to individual and individual. Section is applicable only if there is a registered agreement. Section is applicable if there is a transfer of development rights in the land to a developer. Section is applicable only if you are going to receive some consideration in kind. Whether or not you are going to receive consideration in cash is not material. You have to receive some consideration in kind. In kind means some constructed property in the new building. Then 45(5)(a) is applicable. All conditions are getting satisfied. Therefore, the person in the present case, the landowner, can offer his income to tax under section 45(5)(a). Yes. Now, the next question is it mandatory to apply 45(5)(a)? It's a very tricky question. And answer is this: section 45(5)(a) is notwithstanding anything you can get in section 45(1). 45(1) is a general charging section. Any capital gain chargeable tax under the Income Tax Act has to be through section 45(1), subject to the exceptions of section 45(2), 3, 4, 5, 5, etc. Further, section uses the word, if these conditions are fulfilled, he shall offer it to tax under section 45(5)(a). Now, this is the problem which arises when, in the present case, the person has transferred 90% of his area before the construction is completed. As per the proviso to section 45(5)(a), if before a completion certificate is received, if the landlord transfers his share, then in that case, his benefit of 45(5)(a) will cease to exist. What is the benefit? Benefit under 45(5)(a) is tax is to be paid in the year in which CC is received. So it is postponed to that date. Okay. Now, if you transfer a property before CC is received, then you lose the benefit. Then what are the complications? What are the implications? The implications are you have to pay tax in that year as if Section 45(5)(a) is not applicable. Okay. Apart from the controversy of Section 45, the provisos have been applicable or not, the moot point is, what if I don't want to go here? Is it possible? So then the option is this. I may treat my land as stock in trade and I may go to 45. There the year of taxability is the year in which stock in trade is ultimately sold or transferred. Okay, and there is no such condition that, oh, what if I am transferred earlier? The stipulations are different. So okay, 45(2) is applicable. What if I don't want to go in 45(2) and 45(5)(a)? Still can I go under 45(1)? Very difficult, but we have developed an argument. It is possible because of this. I'll give you an example of what has happened very recently. Under 54, from 1/4/23, I think, they got a cap of 10 crore rupees on investment deduction. Now there was a case where an assessee had entered into an agreement, development agreement, and he was supposed to get a big flat, the value of which exceeded 10 crores. He was supposed to go under 45(5)(a) and he was supposed to offer that income to tax in subsequent year. But if he was supposed to offer to tax in subsequent year, there was a cap of 10 crore. Now if you read the wordings of section 54, which deals with the reduction of section 54, 54 says, instead of capital gain being chargeable to income tax in the year of transfer, it shall be dealt with as follows. If the amount is invested, entire amount reduction. If partially it is invested, partial amount is deduction. 45(1) deals with taxability in the year of transfer. 45(5)(a) postpones the taxability in the year of commencement construction completion certificate. Now then the important question would be, can I still apply 54 when I am offering to tax income under 45? Because very strictly, 54 is an exception to chargeability in the year of transfer. It is not an exception to charges. And therefore, we have taken a view that 54 is a charging section because it says it shall be chargeable in the following manner, and 54 creates an exception to 45(5)(a) because if I strictly go under 45(5)(a), I will not be eligible to claim 54. Therefore, to claim 54, I can argue 45(5)(a) is not mandatory. Nobody from department. All these ideas should not go there. Okay. So, you have a 50-50 argument that okay, 45(5)(a) is not mandatory. Whether section 247(5) can apply or not, really this question has now become academic because of two reasons. 247(5) was specifically brought in because agreements were not getting registered. In substance, you are transferring the property, but you are not registering the agreement. 247(1) deals with transfer, sale, exchange, relinquishment. 247(2) extinguishment of rights therein. Supreme Court in case of Alapati Venkatramaya 53 ITR has held that for any transfer of immovable property, there has to be registration of that property. So, it has to be a transfer under Transfer of Property Act. Section 54 Transfer of Property Act deals with conveyance of property. If the value of the property is 100 rupees or more, it has to be mandatorily registered. Okay. So there are two elements of transfer. A, conveyance, which is handing over the possession, and B, registration. If any of these elements are missing, it is not transfer, you can't tax it under 247(1) and 247(2). Therefore, 247(5). And if you have handed over the possession, there is an agreement, you have not registered it, then still we will tax you under the Income Tax Act, despite the fact it is not a Transfer of Property Act. Now, what happened was subsequently the law was amended, and the law was amended, Registration Act was amended, Transfer of Property Act was amended to the effect that even these categories of agreements under 53A of TOPA have to be registered. Supreme Court was then posed with the question that what if 247(5) applies? There is a transfer of possession, there is an agreement, though not registered, and 53A of TOPA applies. Supreme Court holds that law has been amended. Now, even 53A TOPA ROFA agreements have to be registered. Since they are not registered, 247(5) will not apply. Okay, so 247(5) again is a requirement of registration, but you are badly caught in 247(6). So 247(6) is a serious problem for all this kind of arrangements. 247(6). Yes. Any transaction, whether by way of becoming a member or acquiring shares in a cooperative society, company or other association of person, or by way of any agreement, arrangement, or in any other manner whatsoever, which has the effect of transferring, enabling the enjoyment of immovable property. This has been interpreted by Supreme Court in Balbir Singh Maini and Session to the effect that if de facto ownership is transferred, not legally transferred because of registration, it will amount to transfer. Therefore, you are caught in 247(6). However, both these judgments have held that if what you are transferring is not land, what you are transferring is only development rights, 247(6) will not. Okay, you are not transferring land, the development agreement will always state that land belongs to me. What I am transferring is development rights. You will enter into a limited power of attorney. I am giving you power of attorney to enter my land only for the limited purpose of development. Supreme Court says this does not amount to transfer of land, 247(6) will not. Year of taxability. Year of taxability, if 45(5)(a), year in which construction is completed, if 45(1), year in which transfer takes place, if 45(2), year in which ultimately stock in trade is sold or transferred. Now there is only one problem in this question which will trouble you, which is it states that landlord was supposed to be given 30% of the land and he has already transferred 90% of his flats before the receipt of OC. Now if you read section 45(5)(a), section 45(5)(a) states, if transferor transfers his shares on or before the date of said issue of certificate of completion, capital gain is deemed to be income of the previous year in which such transfer takes place, and the provisions of the Act, other than provisions of this subsection, will apply for the purpose of determination of full value of consideration. In short, if you transfer your share before OC is received, we will not give you benefits which we are giving you in under 45(5)(a) by postponing your tax liability to the year of OC. In the given case, what he has transferred is not 100% of his share, he has only transferred 90% of his shares. So we have taken a view that proviso will apply only if he has transferred 100% of his share. Transferor transfers his share. If the law was cautious enough to use the word, if the law was cautious, they would have used the word transfers part or whole of his shares, which they have used earlier. In the main section, they say we will tax you in the year in which part or whole of OC is received. So then you can use the word part or whole. Why not in the proviso? Since the proviso uses the word his share, not part or whole, therefore proviso will not apply if you have transferred part of your share. Second point, to support this argument, logic is, in a redevelopment agreement, generally the developer gets certain area and certain money, but the quantum of money is less. They say we don't want to tax you at a stage of transfer, we don't know if the building is going to be completed or not. Two, I will not have the money to pay tax at this stage. Therefore, we are postponing the liability. Now, you are postponing the liability to the year of OC. अब जिस साल में OC आ रहा है उस साल तो टैक्स पे करना, तभी मैं पैसे कहाँ से लाऊंगा? मेरे को मेरे फ्लैट्स तो बेचने पड़ेंगे. But if I transfer my flats earlier, you will take away the benefits. Section has no logic, and therefore we have interpreted this proviso to mean only if complete share is transferred, you will be taken away from your benefits under 45(5)(a), Otherwise, if you have transferred part of your share so that you get some money to pay tax in the year, for example, if OC is received on 30th March 2025, suppose. So assessment year 15, 25, 26 में आपको टैक्स पे करना है, OC मिल गया, पैसे कहाँ से लाएंगे? एडवांस टैक्स पे नहीं किया आपने, एक दिन में आप सेल कैसे करोगे? Okay, you have to file return by 31st July, suppose for example. तो 3 months में आप कैसे सेल करोगे? So it's illogical that you are not allowing me to transfer my share before OC is received, and if immediately OC is received, where will I get the money from? And therefore, we have taken an interpretation that this should mean that I should not transfer my complete share. I should only transfer part of my shares. If I transfer part of my shares, provision is not works. So I am done through the landowner. Now I come to the tenant. इसमें एक tenant भी है. So tenancy stands on a separate pedestal, as sir pointed out. Tenancy is more of an occupancy rights and is a protected tenant under Maharashtra Rent Control Act. You cannot throw him off. More or less, he has the rights of the owner de facto and not on papers. Now, what is happening in this transaction is, tenant had 1,000 square feet of occupancy right or tenancy right. After the construction is completed, he will get 1,400 square feet free of cost. All ownership basis. Plus, he will buy 400 square feet that we will take care of separately. Now, whether transaction of surrender of tenancy is a transfer, if yes, is it taxable? A, tenancy right is a capital asset. When you surrender tenancy rights, there is a transfer, relinquishment or extinguishment, you have to pay tax. Correct? But there is a twist. Not as simple as that. It is not the case that you have given tenancy to the landlord and landlord has given you ownership rights. ये पार्ट होता है. ये केस नहीं है. अगर ये केस है तो उसका मतलब ये है कि टेनेंट मालिक बन गया और ओनर टेनेंट बन गया. This is not happening. What is happening is you are owner of a tenancy right, which is a bundle of right, and you are getting the remainder rights, which was with the owner. Generally, in a tenancy agreement, if you transfer pagdi, so 80% consideration flows to the tenant, 20% owner के पास generally. So what is happening in tenancy into ownership is you are getting the remainder rights of the owner, as a result of which your tenancy right dies a natural death, because as per 111D of TOPA and as per the Maharashtra Rent Control Act, a person cannot be owner and tenant at the same point of time. So therefore, what is happening is, आप tenant तो हो, आपको बिल्डिंग में ओनरशिप राइट्स मिल रहा है, आपको टेनेंसी राइट तो मिलना ही था as per Maharashtra Rent Control Act, but he is giving you ownership rights. You are getting something more. You are not giving up anything. You are getting something more. Getting something more does not amount to transfer. As a result of getting the remainder rights, your tenancy right extinguishes, determinates, or dies a natural death, for which you have not received any consideration, is not chargeable to tax. ये आर्गुमेंट इसलिए आया है because if it is commercial, you are screwed. Commercial में tenancy में cost is zero, deemed to be zero. Entire value of the new house is your. ये आर्गुमेंट इसलिए भी आया है because under 54F tenancy के सामने घर लिया तो 54F मिल सकता है. There is a cap of 10 crore. Not as simple as that. That मैंने tenancy दिया और मेरे को सामने घर मिला. मैंने tenancy नहीं दिया, मेरे को सामने ownership rights दिया. And therefore my tenancy dies natural death. There is no transfer. Assuming there is a transfer, there is no consideration. Nobody is paying me any consideration. It is dying a natural death because of the operation of law. As a result, there is no capital gain chargeable. This is the second view, and this view has the backing of two judgments of Bombay High Court. Conversion of tenancy into ownership is not a transfer. Now, assuming for that Suppose if we take view number 2, then all other questions become academic. We should proceed to question number 2. But for the sake of argument, we will take the argument. What if tenancy right is see, if tenancy के सामने आपको घर मिल रहा है, naturally thing is you offer it a tax under 54F and get rid of it. There is no question of any controversy with that. Problem will arise only in commercial in 54F and 10 crore का limitation. If that is not a problem, then you can just finish it off. The third problem, of course, the third problem is your builder will write in the agreement EAAA कि मैं आपको 4 साल के बाद घर दूँगा. What is 54F का requirement? Purchase within 2 years, construction within 3 years. If the EAAA specifically writes कि मैं आपको 4 साल के बाद घर दूँगा, your deduction is gone. As a result, we take an argument that conversion of tenancy to ownership is not a transfer. Assuming it's a transfer, which is a year of transfer, year in which possession is handed over, because that is what is your right. Tenancy right is right to occupy. The moment you give up your occupation rights, your right has gone. Now there is a problem here. The problem is this. Most of the agreements of tenants, EAAA states that you have to pay rent and you will continue to be tenant till the time you receive the new flat. To safeguard the rights of the tenants, that suppose if we discontinue his tenancy rights and if the new building is not constructed, it is gone. उसके पास क्या है? कुछ नहीं. To safeguard that, most of the agreement stipulates that your tenancy will continue till the time new flat is handed over. This is because of two things. The first thing is under Maharashtra Rent Control Act, if it's a dilapidated building or whatever it is, if the owner wants to redevelop the property, it is mandatory for him to give a tenancy right to the tenant in the new building. Logic is, you are a tenant not only in the building or structure, you are a tenant also in respect of land underneath the building. As a tenant or suppose building area, does that mean the owner will throw you out? The answer is no, because you are protected tenant, your right is not only in the building but also in the land. Okay, therefore, since your right is also in the land, most of the agreements will write that you have to pay rent, will give you rent receipts, and your tenancy right will continue till the time you receive the new flat. In which case, tenancy right is transferred in the year in which you receive OC, and there will be no problem for 54F. If you उसी दिन transfer हो, उसी time आपको ना आएगा. This is the most advisable. आपको 54F भी मिल जाएगा. Determination of full value of consideration for tenancy rights. If you say it is a transfer, then full value of consideration is the value of the asset which you are receiving, which is 1400 square feet. Uska stamp duty value is deemed to be full value of consideration. You can take a plea, instead of stamp duty value, take the fair market value or cost of construction, whatever. Cost of acquisition of tenancy right is deemed to be nil as per section 55. Taxability of rental allowance and taxability of hardship allowance, both are considered to be capital receipt, compensation in nature, not chargeable to tax. You have a number of tribunal judgments in this regard. Insofar as the rental income is concerned, is the builder required to have TDS under 194I as rent? The answer is no, because it is not rent, it is a compensation. It is not a rent for using your property, it is a compensation for alternate accommodation, no requirement of renting TDS. Lastly, eligibility to claim 54F, yes, you can claim 54F. And the last question. Now here you are receiving a new 400 square feet at less than stamp duty value. 25 की जगह पे आपको 20,000 में मिल रहा है. So can the department tax you for the balance 5,000 per square feet? Answer is yes. Clearly you are receiving at less than stamp duty value, it has to be taxed. But for that 400 square feet extra which you are purchasing, 56,210 will apply. But for the 1,400 square feet which you are receiving in lieu of your old tenancy, 56,210 will not apply, because that transaction is a subject matter of capital gains. When a particular transaction is taxable under the head capital gains, 56(2) or section 56 or income from other sources will not apply. A particular transaction can't be taxed both under the head capital gains and income from other sources. Okay, so 56(2) will not apply. On 1,400 square feet, on 400 it will apply. So I think I am done with that.
Yeah. So I have just missed one particular point in last question. hardship allowance, rent allowance and other allowances received by the tenant in our first case. The first case, it was a residential tenant. So he has surrendered the tenancy, not in course of furtherance of business. So all these payments that he is receiving, it is not receiving in course of furtherance of business. So hardship allowance, corpus, compensation, whatever name you say, that is not liable to GST, correct? So now I am coming to the second question. Second question is, the same case of redevelopment. The bungalow owner is there. In that bungalow, landowner occupies one floor. The two floors are occupied by the two different tenants. One tenant is occupying as a commercial premises. One tenant is occupying as a residential premises, correct? And here the developer wants to construct the commercial complex. Earlier we have taken the residential complex. Here the developer wants to construct the commercial complex. Earlier case we have an area sharing. In this case we have the revenue share. The landlord says, you pay me certain percentage of a revenue. Whatever sales you do, you pay me the certain percentage of a revenue share, correct? So now, and again, the tenants are there. The duty to settle the tenant is on the landowner, and the landowner pays 3 crore rupees each to both the tenant. So the first question comes, in the hands, who transferred the tenancy or who terminated the tenancy for consideration? That is the tenant. As far as first tenant is concerned, who is a residential tenant, in my opinion, it is not liable to GST because it is not transferring his tenancy in course of furtherance of his business. It was his residential tenancy. It was his personal transaction, so no tax on that. As far as commercial tenant is concerned, there could be issue. The commercial tenant gets 3 crore rupees. Because in my opinion, commercial tenancy is a business asset. And when you deal with a business asset, it is nothing but you have done in the course of furtherance of a business. In my opinion, that 3 crore rupees, that the commercial tenant gets it, it is liable to tax, and it will be liable to tax at 18%. So this is something, we have to be very, very careful. Commercial tenancy, surrender of commercial tenancy for consideration will be liable to tax. So first tenants we have dealt with. Now the second comes the landowner. What landowner gets here? Landowner gets the revenue share, correct? Landowner transfers the development right, he gets the revenue share. And what we have learnt earlier, development right, transfer of the development right is liable to tax, but the tax has to be paid by whom? By the developer under reverse charge. So this is, what revenue share this gentleman is getting, landowner. It is nothing but a deferred consideration for development right. He is not selling the flat. The flats are being sold by the developer. Though he may be the, second signatory, joint signatory in the agreement, but all the money will first flow to the account of the landowner. He sells the flat. So, and what the landowner gets it is a 40% revenue share. So that is nothing but a consideration on development right. So whatever revenue share is getting, it is not liable to be taxed in his hands. It is to be taxed under the development right to be taxed in the hands of the developer. Premium paid to corporation by the developer, premium paid nowadays department comes out with the notice, whatever premium that you are paying to BMC, it is to be, tax has to be paid under reverse charge by the person who is paying it. But all bullshit. Then you got 243W, we have Article 243W in the Constitution, wherein regulation of construction and land usage falls under Article 243W, and there is a GST, there is clear notification, any amount which is charged for the, by the municipal corporation for conforming duty under Article 243W is neither the supply of goods nor supply of services. So we not to bother about whatever municipal corporation को whatever premium we have paid, FSI के लिए pay किया, fungible FSI के fungible premium के लिए किया, premium FSI के लिए किया, no tax is payable. So the in this case, whatever the premium paid by the corporation to the landowner is not taxable. Now I am coming to the developer. Taxability of the units sold by the developer. Yes, I have told you, the supplier of a construction service is a developer. It is not that 60% service provided by the developer and 40% provided by landowner. No. Entire services, construction service is provided by the landowner whatever he gets the payment for a under construction sale of flat, it is liable to be taxed, and he is a commercial complex. So the tax will be at 12% along with the ITC. You will get the ITC because it is commercial complex. So the developer will have to collect the tax at 12%. He can get the ITC. Whatever revenue share paid to the landowner, that I have already dealt with. Premium paid to the corporation by the developer, I have already told that in Article 240 in WIRC pursuant to that, it is neither a supply, no goods or not services. So reverse charge. See, reverse charge applies when there is a charge, no? If there is a taxability, if there is a charge, if there is no charge, then it cannot be reverse charge. The TDR purchased by the developer. Now when TDR is purchased by the developer, definitely it is liable to GST. It is liable to GST under the reverse charge because these are the development TDR in connection with commercial complex. About the revenue share that you are paying to the owner, it is also you are paying for the development right for a commercial premises. So whatever revenue share that you are paying, as well as whatever TDR you are paying, both are liable to GST under reverse charge, and this tax has to be paid. Please understand this. Suppose today developer has get 2 crore rupees revenue. So out of that 40%, 80 lakhs is given to the landowner. So that 80 lakhs is the payment towards the development right for a commercial premises. So 80 lakh ke upar reverse charge means 18% has to be paid, and you get the ITC thereof. Are you clear on this? In case of a revenue share, you have to pay the tax, and the developer has to pay the tax under reverse charge the day on which he pays for the development right. And revenue share is nothing but a deferred consideration for the transfer of a development right. ITC availability, whatever development right के ऊपर आप reverse charge भरते हो, developer भरता है, you are getting the full credit. You are getting the full credit. And what about that flat remaining unsold? All the 100% flat belong to the developer, and if the flat remains unsold on the date of OC, suppose 30% of the flat remain unsold, 30 flat in our commercial unit remain unsold. So whatever ITC you claimed for entire project, on the date of completion of the project, 30% of the ITC, you must have taken the ITC of the iron, steel, reti, kadi, cement, or everybody, including development right you have paid or including TDR you have paid. All this ITC, आपको whatever extent the units are unsold, 30% units are unsold, so 30% you have to reverse it. So I think I am through with this, revenue sharing arrangement. Yeah.
Yes. So the question number, the case study 2, we have firstly the tax implications for tenants. So tenancy tax implications here would be same as what we discussed. Here the difference is he is not getting any ownership, right? He is surrendering and he is getting money. And therefore once he is surrendering it to the landlord and he is getting money, it's a taxable transfer, he has to pay tax. Cost of acquisition is there, it will not make any difference if it's a commercial tenancy or residential tenancy, because commercial tenancy is not a depreciable asset. Section 50 does not apply. So it doesn't make any difference, no tax implications, change in tax implications. Coming to the landlord, capital gains, chargeable tax is capital, yes. Coming to the landlord. Now we discussed very briefly 45.2. 45.2 is conversion of capital asset into stock in trade. Why section 45.2 is because I have a property, I am converting it into stock in trade. I hold the properties for 10 years. After 10 years I am converting into stock in trade. And once I convert it into stock in trade, I am in the next month transferring the property. My cost of acquisition is, say for example, 1 lakh rupees. My sale value is 10 crore rupees. Because I am holding it for 10 years. Assessee offer to tax difference between the consideration and fair market value of the property on the date of conversion. Take for example, the fair market value of the property on the date of conversion is 9.5 crores. So he offered 50 lakhs as business income. Matter traveled to Supreme Court, department is arguing how can you tax, how can you allow deduction of 9.5 crores, it has to be 1 lakh rupees. The Supreme Court says in Gross Beckett Sabu and by Shirin by Kuka, it is cost to the business, not cost to the assessee. Since cost to the business is 9.5 crores, 50 lakhs is taxable. Effect, difference between 9.5 crores and cost of 1 lakh goes untaxed. Therefore, 45.2. What does 45.2 say now? When you convert a capital asset into stock in trade, taxability not in the year, first conversion is a transfer, deemed transfer. Therefore, in the year of conversion there is a tax implication. But we will collect the tax in the year in which ultimately stock in trade is ultimately sold or transferred. What will happen is, plain vanilla transaction, land converted into stock in trade sold in the next year. Date of conversion is, say for example 23-24, no tax implication. In 24-25 it is transferred. Two heads of income will be attracted. 9.5 crores minus 1 lakh or whatever index cost of acquisition is deemed to be your capital gain. 10 crore minus 9.5 crores, 50 lakh is your business income. Now in the context of redevelopment agreement, an assessee may not want to go for 45.2, but the department may argue, for you it is an adventure in the nature of trade. You are bearing the risk because in this particular case study, you are getting percentage of share of that party, which means you are willing to bear the risk of at what price the property is going to be sold. Okay, so if you are going to take that risk, we will treat it as you have now entered into an activity in the nature of trade, adventure in the nature of trade, and therefore it's a business activity, and therefore naturally is a conversion of capital asset into stock in trade. Two factors here supports that: A, it's a revenue sharing agreement, and B, person is also incurring expenses and person is also acquiring the tenancies. So he has taken steps towards getting or towards bearing the risk of entering into this transaction. Therefore 45.2 will apply. Suppose there are no expenses, suppose he is not doing any expenses, but the builder tells him, boss, I don't have money to pay. Owner says, I don't want property, I want cash. Then the builder says, then you will have to wait till the time I transfer the property. Owner says, boss, I can't wait. What is my security? Therefore they enter into an agreement. Okay, 40% of whatever you transfer is mine. In this case, probably you can argue, I never wanted this kind of arrangement. It is forced upon me, and therefore it is still capital gains, not conversion of capital asset into stock. But in the present case, tax are different. He is incurring expenses, etc. Therefore, it's conversion of capital asset into stock. If 45.2 is applicable, what would be the year of taxability? Taxability year is it is taxable in the year in which stock in trade is ultimately sold. Now I will give you 4 options. Give me the correct answer. Land and building is my stock in trade. Land and building is converted from capital asset into stock in trade. And that is transferred in the year in which I enter into a development agreement. Samjha? So in 2023-20, example, I don't know, 23-24, I entered into a development agreement. Just before that, I converted by paying at expenses and purchasing the tenants. Stock in trade is land and building, and it is transferred in the year in which I enter into a development agreement. Builder is screwed, the landowner is screwed. उसको आएगा बाद में, बेचेगा बाद में, but उसको tax liability अभी आएगा. Second example, there will be a clause in the development agreement that once the building is constructed, a society of buyers is formed, I have to convey my land to society. So if land is stock in trade, it is conveyed when a conveyance is entered into with the society. Second option. Third option, stock in trade now is the units which are going to be sold and I am going to get money. So as and when I am getting the money, stock in trade is proportionately sold, I have to offer proportionate capital gain tax. Or fourth, depending upon the method of accounting followed by the assessee. So once I enter into the arena of business income, and if I am a builder, then I have to follow either percentage completion or project completion. So if I am following percentage completion, if I am offering some percentage of profits to tax, corresponding capital gains I have to offer tax. These are the 4 options when stock in trade is sold. We have to reject item number 1. There is no sale when I enter into a development agreement, and we have to reject item number 2. Both are extremes. The first extreme is today when I enter into development agreement, there is a transfer, rejected. The second extreme is everything is done, buyer has come, society is formed, now I convey. At that point of time is a transfer of stock in trade. Again, this you have to reject. Either we go with option 3 or option 4. Proportionate capital gains offered to tax in the year in which the stock in trade is sold. Now, if 45(2) is not applicable, then in which year taxability? Okay, it's a registered agreement. 45(2) is not applicable. Taxability in the year in which transfer takes place. 45(1). 45(5) will not apply because here I am not receiving anything in kind. 45(5) requires something to be received in kind. Here I am only receiving in cash. Therefore, 45(1) is the only option. Taxability in the year in which transfer takes place. Transfer has taken place as soon as I enter into a development agreement. One can rely upon Balbir Singh Maini, Shishasha Steel to say that would have transferred his development rights and not the land and building person, therefore 45(1) will not apply. But to my mind, those judgments are little bit here and there, because if your development agreement contains a clause of conveying the property ultimately to the society of conveying the land, ultimately to the society of buyers, in effect what you are doing today is transferring the land first. Okay, but keeping that argument aside, is a separate argument. Today, assuming for a moment you say there is a transfer, how do you determine full value of consideration? Because full value of consideration is 40% of total sale consideration which is going to receive in future. Today, in this year, when the development agreement is entered, how will I come to know my consideration which I am going to receive in future? Therefore, the argument of real income theory. Real income theory is income accrued but not due. Supreme Court has held in TD Sasu that income accrued but not due is not taxable in the year of accrual, it is taxable in the year it becomes due. Same theory has been applied by Supreme Court in Bali held capital gains. And therefore, as and when you receive consideration, you have to offer it to tax. Now there is a second point to this. Second point is section 50 capital D. Section 50 capital D says, if the consideration cannot be ascertained or cannot be determined, consideration cannot be ascertained or cannot be determined, then the value of the asset which I am giving up will be deemed to be full value of consideration. समझा? ये कभी-कभी बहुत फायदेमंद हो सकता है. I'll tell you how. आज जो मैंने प्लॉट दिया है, उसका वैल्यू है, for example, 50 crores. And today our contract is 50 crores. कल जो मेरे को मिलेगा 75 crores. They can't tax the balance 25 crores because that transaction has already suffered tax at some deeming value. Correct? Therefore, these are the two solutions which are available. Either you argue if 45(2) is not applicable, you can't tax me under 45(1) because there is no consideration at all, or consideration cannot be determined. And if you throw me to section 50D, then you have to argue that in the year in which you receive a higher amount of consideration, nothing is chargeable to tax. Yes. Deduction of following cost. Premium amount will be allowed as a deduction while computing your business income, and even amount paid to tenants will be allowed as a deduction while taking business income. There is a third angle to this, which is you and builder have come together and therefore it's an AOP. That's a joint venture. Is it possible? Yes, it is possible. Because you have joined hands. So there are judgments under the Income Tax Act. Supreme Court in case of Hyundai and other judgments are there. If role of a specific person, if role of a person or a member is defined, crystallized, for which he is going to get consideration, don't tax it as an AOP. Tax it individually. But did you rule out the possibility? The answer is no. Or rule out the possibility. There may be a possibility they may tax you under AOP, in which case obtain a PAN, offer to tax under the slab rates or whatever rates under the Income Tax Act. Your income is taxable at, the AOP's income is taxable at 30%. Since you are paying tax at MMR, individuals don't have to pay tax. This is the third option possible. And
the third case study, see friends, we know that we are late, but our original time was 9:15. We have started about 15-20 minutes late. So if you are okay with that, to 9:30 तक दूसरा case study हम लोग will finish करके. Is it okay with you? Society redevelopment we are taking because it is applicable to all of us, either as a member of the society or our clients are the members of the society. I am talking of a redevelopment of the society where there is certain, majority predominantly residential premises and there are some commercial premises in the society, correct? So now, the development agreement has been entered, wherein developer has agreed to allot each member a flat, existing area plus 30%, extra area bought by the member will be, charged at 20,000 rupees per square feet at the market rate of 30,000 rupees per square feet. The rent allowance has been paid to the members, hardship allowance is also paid to the members, and sum of rupees 2.5 crore will be paid to society as a corpus contribution. So society ko when you are paying the corpus contribution, it is nothing but transfer. In my opinion, it is society enters into a development agreement with you. For that, you are paying 2.5%. Is a consideration for the development right society is transferring. So I will take whatever name you give, corpus donation and everything, but it is basically for the, because if you see the development agreement, this may be a 2.5 crore ka reference must be there because stamp duty has to be paid on that also. So that is first thing. So developer jo members ko house rent allowance, then hardship allowance de raha hai. There are two type of members. One is a commercial members, other is a residential members. Residential members के ऊपर कोई tax नहीं है because this is transaction in personal capacity, not because of the But the commercial tenants who are getting it, and if the basic threshold exceeds 20 lakh rupees, so in that case, this will be added there, and it will be liable to GST at the rate of 18% hardship allowance, etc. The members are getting. Then taxability of amount paid for an additional area. 20,000 rupees per square feet he is charging, builder charging, definitely it will suffer the tax at the rate of 5% because it is the sale of it is basically construction services provided to that extent. Now transfer of the development right by the society, I already told you, transfer of development right by any transferor, it's a headache of a developer. Here the society ke upar there is nothing, no headache of the 2.5 CR ka jo bhi hai. Society has not to worry about it because that developer has to pay the tax. And all the development right we have already discussed. What is the time of supply, what is the, how to tax it and other things. So I am not going into that details. Now, only thing is that ITC implications of such transfer. If 2.5 CR is paid to the society, if it is a development right, uske upar 18% on the date of payment, the developer has to pay the GST under reverse charge, correct? And uske liye ITC credit developer will get, definitely developer will get it. Again, developer provides the constructed area to the members. So we have already discussed, how to value the free area given to the landowner. See, here the landowners, and members are on the same footing. So we have already discussed first agreement value, correct? First agreement, sale agreement value. Whatever area given to the, all area given to the members, you have to just calculate it. First agreement value आपको लेना है. That will be the value of a construction services. उसके ऊपर रेसिडेंस के ऊपर 5% भरना है, कमर्शियल के ऊपर 8% नहीं भरना है, because redeveloped building में the total commercial area is less than 15%. So if it is less than 15%, then the project is called RREP, residential real estate project. And in that case, even the commercial के ऊपर commercial के ऊपर भी जो है, you have to pay the 5% GST, whatever you are paying there. So what is the value of the development right? The value of the development right will be 2.5 CR you have paid, correct? Whatever area you have given free of cost to the commercial member or residential member, uski value you have to add it. Plus you know that is the value of a development right, and you have to first calculate kitna percentage is unsold, whatever percentage is unsold. Suppose case study how much percentage is unsold. Nothing like you, so the entire thing is sold in that case, correct? So there is, the builder is lucky. So, or the chartered account is more lucky. He has not to calculate all these things. So, I think, and builder is most lucky because everything is sold. Builder is the most lucky, everything is sold. And chartered accountant is more lucky, sir. This is calculate करना पड़ता है ना. Unlucky ना. You are right. Because you not get fees. You are still playing the role of that, crooked government officer, So in my view, I think society may what we have to keep in mind, transfer of development rights, society did not bother, correct? Whatever members are getting, they should not bother, the residential member, correct? And only thing is that, सबसे बड़ा dispute society में, what I am seeing today, जब भी बिल्डर पोजीशन दे रहा है मेंबर को, वो बोलता है हमारा 5% GST लाओ, करेक्ट? एंड आज फ्लैट की वैल्यू, द फर्स्ट नियर टू फर्स्ट एग्रीमेंट वैल्यू के हिसाब से वैल्यू एक फ्लैट की कीमत 2 करोड़, 1.5 करोड़, 2 करोड़, 2.5 करोड़, 3 करोड़ हो जाता है, एंड 5% इज 15 लाख रुपीस, 10 लाख रुपीस. वो तो बेचारा बाद से 3-4 साल बाद लेके आता है, परेशान हुआ होता है, करेक्ट? और बिल्डर ने 50 भाड़ा दिया और 90 रुपये भाड़े में रहता है बेचारा, और वापिस आने के टाइम पे तो बिल्डर आपको 15 लाख रुपीस, 10 लाख रुपीस, इट इज इट्स अ मेजर डिस्प्यूट बिकॉज द डेवलपमेंट राइट when you are entering a permanent water accommodation agreement or the development agreement, you are not specifying who will bear the tax. If the agreement has to be very clearly mentioned, either the member will bear the tax or the developer will bear the tax. In case if agreement is silent, then members can take the position. In that case, as per the decision of Srachi Housing Corporation case of Supreme Court, if the agreement is silent, then the liability to pay the GST and bear the GST, then the price is inclusive of GST, and the liability to pay the GST is on the developer. लेकिन प्रॉब्लम क्या होता है, they come to us for the, डेवलपर बोलता है कि भाई, मेंबर बोलेंगे नरेश भाई के पास जाएंगे, डेवलपर बोलेगा हाँ नरेश भाई के पास जाएंगे, दोनों आते हैं मेरे पास, मैं बोलता हूँ इनको, लेकिन तो डेवलपर क्या करता है, वो बोलता है कि ठीक है, उसकी ऑफिस में जाने के बाद बोलता है मेंबर को तो नरेश भाई तो बोलते रहते हैं, उनको पैसा दो तो ही तुमको पोजीशन देंगे, तभी आपको पोजीशन देंगे. एंड अनफॉर्चुनेटली एग्रीमेंट में, द डेट ऑन विच OCs come, वो दिन पे पोजीशन लेने की जिम्मेदारी मेंबर की है. If he doesn't take it, और if he, तो ये बोलते हैं मेरे को पोजीशन दो, मेरे को पैसा दो तो मैं पोजीशन दूंगा. But this is something is a very very messy. तो आप यदि सोसाइटी के चार्टर्ड अकाउंटेंट हो या खुद सोसाइटी के मेंबर हो, कमिटी मेंबर हो, invariably every chartered accountant is always a committee member of the society, because चार्टर्ड अकाउंटेंट को सबकी उपाधि सर पे लेने की बहुत बड़ी एक आदत है करके, एंड सोसाइटी वाले भी आपको बोलेंगे ना, आप तो चार्टर्ड अकाउंटेंट एकदम पढ़े लिखे हो, सुबह से 9 बजे ऑफिस जाते हो, रात को 9 बजे आप तो इतना काम करते हो, तो आप भी हमारे यू आर द पर्सन, राइट पर्सन टू बी सेक्रेटरी, करेक्ट? सो दिस आर समथिंग, as a committee member also we have to know when we are going to development, this is the only point that you need to be very very careful. I think I am through with this, sir.
So insofar as income tax is concerned, very complicated. Better you go for dinner. Better you go for dinner. Okay. So I'll give you 3 options. You have to give me my answer. Now, as we discussed earlier, land is conveyed in the name of society. Building is lying in the name of society. सोसाइटी का बैलेंस शीट देखेंगे सारा एग्रीमेंट वैल्यू उसके एसेट साइड पे एंड मेंबर्स का शेयर कैपिटल होता है. What is the right of the shareholder and what is the right of the society? Both are different person. First option, land and building including flats belong to society. Members only have membership right through share certificate. Don't jump to the answer. दूसरा ऑप्शन भी सुन लो. Land belongs to society. Flats belong to members. Second option. Third option. Society is merely a title holder, but the de facto economic owner of the land and building is the member. Land in the sense proportionate rights. आपको 3 ऑप्शन दिए हैं. आप बताइए क्या सही है? Third option. Anybody with first option? Madam is only 2 person are with first option. Don't worry, madam and sir. Bombay High Court is with you. Bombay High Court is with you. Anybody with second option? Second option. Land भले सोसाइटी का, बिल्डिंग मेंबर्स का. आपके साथ भी कुछ कोर्स तो है ही. एंड थर्ड में कौन है? तो बाकी सबका ध्यान नहीं रखा ना मैं. 5 के हाथ खड़े हुए. ओके सर, आपके साथ भी एक हाथ हाईकोर्ट है, बॉम्बे हाईकोर्ट है. चलो ठीक है. नाउ व्हाट इज रेलेवेंट इज depending upon what view you take, tax implications will change. Firstly, everything belongs to society. You are only having share certificate, right to occupy premises. In which case, if the society goes for redevelopment, members की आंख में no tax implication. Because I was a member and I am a member. At the same time, when you transfer a house property, transfer your share certificate, transfer your membership right in the society, and you purchase a new house property, 54F, not 54. At the same time, if you transfer a house property and you acquire a flat in the society, कुछ भी नहीं मिलेगा. Membership ले ऐसा 54 भी नहीं मिलेगा. तो फर्स्ट वाले बी कॉशियस. सेकेंड ऑप्शन, what you are transferring is land, you are the holder of building and not the land, which is what we generally follow in our normal parlance. We take as if we have transferred our flat and whatever consideration is received. In which case, on redevelopment, we have transferred old flat, getting new flat 54. Safest thing. But if it goes beyond 10 crores, take a view is not acceptable. Because you can take a view which will have a very bad impact insofar as GST is concerned. I am the owner. Builder मेरे लिए नया घर बना के दे रहे हैं. There is a question of transfer. He is demolishing and constructing a new house. Therefore, there is no transfer. If you take this view, GST department will come construction contract, works contract. Okay. Mic is working. Okay. ऐसे भी हमारे चेहरे इतने सुंदर ने, आप क्या देखेंगे? आवाज सुन लो. Third, you are the economic owner of land and building. In this case, when you transfer as a member, when you transfer your flat, you have to split up your consideration into 2 parts. One towards land, one towards building. If it's a commercial property, one towards building will be adjusted against your depreciable asset, one towards land has to be assessed separately. तीनों के implications समझ में आ गए. Very recently, Bombay High Court in case of Aditya Raj Builders, in the context of stamp duty, has held that owner of land and building is member only holds a membership certificate and occupancy right. Okay. Now, if you take this view, society is in a deep problem. Okay. Society, when it enters into a development agreement, it is not transferring land. It is not transferring building. It is neither transferring FSI TDR. It is engaging a service of a contractor to demolish the building and to construct a new building. Okay, for which you have received 2.5 crores taxable in the hands of society as income. Big problem, income tax small problem, GST very big problem. Because works contract, if you take this view. Okay. Here you can try to not evade, but manage your tax liability by first, so what is a transaction, typical transaction is, building है 1000 square feet का, 10,000 square feet का, FSI is available and therefore you can construct 15,000 square feet or 20,000 square feet. So you will not give everything to the builder, you will say हमारा बड़ा घर करके दो, plus जो extra आपका है वो आप लेके आपको जो कमाना है कमाओ. तो आपको जो extra मिला है, that is not free of cost. Why? Because you are having a proportionate right in the land. Your right was, अगर 10,000 square feet है, 1000 square feet के सब घर है, your proportionate right was 1/10. 20,000 बन जाएगा. Your proportionate right in the land will reduce. That is the consideration you pay to get higher area. It's not free of cost. Builder will be free में नहीं देता. Okay, so it's okay. That's okay. How to save taxes in the hands of society? जो नए buyers आ रहे हैं ना, उनको पहले member बनाओ, and then उसको घर दो. If you make him a member and then you give him occupation rights, he is contributing towards the share capital. He becomes member. Principles of mutuality. We have a Supreme Court judgment, Venkateshwara Society, it's not charging you tax. So these are in a nutshell some tax implications. Hardship allowance and rent allowance we already discussed. Tax implications of buying new area at a concessional rate, 56(2) will apply. Developer deducting lease at the rate of 10% under 194 IC. 194 IC does not apply to members. Developers can't deduct under 194 IC, but you don't have any option but to succumb to that. 45(5) is applicable to members. The answer is no, member is not entering into a specified agreement. And if you take a view, it is chargeable to tax. In section 54 benefit you can claim. So I think I am through with all the issues. Yes, I am. Thank you so much.
Are you ready to wait for 5 minutes?
Yes.
One important, especially in this MIDC area, at Taloja and all, the MIDC area nearby, what is happening. I'm not seeing the case study. I'm just telling you the principles, correct? No, the people are selling. We are under the impression that people are selling their land and building in MIDC area. But please understand, they are not selling in MIDC area, they are not selling the land because land does not belong to them. They are only the lazy, correct? They are only the lazy. What they are selling, in fact, they are assigning their leasehold rights in the favor of the new buyer. So, as I have told you, what is excluded from the GST is only pure sale of a land. Who can sell the land? Owner of the land can sell the land. When you are not a owner, there is no question of selling of the lands. So today, let me tell you, from July 2017 to till date, across the India, wherever the people have transferred their rights in that industrial corporation lands, MIDC, GIDC, any land, they are now facing the huge liabilities. आपने 50 करोड़ में बेचा है, so it is not again sale of building. It is not sale of building, correct? It is not sale of land. You have sold the rights, and we have the Bombay High Court judgment where the MIDC and SEEDCO itself has allotted. MIDC itself will allotted this what you call leasehold right, whether it is taxable or not. Court has said it is taxable. Please understand, MIDC being the owner of a land, it gives you the leasehold right. It is taxable. So you are coming in the second pedestal. You are the lazy and you are assigning. आपका 90 years का lease है. You run the factory for 40 years there. आपका बच्चे लोग अमेरिका चले गए. Nobody want to run this factory and all the things. पापा तुमने तो पूरी जिंदगी घास काटा है factory में से क्या किया? That is what nobody want to come to that business. So आपको ये factory बेचना है. ये सब बेचना है. So you assign that leasehold right. Assignment of the leasehold right. It is taxable and there are huge notices are flowing. Huge notices are flowing, and my view, definitely it is taxable unless until the law is amended, or they give some concession. Because now very recently in the Finance Act, they say Section 11A, correct? When they say as a trade practice, if people are not paying the tax, government shall माफ भी कर सकती है. This 11A, but again 11A says जिसने नहीं माफ कर सकते, जिसका भरा उसका खेल खत्म, पैसा आ जाए. They will not give you the refund. This is something So 11A is there. Big hopes are there. ये सब leasehold वाला जो मामला है, because see, as he rightly said, you are the economic beneficial owner of the land. Because of the government, this thing, MIDC, GIDC cannot sell the land. That's why these leasing arrangements are done. So friends, as on today the law stands, assignment of leasehold right is taxable, that is Pakka, at the rate of 18% is taxable. When it is taxable, when assignment of lease agreement is done, even if you have not received the money, then also it is taxable. The day on which it is taxable, and only issue is this, कुछ इसमें saving कर सकते हैं. In my view, you can bifurcate the consideration between land and building, because आपका building और land में आप करो, and your stamp duty authorities, when they do the assessment, stamp duty का, they put the land value separately and the building value separately. So if you are taking that building value near to, if you put it in the agreement, okay, this is land value, this is this, can you bifurcate it? Yes, you can bifurcate it. Building is not liable to GST, because sale of building, it becomes sale of a building, but assignment of lease right is taxable. And the best thing is to do, in our case study what I have given, उधर developer आता है, he want to make a infotech park or commercial building, so whatever lease assignment of lease right, if he gives me the GST, means the factory owner, the land owner, the lessee को देता है, he will definitely get the credit. He will definitely get the credit. Absolutely, developer रहता है तो मिलेगा उसको, because he is selling the commercial units. What about the other person buying it? What about other person? Developer नहीं buy करता है. Some other factory person want to run the factory, he buys it. In my opinion, he should also get the credit, because he is not constructing. The blockage is for the paid for the construction, and you yourself are saying leasehold land is not a part of the building, correct? So leasehold land is a separate service by itself. That service the other person is acquiring to run its business. In my opinion, he should get it. He should get it. Even the some person comes and demolishes the building and constructs a new factory, then also he will get it. In my view, I am confident he will get it, because what? Leasehold right is an independent asset, it is independent services. So in that case, so better if your client is negotiating, you have to convince the buyer, and if it is possible, then you don't take a chance, you do it करके. That is what the leasehold का मेरा स्वाध्याय खत्म.
Leasehold is important so far as GST is concerned. Income tax में ऐसा कुछ नहीं है. Leasehold right is taxable, it's a capital asset, you do pay tax. Yes, sir.
In that case, suppose if
that activity might be failed by someone. Can it be treated as going concern also if 1-to-1 is paid? So then exemption in GST? If somebody is selling a factory in the FIDC 1-to-1, then can a going concern concept can be taken for exemption?
101%, sir. You are selling. See, if you are transferring the business, it is exemption, sir. But generally MIDC में लोग फैक्ट्री बंद करने के बाद में बिजनेस बंद करने के बाद में फैक्ट्री बेचते हैं, sir. You know, if you are selling the business itself, then there is an exemption, specific exemption. There is no tax on that.
Thank you so much for a very patient hearing. We could have taken it up more elaborately, but it could have been, less impactful because they would have only been able to cover only one question. We were very fast, we were very quick, but we had no option but to finish off and take 3 case studies. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir, for such an insightful information. Now, I'd like to call CM Mani to give a formal vote of thanks.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I am CA Palak Tikmani, Thane Vikasa Chairperson. Interplay of GST and income tax is quite a fascinating topic, but complex at the same time. But our esteemed speakers, Naresh sir and Naranji, they have very well managed to answer a lot of complex questions with great clarity and ease. With the help of so many case laws they have quoted wherever necessary. Their expertise and experience have brought a new dimension to our understanding, and the insights they have provided will be valuable as we progress in our careers. May I request a huge round of applause for our esteemed speakers. Also, I would like to express my gratitude to the lovely audience we have here for your patient hearing, your active engagement, and your eagerness to learn. I would not like to take much time of yours. I am sure you all are waiting for the delicacies outside. So we can break for dinner, and tomorrow we will meet at 3 o'clock. The first session is Income Tax Mock Tribunal. That's it. Thank you.
So one counter of dinner is arranged at the cafeteria behind the reception, and 2 counters are there outside at the lobby. So, in order to disperse the crowd, we have arranged at 2 locations. Thank you.